because in that division, they might be able to contend with Tannehill, obviously.
Possibly.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, 248-539-9797. After Chris Villar, we'll tell you how you can win some Tiger tickets. And Michigan, Ohio State, the last Saturday in November, should it always remain that way. 97 won the ticket.
Brought to you by 24 Seconds Bar and Grill. Not a successful road trip for the Tigers after being swept by the Sox in Chicago. They also lost 3 straight in Philadelphia, knocked out by a former teammate, Cody Clemens, who singled in the winning run in the bottom of the 9th off of Alex Lang, who's now suffered 2 straight blown saves. At 3-2 Phillies was the final. Detroit unable to capitalize on a late-inning comeback after being no-hit by Zach Wheeler for over 7 innings. The Tigers are going to bring that 6-game losing skid back home with them starting tonight against the Diamondbacks. Michigan football's rivalry traditions not going anywhere. The Big Ten confirmed that they will continue to play the Spartans and the Buckeyes every year despite the new crowded Big Ten in 2024 with UCLA and USC bringing the conference total up to 16 teams. What is going away? Divisions. The top 2 teams will be the only ones that play in Indy. Dan Campbell discussing his open door policy for players such as Jamison Williams or any player who's dealing with an issue. He also said that they'll offer help to anybody in need, but they can't hold their hands. Minicamp is a wrap. Up next, training camp in late July. 3-2 overtime winner for the Panthers at home. Vegas still leading the Stanley Cup Finals 2-1. Oklahoma softball winning a 3rd straight College World Series for the women with their 53rd straight victory. And no trade yet for Vikings running back Dalvin Cook, expected to be released later today if no partner is found for the longtime staple in the Minnesota backfield. Also reports state that wide receiver DeAndre Hopkins, the free agent, is set to visit with the New England Patriots. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Thank you very much, Chris. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Taylor Swift isn't the only thing going on downtown this weekend. The Tigers are home.
Yeah,
Hopefully
starting tonight.
Try to win some games. Michael Lorenzen on the Hill. Your chance to win a 4-pack of tickets to see the Tigers tonight. It's WWE night. The Tigers take the ring against the Diamondbacks. Special ticket packages include a game ticket and exclusive Tigers WWE Championship Belt Fanny Pack. For ticket information, call 866-86-TIGER or visit tigers.com. Now, here's how you can win the tickets. Be the 6th caller. When you hear me say, I let you do me in all kinds of ways and ways. Was that from the tweets from Zion Williamson's babe? Okay. I just wanted to make sure.
Well, it is National Sex Day.
Yeah, that's right. Happy National Sex Day. I'll be celebrating with myself. If I do, I celebrate.
Poor Cindy.
What?
You know, poor Cindy. She's up north. That's why you're saying that, okay?
Oh, yes, exactly.
Well, you need to
poor
say
Cindy,
that.
why? You think she's missing out?
Yeah.
She's probably like, thank God I'm gone.
Yeah.
Exactly.
David in Detroit, you're 97 on the ticket.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
Most anticipated event was my 40th birthday. Pretty much never went out of Michigan. Went out to Miami, and that weekend, the concert that we went to, me and my wife, Jay-Z concert. It was awesome.
Good.
It was awesome.
First time in Miami,
Yeah.
huh? You have fun, I
Yeah,
assume.
first time.
Yeah. Miami's
Yeah,
a
yeah.
pretty cool place. Absolutely.
Yeah, did you hit the beach as well?
Yeah, hit the beach and sat out there, put my feet in the sand. Actually, my wife's birthday is 2 days after mine, so we had a great time.
Great.
Ah,
Yeah,
good
we
for
had a
you.
great time, man.
Thanks
yeah.
for
Shout out to Keeler again.
Thanks for calling,
Yeah,
David.
thanks, David.
We appreciate it. All right. It was announced yesterday, and there was a couple of surprises. The 2024 2025 Big Ten football schedules, not with the dates or the times or
Right.
anything like that, but the opponent lists.
Right.
And it was also revealed that there will be no more divisions. So we've gone from leaders and legends to east to west. This year, this coming 2023 season, will be the last time there will be divisions in the Big Ten,
Yep.
at least in the foreseeable future. Because beginning in 2024, it's going to be a 16-team free-for-all with games that are going to be protected. And I don't like the way they did this. I think that protected rivalries should have been, they should be more equitable. Like, if Michigan is having 2, then, Michigan State should have 2, and Ohio State should have 2, and Penn State has no protected rivalry. That, to me, is unbelievable. So Michigan has Michigan State and Ohio State. They should.
Yeah.
Those are their biggest rivals, right? I'm not going to get into who's a bigger rival right now. It's irrelevant. Penn State, they hate Ohio State. The Ohio State-Penn State games have been really good for the most part over the last decade, right, John?
They've been really good, yeah.
How do they not play every year? Did Ohio State say, hey, listen, we're the king of the Big Ten for the last, 20 years, with the exception of the last 2 seasons. We don't want to have to play Penn State every year.
They should want to. They beat them almost every time.
I understand, but why wouldn't they? They have some pull, right?
But I think over the last 8 years, it's, 1-7?
But most of them have been pretty good games, though.
Yeah, they've been good games,
yeah, okay.
but that's what I mean.
Yeah, so why wouldn't they want to play them? Because you would think that if Gene Smith or people in the administration say, we'd like to play Penn State every year, the Big Ten would say, okay. It's a high-rated TV game, too.
Yeah, but it might have been Penn State that said, we don't want to play Ohio State every year.
That's a good point. I didn't think about that.
I mean, that's...
But what do they say? All right, you either have Ohio State as your protected rivalry, or you have no protected rivalry. So you won't play Maryland or Rutgers every year.
James Franklin has not fared well in, big-time matchups, top 10 matchups, top 5 matchups. So they may have looked at it and said, you know what, the more times that we have to play Michigan, Michigan State, Ohio State, the big 3 going into last year, he was 7-17 against. Everybody else, 14-7. So if you look at the numbers, I don't think Penn State wanted to sit there and say, well, we want to protect Michigan game. We want to protect the Ohio State game. We want to protect Michigan State. No, they're willing to roll the dice and say maybe in a given year we'll get one of the 3 and then play the rest of the Big Ten because that's where they have the most success.
I would love to find out how they decided all this stuff. How much input these schools had as far as, what's a protected rivalry and who's not.
I've got to believe now, I know it didn't necessarily go just because of trophy games, but when you look at Iowa,
they have 3.
They have 3, but you look at some of the trophy games, in that area, regional opponents, I can understand it. Michigan, obviously, it's Michigan, Michigan State, Michigan, Ohio State, but they didn't protect Michigan, Minnesota. I mean, that is a trophy game, the Little Brown Jug, but and I get that that's where I'm trying to figure out how they decided, like you, what were the conversations in the room? Was it simply the Big Ten and new Commissioner Pettit who sat down with a couple of schedule makers and said, these are the ones we're going to protect, and didn't take input with the athletic directors? I can't believe that would happen.
I know. It just doesn't make sense. And so Maryland and Rutgers, is that it? Somebody told me that they're
they
playing
want to guarantee one of them a win.
Well, yeah, but somebody told me they're playing for a trophy game, the old Big East trophy or something like that, which makes no sense because Maryland was never in the Big East.
I don't know. They are in the East. That's about the only connection.
That's true. And look, at least USC and UCLA are playing we know they're going to play each other. Now, they don't have any other protected rivalries because they haven't been around long enough in the conference to have protected rivalries.
Yeah.
So I get that.
So in 2024, it will be for Michigan State. They will host Illinois, Indiana, Ohio State, Purdue, and Rutgers.
You could go 4-1 there.
They'll go on the road to Michigan, Maryland, Nebraska, and Penn State.
Go 2-2 there.
Michigan, on the other hand, obviously we just mentioned Michigan State Michigan will host Michigan State. They will also host Maryland, Minnesota. Brown Jug game will be back. UCLA and Wisconsin, and they will be on the road to Ohio State, Illinois, Rutgers, and they'll make a trip to the Coliseum and USC.
And they play Texas at home that year too. Jeez, you're looking at God, I wish they played them this year because I think they're going to be better this year than they will be next year, depending on who stays.
Depends on who stays, yeah.
But, yeah. That's a tough freaking schedule.
It's a tough schedule.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, but that's why
now,
when you add USC and UCLA and you get rid of divisions, you're hoping that there's going to be a few years where you have a really good schedule.
So I'm very anti-division. I feel like I'm the president of the club. In fact, I own www.antidivision.com. I just think divisions are stupid. And I was talking to Doug, and not to steal any of his thunder.
They got 4 hours to take care of
He's very pro-division, and he's concerned that,
she talked about that yesterday.
Where you're going to play 9 games, and there's going to be 7 teams you don't play, and that a fraud's going to get second place in the Big Ten and get in the Big Ten championship game. I disagree. I think there'll always be two tough foes, at least on, let me give you 4 candidates that could do this. Wisconsin, Minnesota, Iowa, Illinois in 2024. People are high on Illinois program right now.
Yeah,
okay.
With Brett Bielema.
Minnesota's got to go to Michigan, to UCLA. They host Ohio State. They go through that, they'll earn it.
Yes.
Wisconsin has a non-conference game. They host Alabama at Camp Randall. That's going to be fun.
Yeah.
They're also at Michigan, at USC, and they host Penn State.
Surprised they didn't move that game to Lambeau.
Yeah. Get through that gauntlet, you earned it. Get through with 1 loss, and you earned it on that one because you got the non-conference.
Right.
Iowa's at OSU, at USC. You earned it.
Yeah.
Illinois, they host Michigan. They're at Ohio State, at USC, at Michigan State. There's going to always be a couple tough foes for these, supposed frauds. They're going to have to earn it.
Yeah, and I just like the fact, getting rid of divisions, you have the best team against the second best team. You're going to have 1 and 2 in the Big Ten championship game. And that's the way it should be. Because the last couple of years, does anybody believe that 2 years ago, Iowa was the second best team in the Big Ten?
No.
No. Last year was Purdue, the second best team in the Big Ten.
No.
So this to me just makes an assurance that, and depending on tiebreakers, right, and we don't know what those are going to be yet, but you're going to have the pick of the top 3 teams probably in the Big Ten where you're going to have 1 versus 2. And the reason I say 3 is because there could be a tiebreaker where we don't necessarily believe the third best team is the second best team, but because of tiebreakers, it could end up being that. But at least they're going to be a good matchup.
The closest team that I could see possibly being people would be afraid of being fraudulent would be Purdue. They're at Illinois, Indiana, Maryland, Michigan State, and Wisconsin, and they're home to Nebraska, Northwestern, Penn State, and USC. So they're tough games, but the toughest 2 games are at home.
Yeah, so sometimes you're going to...
Right, I know, but everybody's... I don't think that's going to happen. I don't think you can have a fraudulent team in there.
The thing is, they better think out this tiebreaker really good because the perceived 3 powers are now Ohio State, Michigan, and USC, right?
Yeah.
Doesn't mean it's going to happen that way. So you need to have a tiebreaker that can, if it is those 3 and 2 and 3 are fighting it out, that is fair.
Yeah, absolutely.
You also have a tiebreaker that when Michigan State pops up and is one of the 2 teams, that it's fair and that the tiebreaker will unbiasedly select Michigan State if they're better by the tiebreaker and not the image program.
Right. Same thing with Penn State and Wisconsin as well. All right, 248-539-9797, whatever your choice of summer fun is. The best way to get it started is with a brand new Silverado from Sarah Whalen Chevrolet. From towing of the boat, enjoying life on the lake, or going off-road and camping under the stars, Silverado is the perfect pickup for everything you like to do. And because Sarah Whalen is the #1 volume Chevy dealer in the country, they have a huge inventory of brand new Silverados, plus even more arriving daily. Sarah Whalen Chevrolet, 17 and a half in Van Dyke and Sterling Heights. Call 800-WHALEN-1 or go to sarahwhalen.com. Find new roads. 248-539-9797. Here are some ticket texts. I don't get why they just can't move the Ohio State game up a few weeks. Both teams will likely still be undefeated in top 5. The juice will still be there, and you avoid a back-to-back matchup. College football is destroying every tradition, but can't dare to move the big game.
Got to hold on to something at some point, unless you just want to say, you know what? Every tradition, everything we know about college football, let's just throw it in the trash can.
John, I love the game on that Saturday.
This is something I'm not willing to budge on. You could say everything you want. I don't care. I may be stuck in the 80s. I may be stuck in the 90s. I want to know that there is at least some semblance of tradition. We don't have the Rose Bowl anymore. There's so many things that have gone the wayside. The very last game of the year should be Michigan and Ohio State. It should be at noon. And it is the one thing that you can count on every single year that's going to happen.
It doesn't make sense, though, not only from where college football is
Traditions don't always make sense.
I know they don't, and it's time to. It's unfortunately, I like it where it's at, but it would be better if it was like the second Saturday in October.
Better to some, not to everyone.
8:00 Saturday night, way more ad revenue. That's where everything's going in sports right now. You have a chance to reclaim your season if you're the loser. You don't have the exhaustion from them just playing and potentially playing the next week again. You have a buildup if you have a 2016 controversy.
Do I think
build up to the next game, the rematch?
Yeah. Do I think it will eventually be moved? Probably, because like you said, it's going to be about broadcast partners. It's going to be about ratings and money and selling ad space. I get it. I don't have to agree with it, and I won't.
If you put that game exclusively on Peacock at night.
Oh, jeez.
I know that's going to, that literally would shake the world. The Blue Hairs would be, I don't know.
Michigan State's home schedule in 24 is awful in terms of big games, but could mean lots of W's. So let's see. At home, they have Illinois, Indiana, Ohio State, Purdue, and Rutgers.
All right. So Indiana, Purdue, Rutgers. I'll give you those.
Illinois is a wash. They lost to them this year. But, okay, let's say they beat Illinois, and they lose to Ohio State. So that's 4-1 at home. On the road, Penn State, Michigan, Nebraska, Maryland. They could split those on the road. That's
2-2.
Yeah, that's 6 wins in the Big Ten. And when they're big, their non-conference games, maybe an 8-win season in 2024. The problem is the unbalanced schedule more than the lack of divisions. If someone avoids playing Michigan, Ohio State, Ohio State, USC, UCLA, and Penn State and Michigan all in the same season, somehow you could have a fraud going 11-1 with no big wins. Well, we looked at all the schedules. That's not happening. Nobody's going to avoid playing them all.
You can't avoid playing all 4.
No. Get rid of the conference championship while they're at it. I don't want to see Ohio State and Michigan play consecutive games, which could likely happen. Well, you're dreaming if you think they're going to get rid of that big money thing. There's no way.
No
freaking way.
No.
And as much as, the Ohio State, Michigan, the reason people want to move it, some people, is to avoid back-to-back. Let's be realistic. How many times a decade is this going to happen?
Maybe once.
Yeah.
Okay, the location of the Big Ten championship game is going to be interesting how they handle it. Because if you decide to put it out in L.A., and it's Michigan, Ohio State, that's going to be really weird. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Now, the reason for them to host is because of USC and UCLA.
Correct.
Put it in the Rose Bowl.
What if it's USC, UCLA rematch, and it's in Indy? That's weird. That is something that I don't know how they're going to handle.
I think it's weirder. It would be way weirder for it to be UCLA and USC in Indianapolis, as opposed to Michigan and Ohio State in LA.
SoFi.
Well, SoFi makes it weird, but if you put it in Rose Bowl, because at least both teams have a history of playing in the Rose Bowl.
And they have a lot of alumni in that area. I don't know how many USC,
There's no
UCLA
history
alumni,
for USC and
alumni
UCLA.
is in Indiana.
Yeah.
No, but I'm saying you get a Michigan-Ohio State game, and you don't know until the week out or whatever, and you got to pay for a ticket to L.A., to see that. Is that going to get attended? I know Michigan might have the alumni base to be
it'll
pretty
get
good
attended.
out there.
So is Ohio State.
Yeah. It'll get attended. I'm not worried about that.
Here's the other thing. You worry about the Big Ten championship games, maybe because Michigan State bent over for the Big Ten and whatever to have the Ford Field Penn State game this year. Maybe Detroit will get a Big Ten championship.
It would be nice.
Lord.
Just like to remind everybody, it is National Sex Day.
Yes, exactly. Big Ten could have a 4-team playoff with the top 4 teams. Semifinal game, then final. That's from Vince.
And then you have the Big Ten championship game, and then you have the 12-team playoff. Great idea. It's not going to happen.
What about a consolation?
That's incredible when you look back. They used to have that in the NCAAs.
Third place game.
Yeah, it's like the bronze medal game. Although, but that at least you're getting a bronze. I get whatever. Get rid of the conference championship while they're at it. I don't want to see Ohio State and Michigan play. Again, nightmare scenario. Michigan versus Ohio State. Last game this season, and then again in the Big Ten championship, and then again in the 12-team playoff system, Tom and Flat Rock. That would not be a nightmare scenario if you're a Michigan or Ohio State fan and you get to play those 3 games, right?
Right.
At least you're in the playoff.
Right, you're in the playoff. You're in the championship game. You've obviously had the ability to match up at the end of the year. And okay, we're talking about a scenario, and I don't know what the numbers say, what the analytics say, but for that to happen, I got to believe it is a minuscule percentage in regards to them playing 3 times. And we're also talking about a very small percentage with the way that these schedules are set up. Now, Ohio State may have a tougher strength of schedule on one year, Michigan a little bit different, and Michigan State a little bit different, Penn State a little bit different, USC, again, a little bit different. But to think that it's going to come down to Michigan and Ohio State every single year, it's going to be a championship game at the end of the year and then a rematch in Indianapolis. I could be as arrogant as anybody about Michigan.
No.
This is
shocking.
That's a drop.
But this, I don't think this is. We're talking about something that is going to be a very rare occasion.
Yeah.
And I mean, just look at 24. Texas, UCLA, Michigan State, Wisconsin at home for Michigan. On the road, USC, Ohio State, Illinois. Like, if you go into that season saying Michigan is going to show up in Columbus undefeated, that seems to be a bit of a stretch. And it's the same thing with Ohio State.
Yeah, well, let's wait till next year till you'll pick them undefeated. Congratulations to Colin in Dearborn. Colin heard me say, I let you do me in all kinds of ways and ways. So
Colin call in and force Greg to give him a ticket?
I don't know. He wins 4-pack to see the Tigers take on the Diamondbacks.
No, I'm
tonight.
really in Dearborn. I'm not in the same house as Heather right now.
That's tonight at Comerica Park. For ticket information, 866-66-TIGER or visit tigers.com. All right, ladies and gentlemen, Calvin Johnson at 9:35. Heather right now.
So there's a man that can no longer smoke his medical marijuana at his home after his neighbor decided to sue. So this was a really long legal battle, years and years. Finally, a Washington, D.C. judge banned a man from smoking medical marijuana in his home after his neighbor filed a lawsuit claiming that the smell drifted into her home and made her sick. According to court documents, this woman who lives in the ground level apartment in like an adjacent complex sued this man, Thomas Cackett, alleging that he smokes marijuana 24/7 and that the foul and pungent odor enters and permeates her home, making her violently sick. This case actually was dismissed in 2021, went through the Court of Appeals. They reinstated the case last year. And during the trial, the woman testified that she has experienced all sorts of health issues, severe headaches, nausea, vomiting, respiratory issues within minutes every time her neighbor smokes marijuana. Well, she says that she's complained over and over. She wrote him emails asking him to stop. Never happened. He testified as well, saying that, yes, you know what? He does smoke medical marijuana 2 to 3 times a day to help him sleep and alleviate pain because he's got various health problems. And he told the court that he smokes outside on his patio because of the no smoking clause in his lease for his apartment. Well, the judge ruled that he had created a nuisance and told him there's no way he can keep smoking in his home. And he cannot be within 25 feet smoking of the woman's home. So he's got to leave his house to go smoke and then go back. Interesting, which isn't, I mean.
It is very interesting. And I'm curious as the precedence this sets, because we talked a couple of weeks ago about, I know it wasn't in the U.S., but it eventually will come up, I'm sure, somebody that was grilling steaks.
Yes.
And it made their vegan neighbor sick.
Yeah, the smell of the steak made them sick, just wafting through the window. Yeah, which is so silly. It's ridiculous.
Yep.
Detroit police are searching for suspects who shot a man following a collision in a gas station parking lot on Sunday. Surveillance video shows that the victim, who was driving a blue Dodge Durango, hit a black Chevy Camaro in the gas station parking lot. Well, 2 men jumped out of the car, and then all of the men exchanged some words with the driver of the Durango, and then the guy in the Camaro grabbed a gun from his car, pointed it at the driver of the Durango, who fled the scene. Well, everyone in the Camaro decided to follow him, and eventually they ended up shooting him. Thankfully, the bullet just grazed the victim, and he was treated at the scene, and he's going to be just fine. So police are now looking for the suspects and the vehicle, which they say will have damage to the passenger side from being hit. This is pretty cool. This is something, it sounds like you have a pretty busy weekend, John, but maybe something you could take advantage of. It's 3 free weekend this weekend in Michigan, this Saturday and Sunday.
Weekend.
And the Michigan DNR is encouraging residents to take full advantage. So it means that state licensing requirements will be waived for fishing for these off-road vehicles. And the Michigan DNR won't require a recreational passport or daily pass for entry into state parks. And you and even out-of-state visitors can go and fish. You can ride the off-road trails. You can visit state parks, and you can do it all for free.
Yeah. I'd love to be able to take advantage of it, but I already have those licenses. So
yeah,
I'll
once I said that, I was like,
advantage.
you know what, you probably are licensed for all of that stuff.
Mm-hmm. You got things to do this weekend too.
Yes.
Yeah, you're pretty
It's
busy.
going to be
I
a
think
busy
you're pretty
weekend.
busy.
Yes.
Yeah. So I wonder, because I hardly have any time. Let me get to this quick. I wonder how many people actually try to hire a hitman. Because earlier this week, we talked about the woman who hired a hitman to kill the new wife of the man she met on Match.com.
Right.
Well, just now, a 17-year-old girl was arrested in Iowa after allegedly trying to hire a hitman online and asking them to kill a 7-year-old child.
What?
She went to the fake website, rentahitman.com. It's completely fake. And she wrote a letter, said who the child was, where the child lived, and wanted them to obviously be killed. The owner of the fake site contacted police, who arrested the girl after this undercover officer contacted her posing as the hitman. 17 years old.
Rentahitman.com.
Yeah, I think it's one that people know is fake. The guy started it ages ago for like a company he was starting, and then forgot about it because the company never took off. And now he actually reports everything to police. Everyone that contacts him, he just turns over to police.
It should be narc.com. All right. Thank you very much, Heather. Coming up next, Calvin Johnson. 97.1 The Tip. Hey, want to get away, relax, have a great time? It's Las Vegas for that, and the D Las Vegas is the place. D is located downtown, where the action is. The odds are better. And now everyone that stays at the D gets 2 free stadium swim passes located at the new amazing Circa Hotel and Casino at the Stadium Swim there. I love that place. We'll be there for opening night of the NFL. That's right. Get to watch the Lions-Chiefs game from a pool. Woohoo. Also, there's still great food at the D. They got Joe Vicari's Andiamo Italian Steakhouse right there, or Bacon Nations Restaurant, which is located on the second floor right next to the famous Bar Canada. At the D Las Vegas, the staff will set you up with a round of golf. You can party all night long at the Long Bar. So get a group together. Go to the D Las Vegas, where the action never stops and the odds are better. Book online, thed.com. The D Las Vegas, your home for Detroit sports in Las Vegas. Yes, indeed. Looking forward to seeing everybody out there tonight.
Yeah.
John, you tweeted out to your brother, who's going to be on the other team. A little trash talking in the family. I like that.
Oh yeah. I mean, it's been a 47-year rivalry.
Mm-hmm.
Talk about history, tradition.
I heard they're going to move it to the beginning of October now.
Oh, are they? Yes. They're going to neutral site. Oh,
Yeah.
kind of a neutral. It's not a neutral site. It's on
Yes.
his backyard.
That's right.
I mean, I got
You
to
gotta
travel.
go on the road. I
got to
know.
go on the road.
I know. And you got to manage. He doesn't even manage, right? He
Yes,
just plays.
Comerica was taken tonight, so
Oh, yeah. Yes.
there'll be more offense at the Jamie Samuelson.
Yes. Well, that's not saying much.
No, it's not, but we are going to have a good time. I know you're going to be there.
Yep.
Wojo, Dan Miller. There's going to be a ton of people there.
And Birchie.
Yeah, at the
Danielle Rogers, who does stuff for the Lions.
Yeah, Jenna
website.
and Zach Trotman are going to be there, so excited about that. I'm also going to be tomorrow morning at the Passport to Safety from 10 to 2. I'll be there for a little while at the Livonia Police Department. I hope everybody shows up to take part in the activities and festivities there as well.
Rieger won't be there, but we have some video of it. Very Rieger-esque, put it that way. That's
Oh, his strikeout?
yeah.
Yes. Not many people.
Yes.
Yes. Not many people have struck out in slow pitch softball. I know one individual, obviously Rieger. I know another one. I won't mention his name, that has had that happen to them before.
Mm-hmm.
So hopefully it doesn't happen tonight.
By the way, we didn't mention this when we were talking all about the Big Ten stuff. What do you think? What do you think the fact that Jack Swarbrick, the AD at Notre Dame, is resigning in 2024, and the guy he's being replaced with is NBC Sports Group Chairman Peter Bavacqua. Notre Dame, the NBC ties. Now he's going to be.
Or you think they come into the Big Ten?
Maybe. I mean, does this open the doors? I mean, or is it something or nothing, as we like to say in this business?
I guess I would have to look at, one of the conferences that we've heard a lot of rumors that they would like to be a part of this conference expansion, or at least the SEC and the Big Ten has explored adding some ACC teams, but it's their grant of rights through 2036.
Right.
That is preventing that from happening. What is, because they play, 6 games in ACC football? They're not roped into that at all because of the NBC deal?
I don't think so, but I don't know the answers. I know in most of the other sports they are in the ACC. However, in hockey, they're part of the Big Ten.
Right. I mean, yeah, there's a lot of commingling.
Well, Notre Dame can do whatever they want because they always have. I mean, they want to be in the Big Ten for hockey? Sure. They want to be in the Mountain West for, I don't know.
The Big Ten for
mountain
hockey is
climbing,
a little bit unique
they'll be there
because
too.
not every school has a hockey team.
I understand.
So they've added the Notre Dame, and it's been a good addition.
Yeah.
I have no problem if they come into the Big Ten.
No, either do I. I think they should.
Yeah. It's probably a matter of time, but we've been saying that for, I don't know.
Yeah.
3 decades, 4 decades.
The pomposity of the institution of higher learning.
The pomposity.
Oh, come on.
Wow.
If there's anybody who's more pompous than your alma mater, it's Notre Dame. I mean, right? I mean, seriously.
Yeah, I mean,
we don't need a conference. We're Notre Dame. Well, you know
they
what?
haven't needed one, have they?
Well, I think
I mean, that if you're just saying
Financially-
they've been in the college
financially-
football playoffs. Financially, they've been fine.
financially you are correct, but I think they would have done much better if they were in a conference.
Well, shoulda, coulda, woulda. But
I know,
the
but
question of
that's
do
part of
they
the-
need to be in the Big Ten? I think the answer is no. They haven't needed to be. So it's not like they've been wrong.
because all the Big Ten schools, not all of them, but they suck up to them and still play them and things like that.
Again, ratings,
I know. I look.
competition.
Okay, so you have to pick your poison about what you.
I don't care if they come in or if they don't. If they want to remain independent, so be it. Again, it's one of those unique things about college football traditions. And we have vacated most of them.
Mm-hmm.
And if they want to hold on to their independence, so be it.
Let me ask you this question. This is a big.
We answer all the tough ones here, right?
Yeah.
Especially with 3 minutes left in the show.
Okay, so now with the actual, the schedules, the opponents, all that kind of made, would it be fair to say that one of the newest members of the Big Ten now has the second best fight song in the Big Ten? Are you with me on that?
In terms of being annoying? Sure.
Well, it's annoying when they're running up the points and they play it all the time, kind of like if you're getting
beat by Northwestern or Penn State and you hear that damn Wildcat.
No, I'm saying
that's annoying.
No,
Yeah.
I'm saying if you're not a Michigan
Cats.
fan and you're sitting in the stands and your team Michigan's up 47-7 and you hear the victors 8,000 times, it's annoying to those people.
If you're losing to Michigan State and they're playing their fight
all
song,
right,
it's
all right.
annoying. If you're losing to Penn State, Ohio State,
Every fight song.
I think that Fight on USC is the second best fight song in the Big Ten.
you're entitled to your opinion.
What do you think?
I disagree.
What's number 2 then?
What's number one? Look who I'm asking you guys.
Yeah. Well, I think number 1's Michigan, obviously, but
Yeah.
what's number 2? I know what.
What's number 2?
I know
a
technically is
load
number
of
2.
crap
Okay.
down in Columbus.
Okay. What? Number 2? The Ohio State fight song. Number 2.
Yeah, probably. Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know.
How about you, Gator? You don't even think Michigan's number 1, but
course not.
for this
would I
argument's
think?
sake, do you
Yeah.
think Michigan State's got the second best fight song in the Big Ten?
I think Michigan State is the best fight song in the Big Ten.
Okay.
So it's a college. Anything time
Okay.
you
So
talk
what's
about
number
college,
2?
I couldn't even tell you a second fight song.
Well,
I don't pay attention.
because you just got
No.
you just got
No.
the second best fight song in the Big Ten now.
No, USC is recognized.
Yes.
For sure.
it's recognized. Sure.
Yeah. And I've never. There was a period where I disliked USC, but there was a period where I loved USC. So
It's Ohio State of the
The
West.
sweaters. I mean, come on. What's there not to like about the song girls?
Well, those girls are unbelievable.
all right,
But
Well,
have
this
you
is
heard
a
Doug's
different
story?
topic. You've entered a different topic.
Yeah. Let's
okay,
get to
well,
the
that's
better topic.
no,
Yeah.
but hold on. But I'm going to ask Doug this
Who has
because
the best fan base? Is that what you're saying?
no,
Best
no.
looking fan. Yeah,
Yeah.
right. I
Best-
told you my USC song girl
I
story.
love
right?
his song girl story.
No.
Well, first,
Please do share.
before you do that, would you agree that now USC has is the second best fight song in the Big Ten?
No, it's the Minnesota Rouser. I love the Minnesota Rouser. I'm the
I
only
can't believe
one.
it.
Now
I can't believe
now
it didn't say it
wish-
wasn't out of West Lafayette.
Yeah.
Well,
All right, I
that's
want to hear
number
the
one.
song girl story.
There you go. Yeah, my bad.
Okay, I'll tell the song girl story right out of the gate since we're late.
Okay.
I'll tell you during the break.
Okay. Now, Carson Anderson coming up next. Have a wonderful weekend. John, we'll see you at the softball game tonight.
Yep,
And
see you tonight.
Enjoy
Gator
Taylor
too.
Swift. 97 won the ticket.
Friday indeed. Doug Karsch, Scott Anderson, 97.1. Hope you're doing well. Gator, how are you today?
I'm fine, Doug.
Yeah, fired up. Friday.
I love Fridays.
Yeah.
Fridays are
Oh,
good.
you're the one?
Yeah, I'm the one. Love Fridays. Got the softball game tonight at Flynn Field in Troy, over by Troy Beaumont at 7 o'clock.
I'm going to have to, this is our annual golf trip. I'm going to have to move the golf trip because I really want to play in this thing. I really want to be there and support the cause. Great cause. But good luck. Hope you don't get hurt this year.
Thank you.
It's priority one.
It is priority one.
Kang, I hope you don't get hurt this year.
I got a few goals, and number one with a bullet is just don't get hurt.
Yep.
It's all behind winning and having fun. I don't care about the others. Just don't get hurt.
You know, the week before was the week that I went to Vegas and we had the Dream Cruise on that Saturday afterwards, and I walked so much when I was in Vegas, and I came back and I was fine. I'm like, I feel great.
Yep.
You know, like to walk, not a problem. I played in that softball game. I had aching muscles that I didn't know existed. I didn't realize that pitching 4 innings of a softball game was going to take such a toll on my glutes and my quadriceps.
Wasn't it the running?
Well, that was the first thing.
Pitching.
Was
it's
the
not the pitching.
The pitching affected my glutes and my legs because it was this constant stooping to pitch.
I really hope
Like,
not.
wow, that hurts. But the running, that was a whole other issue. And literally for at least 4 months after, my feet were still a problem. Like, I was limping in the office for 4 months.
Did you consider seeing a doctor?
No.
Oh, okay.
What?
For 4
Modern
months?
medicine? Yeah, it was a problem. And I knew it because I knew what I had done. I knew it was just, this should not be running
Okay.
ever.
All right.
So
That's it. Just don't. The diagnosis:
don't run.
don't run.
That's right. Don't run. This should not be running. You talk about stress fractures. Yeah, I'm sure there were some. This is not going to be moving.
Is
not
this
running.
full contact softball? Am I missing something here, or is this?
Oh, they didn't tell you? Are you? You're in the dark, huh? You'll find out.
Okay, so I said I'd tell the USC Song Girl story. I had one interaction. It was after the 2006 Michigan-Ohio State game. Ohio State beat Michigan, and Michigan went to the Rose Bowl to play USC. My wife, my son, and my daughter went. It was before we had a third kid, and I got them great seats. 50-yard line, 20 rows up.
This, by the way, may have been the first story you told on the air as the Karsch Anderson show.
Is that right?
Because we started in 2007, so this was January 1st, 2007.
Yes. And I'm sure some of you have heard it before, but for those who haven't, the job of the pregame show, sideline reporter, the sideline stuff it's a long day down on the field. Like, you get down there right before kickoff, and I had to be out there for the coin flip, which was always wild, being out in the middle of a football field for the coin flip.
You got to get your makeup and hair done.
That's right, of course. I always waiting in line behind Aaron Andrews, makeup, hair. So it's a long day. So I used to like to bring a lunch for halftime. My halftime duties were, anything at the end of the first half that needed to be said, and then typically I would either interview the defensive coordinator or get what Jim Harbaugh emphasized in the locker room, stuff like that. At the time, it wasn't Jim Harbaugh. Of course, it was Lloyd Carr. I think I was interviewing Greg Madison to start the second half. But there was, the whole halftime, and the bowl game halftime shows are long. And they were handing out boxed lunches in the press box in Pasadena before the game started. And I'm like, you know what? Let me grab one of those. I'll put it in my backpack. And at halftime, that's what I eat. So I had my sandwich. I always like a sandwich. And so halftime comes, I go walk up, and I see the family, and I wave,
Hey, family.
hey, honey, hey, kids. And they're just right up there, very close.
Yeah, 20 rows up, hey.
And I sit down on a trainer's table. Behind every bench, there's a trainer's table. I sit down there, and the Michigan band is on the field. The sideline is vacated, and the band's playing and playing. And here comes the USC band because they're going to march on from the Michigan sideline. And I'm on the trainer's table moments after waving to my wife and kids. And as the band fills in, the Song Girls come in.
The Song Girls.
And the USC Song Girls surround me in the trainer's table.
The Song Girls are the ones in the sweaters.
Yes. And they're packed in really tight as the band
What's
gathers
that?
around.
What's that?
They're packed in really tight.
Into those sweaters, yes.
No, around me.
Oh.
And I'm
better.
sitting there eating my sandwich. I can feel my wife's eyeballs in the back of my head.
Yeah, you can.
And I'm like,
I'm not looking.
I'm not. The only move here is any looking that I'm doing laterally is eyeballs only. I'm not. I'm just sitting here
Will
eating.
somebody please drop off the halftime stats?
dude, I couldn't have escaped if I wanted because I don't know how many there are. A dozen of them. They're packed in all around. I couldn't get up. I couldn't move.
Did they say anything to you? Yeah, they did.
No, I don't remember even striking up a conversation because
I didn't say you. I wouldn't expect you to strike up the
Oh,
conversation.
did they say, "Hey, what's up?
Right. They go, hi. Did they smile at you?
How are you doing?
Yeah,
You
was
think
there any
that's what it
smiling?
was? I don't remember, to be honest with you, but I do remember the feeling of
You got to learn how to embellish.
I am being watched. Yeah, I should have made up a great story. But I just sat there and ate my sandwich, and I did not turn my head. Because you know what wouldn't have worked? You know what wouldn't have worked, Gator?
Looking at the Song Girls and then looking back at your wife.
And then saying, "Oh, I think I recognize her from church."
No, that line does not work.
That's it's a good guys, if you ever get caught looking. Didn't you go to our church? Yeah, but yeah, I did not. That line wouldn't have worked because we were in Los Angeles and they were USC Song Girls. So that was a Song Girl story. Marriage survived it though.
It did. Still going. It had another
Still
kid
going strong.
afterwards.
Yeah, still going strong.
Not coincidentally.
Yeah, you went from man to man to zone.
Oh, okay. You're
What?
not.
Have you heard that?
No, you're not
Doug?
allowed. Nobody's ever allowed to say that.
Doug,
It's the
Doug,
worst
have you heard it?
recycled.
Yeah, and you
I
probably
think
you
it's a
could not
fresh
wait
line.
to say it.
I think I did. I admit it. And then when you hear it, every dad that goes from 2 kids to 3 can't play man to man anymore. I know you're going to play zone.
Oh yeah, you heard that before?
Yeah. Everybody's heard it before. So that was the Song Girl story. Speaking of college football.
Can I just think about the Song Girls for a minute longer?
Sure. Do you want to go on Google? I set up
No,
the show.
that's trouble. If I do that. Thank you. What's today?
You can do whatever you want on Google. Just leave your pants on, please. Today is the 9th of June.
Oh, it's 6/9.
Yeah.
Nice.
You heard the morning show, right? It's National Sex Day.
It's National Sex Day
It's
too.
National Sex Day.
Wow.
Yep.
I don't think that's a coincidence.
Of course not, Gator.
I don't think it's a coincidence we're talking about the Song Girls either. Hewlett Perkins. That's a long time. We haven't heard of Hewlett in forever.
I think it's a booty lounge time. Do we have the booty
Is
lounge?
Karen
still?
Drew in the house?
Yeah. Because it's been a minute.
It has been a minute.
Remember Drops?
Yeah.
Remember the draft song?
There's
it is.
Karen. Hey, Karen.
One more time. Yes.
See what happens? Nostalgia, Doug. Go back to literally the first story you told on the air that was it's sports related, but this was like personal Doug Karsh story time, you know?
Yep.
The very first one we did in the inception of our Karsh and Anderson career 17 years ago.
That's how you got to know me.
Yeah.
Yep.
This is how the audience got to know Doug Karsh.
I was talking about you. This is how you got to know me.
Well, I knew you a little bit beforehand.
Yeah, a little bit. From the college football frat house days.
That's right.
We got to find those shows on archive.
Oh, those are fun.
Oh, the interview Rieger used to do with cheerleaders.
Those were fun.
I mean, just asking cheerleaders rudimentary college football questions.
Right, that and to just rip on Jeff, which they did.
They did. That was great.
That was fantastic.
All right, coming up, let's talk about this college football, the Big Ten schedule. How they've released the 24 and 25 schedule, bring in USC and UCLA, what Michigan State have in front of them, and how much we like it or hate it, what's good, what's bad. We'll get to all that coming up today at 10:18. Hey, discover how good your water can be, like we did in our house with the new Kinetico system that removes up to 99% of contaminants. If you're not filtering your water, you are the filter. Don't be the filter. Get clean, purified water and reduce plastic bottle waste. Call 855-339-4242. or visit cdcwater.com. This month, get 50% off a Connecticut K5 drinking water system with the purchase of a Connecticut Premier Softener. Financing options available with approved credit. CGC Water Treatment and Plumbing, your authorized independent Connecticut dealer. All right, so yesterday, 4:30, the Big Ten announced their opponents in conference scheduling in 2024 and 2025. This is with the addition of USC and UCLA, and indeed they are scrapping the division model and going with something that is called the Flex Protect Plus.
It sounds like something over the counter that you're given for an ailment. Like I sprained my Halkitis. Well, try this. It's the Flex.
See, to me, it's okay, and you'll be getting your new iPhone 14. Would you like the Flex Protect Plus?
Right.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like to me. It's like the insurance plan.
Could be that too.
Do you want Flex Protect or Flex Protect Plus?
Well, what's the difference? Well, Flex Protect Plus gets the purple area.
Flex Protect Plus means more Rutgers. So anyway, Flex Protect Plus is what this thing is called. Start with this. Each Big Ten school was asked, who do you want to protect? I made a call yesterday into the University of Michigan to find out if there was any truth to the rumor that Michigan was not going to protect Michigan State. And what I was told was under this model, Flex Protect Plus, it was never under consideration. Somehow, some way, that rumor got out there, internet rumor, and
All right,
took on a life of its own.
Let me say this. Was it not a consideration because you could protect a rival and Michigan protects Ohio State and Michigan State protects Michigan?
No.
So it's just moot anyway because they knew Michigan State would protect the rivalry.
No, both teams have to agree to protect a rivalry for it to be fair. For it to be protected, both teams have to request it. And so I said, is there any scenario where you wouldn't have protected Michigan State? And the answer was only if you were allowed to protect one rival. If the Big Ten had gone with a model where you could protect one rival, Michigan would have protected Ohio State. Once they opened it up to multiple rivals, Michigan said it wasn't even under consideration to not protect Michigan State. Where that got started, who knows? Things like this take on a life of their own. Maybe it was mentioned, maybe somebody got some intel that if it was a one protection, Michigan would protect Ohio State. But if Michigan was given an option to protect the second rival, it was Michigan State. So there are only 11 protected games anymore in the Big Ten. That's it. And what's a real shame is a rivalry that's been played every year since Penn State joined the Big Ten is not protected anymore, and that's Ohio State-Penn State. And I don't know if that's just a rivalry or a great matchup. I mean, I think if you asked Penn State fans, I think it's gotten to be more than just a great matchup for them. I don't know if it's true of Ohio State fans. But it's, from what I've heard back from Penn State fans that I know, is that had turned into a rival.
Oh, I think it's definitely turned into a rival, and it doesn't take long. Look, Michigan-Ohio State wasn't really a rivalry until, the late 60s, early 70s, right? And it didn't happen. It wasn't a rival until Bo Schembechler took over at Michigan.
I think there was a long history before then, and they made the game the last game of the season for a reason. So it was a long before then. It cranked up when Bo went to Michigan, but it had a rivalry element. I mean, before Bo got there, that was the famous Woody line, which apparently he never said. But when they went for two, when they were up 42-14 and late in the fourth quarter,
because they couldn't go for three,
and they went for two to make it 50, around even 50. And that was pre-Bo. But so look. I mean, that's a bit of a shame, but there's a lot of intriguing things. So my concern with getting rid of divisions is scheduling inequities. That there are 16 teams in this conference. You're playing 9 games, so that means there's 5 conference opponents that you won't play. 6 conference opponents that you won't play. And one team could go 9-0 with a very easy schedule, and another team that they don't play could go 9-0 with a very difficult schedule. But here's something I did not know. Do you know that it is impossible under this Flex Protect Plus Gator for 3 teams to go 9-0?
I'll trust you.
They've set it up that
the algorithm spits out that they're going to have to be some crossovers between those.
Because that would mean that all 3 of those teams wouldn't play each other, and they have no scenario where there are 3 teams that nobody plays anybody else. It's basically a 3-6-6 model. There are yourself, and then there's 15 other teams. One year you're going to play 3 teams, and then 6. And the next year you're going to play the same 3 teams, and then the other 6. And that adds up to your 15 teams. So in a 2-year cycle, everyone will play every other Big Ten team. So to get there, they had to have teams, even if you, like Michigan protected Michigan and Michigan State and Ohio State, and to make it work, their third team is Maryland. That wasn't chosen by them. It was assigned to them to allow the 3-6-6 model to work. Michigan State protected Michigan. Their 2 games, or did they protect Indiana as well?
It's just Michigan they protected.
It's just Michigan? Okay. And then the other games they were given were Penn State and Indiana. So they'll play Penn State and Indiana. There's a lot of good games with USC and UCLA coming in. And getting rid of divisions, if you had divisions, UCLA and USC would obviously have been in the West, and it would have limited the number of games they could have played against the East. They will play more games the marquee games against Penn State and Ohio State and Michigan than they would have had there been an East-West model.
Well-
So they're increasing the number of good crossover games between East and West.
In the first 2 years, well, in the first year, USC and UCLA both play Michigan, correct? The
Yes.
first year.
Yes.
And then the second year, they both play Michigan State.
Yes.
So in state, we get to see both of those teams, which is kind of cool. I'm looking forward to it. I don't like not having divisions.
I don't
and
either.
and I think this is just a temporary thing until more schools come to the Big Ten, because the Pac-12 will probably dissolve, and here comes Oregon, here comes Washington, perhaps Washington State, whatever they're going to do. There's going to be more teams added.
Flex Protect plus.
So when they do that, when they add those other teams, maybe that's another conversation they have. Like, okay, now that we've got 18, now we're gonna change things up and go divisions, and maybe they're going to do the four division thing or whatever. I don't know. I can't. Not having divisions is stupid to me.
So there's two things not having divisions accomplishes. One is they like the idea of having the two highest ranked best teams playing in the Big Ten title game. The other thing is this: when this kicks in, we're going to be in.
Is it highest ranked, or is it just top two teams?
It's the top two teams, but they will be more likely to get the highest ranked best teams. Whereas in the past, you can make a case that the top three teams in the Big Ten were in the East.
Mm-hmm.
In whatever incarnation it was, but there were top three Big Ten teams were in the East, and they were playing the fourth best team in the league for the Big Ten title. They're hoping to get more 1 versus 2 type matchups, like the two best teams in the Big Ten.
Right, which could involve a rematch, which is
Could involve
I'm not
a
sure
rematch.
if people want to see that or not.
I'm not sure if they do either. That's a little weird thing. And basically, Michigan fans, could you imagine playing Ohio State in a game that's meaningless because you're going to play them in the Big Ten game the next week? But this is the changing world order of college football. But the other thing that makes this cool, or that I can accept here, as if the Big Ten is seeking my approval, which they're not, but we're going to 12 playoff teams. So I talk about the inequities in scheduling. A Big Ten team that goes 10-2 but plays a tough schedule but gets left out of the Big Ten title game because two other Big Ten teams played easier schedules and went 9-0 in the league.
Mm-hmm.
That 10-2 team has a great chance to go to the playoff anyway.
In theory, but you could also say in theory they don't, because they would say, well, we're going to take the loser of the Big Ten title game.
They would. I'm talking about 3 teams getting in.
Yeah, I don't know.
Because I'm talking about a 10-2 Big Ten team with a tough schedule. That's the team that I worry about getting left out.
I hear you.
And I think a 10-2 Big Ten team with a tough schedule has a great shot to be an at-large.
Well, we'll cross that bridge when we get to it, but SEC is going to be SEC. They're going to do all SEC things.
Yeah, they can probably get 3 teams in. Hell, they'll probably be lobbying for 4.
Mm-hmm.
But, the idea that the Big Ten championship game winner gets a bye, the Big Ten championship game loser gets to host a playoff game, and the Big Ten, a third Big Ten team, again, with a tough schedule that maybe doesn't qualify for the Big Ten title game, is going on the road, sounds like a strong possibility. Let's get into the specifics of Michigan State. We'll do that at 10:32. Push your phone calls and feedback, your thoughts. Also, if you want to give us an idea of something that Flex Protect Plus sounds like, I think it sounds like a cell phone insurance plan. Gator, what did you think it sounded like?
I thought it was something that helps protect your Halkitis.
Okay, we want to know. What do you think a Flex Protect plan, which is what the Big Ten schedule, what does it sound like to you? It sure as hell doesn't sound like a conference football schedule.
No, this is something that Pudge Rodriguez would endorse.
Flex Protect Plus.
If you've had a pulled Halkitis over the years, use Flex Protect Plus.
It's Carson Anderson, 97.1. Talking about Flex Protect Plus. Which is the name of the Big Ten schedule. Defined as it gives each Big Ten team up to 3 protected annual opponents and cycles through all the teams in the rest of the league. Each Big Ten team will play every other team over a 2-year span. It's basically a 3-6-6 model where you play the same 3 teams 2 years in a 2-year cycle and then play 6 and then 6 others. And so there you go. You'll see all 15 Big Ten opponents over a 2-year plan. We said we get into Michigan and Michigan State. Let's start with Michigan State's 2024 schedule. The non-conference games are Florida Atlantic, Louisiana, and at Boston College. Home, Ohio State, Illinois, Indiana, Purdue, Rutgers. Road, Michigan, Penn State, Maryland, Nebraska. This sounds like a normal Big Ten schedule.
Yeah, it's a normal tough Big Ten schedule. You got Michigan, Ohio State, Penn State.
The 25 schedule is Western Michigan, Youngstown State, at Boston College. Home, Michigan, Penn State, UCLA, Northwestern. That's a pretty attractive home schedule.
Yeah, and a really tough schedule when you look at it. You've got Iowa, Michigan, Penn State, USC, Wisconsin.
Road games, USC, Indiana, Iowa, Minnesota, Wisconsin. That's a tough slate. And it's interesting because Michigan and Michigan State, like you mentioned earlier, they both get USC and UCLA in
consecutive years.
Yeah, the consecutive. Yeah, like Michigan in 24. Let's go over Michigan's schedule. Their non-conference: Fresno, Texas, Arkansas State. Their home schedule: Michigan State, UCLA, Maryland, Minnesota, Wisconsin. Their road games: Ohio State, USC, Illinois, Rutgers. This is fantastic. I love this. And is it tough? Yep, it's really tough. I go back to, it's a good year to be breaking in the 12 teams for the playoffs, because I think a 2-loss team with this schedule, depending on what the losses were and how they play, to get to 10-2 means you probably had to beat some people. But at the end of the day, I mean, Michigan plays Texas, UCLA, Wisconsin, Ohio State, USC, and Michigan State. I mean, that's 6 of their 12 games that are really effing intriguing.
Well, I mean, we don't know about UCLA, what they're going to be like. I mean,
no, but it's still intriguing.
Well, it's nice to have one of the new teams, yeah.
Yes. 25, Michigan's non-conference, New Mexico State, CMU, and at Oklahoma. And then it looks like a Big Ten schedule. Ohio State, Penn State, Purdue, and Northwestern at home. Road games, Michigan State, Indiana, Iowa, Maryland, Nebraska. It's heavily, Michigan's got a very tough 24 schedule, it looks like, and Michigan State has a very tough 25 schedule, it looks like. End of the day, there's a lot of good games. And that is to be liked. Some of the things the Big Ten is dealing with, Gator, that you will see, they don't like teams having to travel out west twice in a year. So you're not
play both UCLA and USC, yeah.
So they're trying to keep, even though USC and UCLA are going to have to travel east a lot, and I quite frankly think it's going to take a toll on them. If I were a USC and UCLA fan, I'd be worried about that travel taking a toll on the team.
Well, they're not playing school anymore, so.
No. But Big Ten teams, they don't want, I say Big Ten teams, they don't want the footprint Big Ten teams now to have to travel to the West Coast twice. And you will have some situations where you play the same opponent at the same venue 2 years in a row. That will come up because of the 3-6-6 scheduling. But it will come up between year 2 and year 3. I don't know how big a deal that is. The protected rivals. Were you surprised there were only 11?
Well, I was surprised at what they were, I guess. I didn't realize that these rivalries meant that much to those schools, but I think at some point the school is just like, well, we want to protect one game. Let's do this. But I expected Purdue and Indiana.
Yep.
I expected Northwestern Illinois.
Yep.
And then it gets, I don't know, a little weird because I'm not sure.
Well, you expected Michigan, Ohio State, Michigan State, Minnesota, Wisconsin.
I guess.
Yep.
Yeah.
Minnesota, Iowa.
See, Minnesota's protecting 2. Yep. And they're protecting Iowa and they're protecting Wisconsin. That would seem a little weird.
But you have to like it takes two to tango.
No, I know. So
Wisconsin's protecting, or excuse me, Iowa's protecting 3.
This is what's weird to me.
They're protecting Minnesota, Iowa, Wisconsin, and Iowa, Nebraska. Iowa, Nebraska,
I can see.
Yep. And Iowa, Wisconsin has just been a great game in the West. Iowa, Minnesota, they play for the pig. Is that it? Yeah, they play for the pig,
what?
the Floyd of Rosedale pig. Well, I mean, it means something.
I'm
to
just
that
saying,
fan
like
base.
Michigan and Minnesota play for the
Doesn't seem to matter as much.
little brown jug of crap. So they spit into it and stuff. So I mean,
What's the spittoon?
the spittoon, they're all dumb. They really are.
I think they're all awesome.
I mean, I think it's funny that they all have one. But again, Iowa protecting 3 rivalries when I didn't know Iowa even had a rival. So, okay. Good. Hey, they want to protect the game. Go ahead and protect the game.
Here are the 2 most intriguing ones.
Rutgers in Maryland.
Rutgers in Maryland's protected. I would guess. Well, I'll get back to that. Illinois, Purdue is protected.
What?
So it's funny. I was watching.
Is that the Jeff George Bowl? They play for the rights to claim Jeff George?
I literally do not. You might find this hard to believe. I really don't know a lot of Purdue people. And
right.
I don't. And Illinois, I was born in Champaign. My dad was in graduate school in Champaign. And I don't know a lot of Illinois people. But I think if you ask those fans, I think they'd tell you that's an important game. And it might be a proximity thing. I think West Lafayette and Champaign are actually pretty close to one another.
They might be, but I mean, they each already have the rival. I mean, Purdue's rivalry is against Indiana.
Yeah.
Illinois' rivalry is against Northwestern.
Well, you can have more than one.
No, I know, but it's like it just seems a little common. But you're right. Look, I don't know. My dad went to Purdue. I never heard him talk about, we got to beat Illinois.
Well, the weird thing about, again, it's important to them. They both apparently requested it. Maryland and Rutgers, apparently they both requested. And then the other one's USC, UCLA, which isn't a surprise. Penn State, on the cover of their media guide or their website or their press release that comes out every week, they have this phrase that I think they're trying to stick their chest out and brag about it, but it also kind of rings empty to me. Penn State football, unrivaled. Okay? And they don't have any protected games. It feels, college football is so much of it actually is the rivalries that it's a weird stance to take. I see what they're trying to do, but doesn't that, when you're being recruited to these schools, you get to play in this game, you get to play in that game. They're bragging about not playing anybody.
Well, but here's what they can do, and you know what the truth is. The truth is that they are such a big pillar in college football.
They are.
That all the big schools want to play them. Michigan wants to have them on the schedule. Michigan State wants them on the schedule. Ohio State wants them on the schedule. USC is going to want them on the schedule. They don't have to name a rivalry because it's just going to happen naturally. The Big Ten's going to give them the games. It's a little bit... It has a Notre Dame arrogance about it. I'll agree with that.
I think they're doing the best with their situation. Who was their big rival? It's probably Pitt.
It was, yeah.
And that went away when they joined the Big Ten.
Right. So when Pitt joins the Big Ten in a couple of years, then they can protect that rivalry.
Yeah, they can protect that.
Right? But the other thing is this, Doug, and it's bringing me down. I've talked about it before. College football is so corporate now. It's professional football now that I worry that the rivalries really aren't going to be rivalries down the road.
So
because it's changed so much with NIL and with the transfer portal and just monster money to be made. It's not the same.
Well, I hear you. I'm uncomfortable with the change, and yet I keep saying it because it's true. And obviously, I've got the job that I love, but I'll be there on Saturdays from noon till midnight, and it's still, to me, the best thing going. We'll see if that changes over the course of time, but I still, there's going to be more good games under this format, and I am looking forward to that. Very much looking forward to that.
The only thing that's going to separate college and the pros essentially is going to be the bands and the ages of players, like the students that are playing the game, unfortunately, because that's how much money has gotten into college football. And The rivalries won't be the same, Gator. You're right, but there'll be rivalries. They'll find a way because that's the NFL does it, and maybe they actually rotate. And 10 years it's with one school, and the next 10 years it happens to be another school, whatever. But yeah, it won't be the same, but there'll be different type of rivalries. It's just the way when this much money gets involved, things change, man. This is not going to be it's what they say. It's not your dad's college football, and it's going to continue to say that.
It's not my college football.
You're right.
It'd be my dad's. It's not mine.
248-539-9797. We got a bunch of suggestions of what Flex Protect Plus sounds like, which is the name of the Big Ten's new scheduling model. We'll read some of these. Thank you for all your entries coming up today at 10:52. And get to your phone calls and feedback in a moment. Michigan State fans, what do you think of this? If you're a fan of another Big Ten institution, what do you make of it? 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson here on The Ticket. All right. Playoff games tonight. Well, NBA Finals games tonight. You had an overtime Stanley Cup game. Tigers open a weekend series at home tonight. A lot of games to watch, and there's no better way to enjoy your favorite sport than sitting back and watching it with your favorite Stoli cocktail. There's nothing like quenching your thirst with a Stoli blueberry lemonade or a cucumber mule. And the newest Stoli flavor, Stoli Chamoy. So weather breaks, you can sit outside on your patio and enjoy Stoli Premium Vodka. It's probably made in Latvia and is ready to be served at your next party or special occasion. It's the summer of Stoli. Please enjoy responsibly. Flex Protect Plus, the topic today, as you would expect here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Feedback coming in. Scott writes in, the only cool part about this, UCLA versus Wisconsin in a blizzard makes me smile. Me too. Me too.
We're Minnesota.
John at work here. Hey, guys, Penn State fan here. I noticed this. Penn State is the only team without any protected rivalry games in this new Big Ten schedule. Yeah, John, you're unrivaled.
You're unrivaled.
Well, they do I think they're trying to make the best of the situation, but.
Well, they could have put in a rivalry if they wanted to. But they chose not to.
If they had, because I got to tell you, there's.
I think it's strategic by them not doing it.
Maybe. I mean, they could have chosen Ohio State. I don't know if Ohio State requested Penn State, but Penn State, Maryland has had some bad blood, and it doesn't have to be a great matchup to be a rivalry. You know, I mean, they've got bad blood. Do you remember when the Maryland kids refused to shake hands?
Yeah.
That was really funny.
Well,
Peter, would you have wanted Penn State every year?
I wouldn't have minded. I mean, for a while, they tried to force that initially with Michigan State and Penn State being the last game of the year. They tried to force that for a while. I don't mind it. I mean, I like playing the big schools. It's fun. But I think it's strategic by Penn State. If I'm just going to rip on James Franklin some more, I think he knows what his team is, and he wants to get into the big dance. And if he's going to get into the big dance, he doesn't want to name a rival. Because if you name a rival, if they were to name Maryland, I think people would roll their eyes and go, really? That's the rival you're going to go with? It's not Ohio State?
It's
so
possible.
This way, they don't have to necessarily play Ohio State every year, which means you're not going to have to play the best team in the Big Ten, which means they got a better chance of winning the Big Ten.
Gator, to be fair to James Franklin.
Why? Why?
To be fair to James Franklin, it's possible that Penn State requested Ohio State and Ohio State didn't request Penn State.
I suppose it's possible.
To be fair.
Well, that would get out. If that were the case,
it probably would.
Because then Franklin would let that out and say, yeah, well, there was one school we wanted a rival with in the Big Ten, but they ducked us. Because that's such a Franklin thing to say.
He probably would say it.
So he's not going to because he doesn't want a rival with anybody.
248-539-9797. Let's go to Jason. You're on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Jason.
Hey, good morning.
What's up?
Doug, if you'll remember, I'm the guy with the New Brunswick roots. I also have Champaign ties. I went to Illinois.
Okay.
We happened to move from the Northville area to Illinois when I was 16, so Michigan was no longer in play as an in-state school.
Right.
Went to Illinois.
Okay.
They hate Michigan. It is the most one-sided rivalry ever. The Muck-Fishigan shirts come out of nowhere every fall.
Yep.
It's a one-sided rivalry. All they talk about is that one time we beat Tom Brady and Anthony Thomas in 1999, and Michigan has.
Was it 21-7? Came from 24-7 or 21-7 down in the fourth quarter?
At the Big House.
Rocky Harvey.
Well, then they had that other game that went like 74 overtimes.
Yeah.
Yeah. They also had the night game where Ryan Mallett beat them at Champaign. That was huge. But I stuck true to my Michigan roots. I was in the fraternity section with maize and blue on. They did not like me, but Michigan won every time. And they just on the other note, their biggest rivalry is probably Purdue. It's only an hour and a half from Champaign. Huge rivalry, basketball, football, everything. I played lacrosse. Purdue was the big rivalry there too.
Okay.
But yeah, very one-sided rivalry, Illinois and Michigan. I'm pretty sure they're happy to have them on the 24 schedule.
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, but yeah, there's something about Purdue and Illinois.
Yes.
Okay.
Definitely.
All right.
Definitely. I was there during the Drew Brees, Kurt Kittner days. That was a huge rivalry.
Thank you for the phone call.
I don't mean this to be a shot at Michigan. So I'm saying this up front, and I'm going to duck for cover. Right. But because of his call, when it's a one-sided rivalry, Illinois hating Michigan, I think that probably goes for most of the Big Ten.
Yeah, I think a lot of people do. Yeah. I mean,
I'm sure if you went to Wisconsin and asked them what they think about Michigan, they'll tell you.
I mean, you get your butt kicked a lot.
Minnesota. You think Minnesota doesn't like Michigan? I'm pretty sure Minnesota does not like Michigan.
Somebody pointed out a hole in the Big Ten's plan to make sure that there weren't three teams that could go undefeated.
Oh, great. Here comes math.
In 2024, Iowa does not play Michigan or Penn State, and Michigan and Penn State don't play each other. And I know that so they could all go 9-0. Penn State could win all their games, Michigan could win all their games, and Iowa could win all their games.
Well, let's see if that happens.
Yeah, but it's something that they said the scheduling model was supposed to protect against. But that's whoever sent that text in. Let me see if they signed it. They did not. But thank you for that. Can my kid Earl get a shout out? All conference swimmer and cross country runner as a freshman. Happy Earl Day to the only 14-year-old named Earl. That's from Rob.
We don't do
shout outs. Robert.
Yeah, sorry to your son, Earl.
Yeah.
Sorry,
Nope.
Rob. And Earl.
No shout out. All right, here we go. Flex Protect Plus, which is the name of the Big Ten schedule. Other things that it sounds like from an unnamed texter. Condoms for the well-endowed and well-off. Flex Protect Plus. Next text. It sounds like a Billy Mays endorsed product, an improved version of Flex Seal.
Yeah, it does. R.I.P. Billy Mays. Yeah.
From Kyle in Toledo. Oh, really? Thoughts and prayers?
I think.
Okay. Well, we're 1 for 2 this week on thoughts and prayers. Charles Grodin no longer with us. Barry Manilow is.
Yeah, well, that was on you.
Yeah.
Yeah, he died in 2009.
Well done. Thoughts and prayers.
I'm so glad I got it right.
Yeah. Kyle in Toledo, when Washington and Oregon join, you'll imagine they'll have to switch to Flex Protect Plus Max.
Probably.
Yep. Unnamed texter, Flex Protect Plus sounds like a vintage cell phone plan with rollover minutes.
It does.
Yep. Unnamed texter, Flex Protect Colonial Penn Life Insurance. Your premium will never go up. Matt McCone, it definitely sounds like an insurance plan. Josh in Detroit, Flex Protect Plus sounds like a new company's health savings account.
Start getting emails from it.
There is, when our health plan was presented and we had choices back in the day, I would go cross. Like, I had no clue. I was like, Yeah,
I still do that. And I'm cross-eyed to begin with, but I still get completely lost.
When your wife's a teacher and they got Blue Cross Blue Shield,
easy
sigh of relief.
That's the easy button, right?
Yeah.
I'm not married. So every year I have to go through and do your declarations and all this. I'm like, I don't know.
Unnamed texter, garbage bags. The new Glad Flex Protect Plus.
Yeah, I need that.
Yep. Tony Monroe selling insurance. Flex Protect Plus sounds like car insurance. Well, believe it or not, it is the name.
Will that help protect my spam calls or no?
I don't know.
Maybe I should have opted into Flex Protect Plus.
Scott says Flex Protect Plus is when optical and dental are added.
It's true.
Yeah.
It's true.
It's a good call.
That's the plus.
Yep. Flex Protect Plus.
This is so dumb. They really call it this.
Protects you from mayhem, like me.
Do they even have to call it something? They don't have to call it anything. It's just a schedule.
I mean, again, this is from the story of The Athletic. The model is more flexible than format peer conferences are using. It's called Flex Protect Plus, and it gives the Big Ten teams up to 3 protected annual opponents and cycles through all the rest of the league. Each Big Ten team will play over the Big Ten team over a 2-year span. There was something else in here that was really funny. Oh, do you know how many versions of sorting out the opponents it took before they came up with one?
Again, math.
It's not really
6.
math, but
is it 6?
This was the 171st version, according to a spokesperson, and before they landed on this.
Flex Protect Plus 171.
It was version 171.0. That's what you got. 248-539-9797. So there you go.
Good luck with basketball scheduling. What are they going to call that?
Dude, I don't know, but that's a whole nother mess. I swear to God, they're going to do pod scheduling. You're going to see 4 Big Ten teams in Chicago. USC and UCLA are going to play. Northwestern and Penn State in Chicago in a weekend. Then they're going to go back. And, I mean, every Big Ten basketball team will do a trip out west to play them both in one trip, right?
You would think.
Yeah.
Flex Protect Plus, the Ocho.
Oh, thank you, Big Ten. It's not Leaders and Legends, but this is more fun than Leaders and Legends. Leaders and Legends was embarrassing. But
Was it though? I mean, everybody says it was embarrassing. I was embarrassed by it. What
I
difference?
was because
It's pretentious, but
it sounded as pretentious as possible. So, 248-539-9797. All right, coming up, Gator phone
Braun
users.
and Steel.
You want to go with Braun and Steel?
Yeah. Girth and length.
All right, Detroiters, get ready for this. Just a warning of what you're going to see this weekend, and it's not bad air quality. We'll get to that at 11:02. 97.1.
Brought to you by Mother Waddles. We do have some live sports going on right now. The French Open semifinals on the med side between Carlos Alcaraz and Novak Djokovic. Highly anticipated matchup, 36-year-old versus 20 years old. And right now, Djokovic took the first set 6-3, and Alcaraz is up in the second set 5-4. That's where we sit right now overseas. Tonight is also the second annual Jamie Samuelson Strikeout Colon Cancer Charity Softball Game. That's happening in Troy in honor of our late friend and colleague. If you want to learn more and donate, help the cause at colontown.org. It's on to summer break for the Lions. After wrapping up minicamp, the players will have a handful of weeks to prepare for training camp now. Also, former star receiver Calvin Johnson joined the ticket this morning, speaking about hopefully being a mentor to Jameson Williams, and he's looking to improve his play on the field and his maturity as well. And Calvin also says that his relationship with the Lions is making progress. Back home to Comerica Park for the first time in June. The Tigers also looking for their first win of the month and will take on the Diamondbacks through Sunday. Tonight is WWE night at the ballpark, and then a Miguel Cabrera bobblehead giveaway tomorrow. Dan Dickerson will have tonight's play-by-play at 6:40 with the action right here on 97.1 The Ticket. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Gator will be at the Jamie Samuelson softball game tonight. Raise money, battle colon cancer. Kang will be there. I'm unfortunately out of town, and I'm very regretful over this. I've encouraged people to get out there and support. It's in Troy, right? What's the name of the park?
I believe it's Flynn Park. It's right by Troy Beaumont, if I'm not mistaken.
And you played last year. It was a ton of fun. I know you met some listeners. Kang, you're in this year?
Yeah, they wanted some speed on the base pad since Gator is not going to be running.
And they
He
asked
was
you,
the speed last year.
And they asked you instead?
Yeah, exactly. Same speed. Same speed.
Same speed.
What position do you want to play? If they
Whatever,
give you your
wherever
choice.
Manager Jansen wants me. I talked to him this morning. He runs a solid ship, Gator.
Yeah. He's demanding.
It sounds like there's one thing that's non-negotiable. John's playing first base.
You don't want anybody else playing. Why would you want somebody else playing first base?
Yeah, that radius.
That target is
Yeah.
ridiculous.
Well, did you hear what he said? It's amazing how many people miss
Yeah.
his throw radius, his catch
goes-
radius.
And he shows his wingspan. He's 6'7". Has like a 7-foot wingspan, and somehow people miss that. Yeah.
Didn't you say TJ played the hot corner?
TJ was amazing at third base last year.
Love it.
Yeah, Brooks Robinson.
The corners. Yeah, right. I call him Brooks Robinson. And he said, "What?
Who?"
And then you guys are like, "Huh?" Yeah, he was amazing. He made every play. He had great lateral quickness.
Yep.
I was so surprised to see that. And then I shouldn't be surprised. There's a reason that, there's a certain kind of athlete that's able to play in the NFL for 10 years, a dozen years, whatever it was.
They're good athletes.
They're good athletes.
I remember you telling me you thought he was going to suck.
I just never said that. And what are you doing?
Well, it was a TJ. It
It's
didn't
not
play
a-
an important position.
Yeah, exactly,
And it might
yeah,
not translate to
yeah.
the field. Is that what it was?
Yeah.
Anyway, so, but you don't realize it until you see it in another sport. And same thing with John. I mean, it's two offensive linemen.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you're not expecting the offensive lineman to necessarily be terribly athletic, and yet, yeah, damn athletic. It was very impressive.
248-539-9797. Let's go to Larry.
I didn't see you out there.
No, you didn't. Let's go to Larry.
Hey,
You're
guys,
97.1.
Go
Yeah,
ahead.
I got a question for you guys.
Yeah.
What about the non-revenue producing sports like baseball, girls softball, swimming? Is there funding there for the Big Ten schools to go out there? I got that question, and then I've also got another interesting thing, and that is, we always complain going to the Rose Bowl that we always got to go out there and play on their turf, and they never have to come here and play in the snow. Well, UCLA and USC will probably in November be playing some games in the snow, and that'll be fun to see.
I 100% agree. Look, the somebody did a financial breakdown on how much all the travel is going to cost USC and UCLA. The windfall of the money they're going to get from joining the Big Ten takes a serious hit when you start talking about, sending their rowing team to Iowa City and their volleyball team to Piscataway. And they're going to have to really find a way to try and offset some of those costs. But look, what we always heard, all right, Larry, I don't know if you got Big Ten roots, but what we always heard was how difficult it was for Big Ten teams to travel out west and play. USC and UCLA are going to travel everywhere. I would have serious concerns if I were a USC and UCLA fan about the travel taking its toll. Here's what else I would have concerns about. If you're a kid growing up in California and you're being recruited by USC and UCLA, the parents are literally saying, we're going to have to travel across half the country to see half their games, as opposed to the Pac-12, which those schools aren't close to one another, but it sure is a lot easier to get from, the Bay Area down to L.A. or to Phoenix or Seattle than it is to get to Happy Valley. And look, these are concerns that seem to fall secondary to the amount of money they expect to make. But I think USC and UCLA athletic departments, I actually think they're going to take a hit long term because of this.
You know this better than I do. I have no idea. What is their cost factored in? Like, do the teams fly parents out to visiting? So that's all on the parents?
Yeah. I mean, right, if you're a kid in the state of California and USC and UCLA are recruiting you, and so is Stanford and Cal or San Diego State or whatever, I mean, I guess there's no comp. They're big-time Power 5 programs. But I would not be stoked to think, my God, I got to travel to the Big Ten for half of their conference games or not travel at all. I bet it was a lot easier to accept staying on the West Coast. But, I mean, these are secondary concerns I would have if I were a USC and UCLA fan. Nobody here's worried about it. But
no, in fact, I was looking at a Spartan message board last night and yesterday, and it was before the announcement came out, and they're like, hey, when do we get to go to L.A.?
Right.
It's exciting to get out there. And I was thinking the same, like, you know what? Yeah, when do I get to go out to L.A.? Do you want to watch Michigan State play USC or UCLA out in California? Absolutely.
Well, the answer is 2025 in the Coliseum against the Trojans.
That's right.
248-539-9797. We go to Brandon. What's up, Brandon?
Hey, guys.
Hey.
So, Gator, I had a question for you, but real quick on the traveling. So how's that going to play out for basketball? Like, USC plays Michigan on Tuesday night, and then Friday night they got to go fly home, then fly back to, like, Happy Valley and play at, the Garden or somewhere?
I think you're probably going to see – back in the day, the Big Ten had travel partners, and Michigan and Michigan State were travel partners. And let's say I'll give you an example. Illinois and Purdue were travel partners. So Michigan and Michigan State would both fly, not together, but they would play Illinois on Thursday. The other one would play Purdue on Thursday. Then they flip-flop and play the opposite one on Saturday. I'm going to guess they're going to go back to some travel partners model where USC and UCLA are travel partners.
And maybe if they're traveling, that maybe they'll do Friday, Sunday as opposed to doing Thursday.
Yeah. They will have to – they won't go – I doubt they're going to play – in East Lansing on Tuesday, fly home, and then go to State College on Saturday. I think they will come to East Lansing on Thursday or Friday and then play in Ann Arbor on Saturday.
But it goes both ways because the schools have to go out to USC and UCLA.
But you'd have to imagine, right? Every Big Ten basketball team that plays at USC will play at UCLA on the same trip.
Yeah, that's definitely more convenient. But, yeah, so, Gator, about the Michigan State play Michigan every year and being protected, I just wanted to know your thoughts on it. I know Mike and Rico, they were okay with Michigan and Michigan State not playing every year together. Yeah, and I thought that was crazy because of the fans, like that's such a big game for the in-state rivalry. I just want to know if you wanted that game every year.
I will say this, and I want to say this very delicately. I do not think that they are stupid. I think the idea is stupid. To not play Michigan. That I think is stupid. They're clearly the rival for Michigan State. I want that. I want all the smoke. I want it every year. That's what I want. And I think the vast majority of Spartan fans want that. I understand their opinion on why they wouldn't want that or dissolve it or whatever. That's not how I feel. I want it. I feel a general and genuine dislike towards that other university. So when it comes to athletics, and yeah, I want the rivalry.
So a couple things here. One is it was never in play. It was never in play from Michigan's perspective.
Only if you were protecting one.
Only if you if you could only protect one, Michigan was going to protect Ohio State. But under this model, as soon as they got to protect a second team, Michigan never considered not protecting Michigan State. That from the inside yesterday. As far as the rivalry is concerned, I said this the last couple of years, and it's probably true now more than ever before. The adults in the room need to take the temperature down. And by that, I'm talking about probably the administrations and the coaches, and it just is what happened last year was a low point, and let's just hope that moving forward, it gets back to what it should be about.
Yeah, what happened last year was completely avoidable by both parties and even a third party, if you will. And and it didn't happen. So you're right. The adults need to be in the room and take, I don't know if they have to take the temperature down, but I think they have to be responsible for what they're responsible for. Coach from Michigan State, keep your team away from the coach from the Michigan team. Coach from Michigan, keep your team away from Michigan State. The officials that are there, the law enforcement that's there, do your job and make sure that they stay separated, and we'll go on and have a healthy rivalry.
248-539-9797. All right, apologize, we got sidetracked. Let's get to, and we're not going to do that as a topic today. Something to be prepared for if you're headed downtown this weekend with the Taylor Swift concert.
Wait, she's coming in when?
There should be coverage on this. I'm going to tell WWJ.
It's a good idea. We'll get to that today at 11:18. 97.1 the ticket.
Well, we've got summertime, right? You don't want to get caught with a flooded basement or a scorching hot house this year. If you've got air conditioning issues, my friends, take care of it. Call the great folks over at Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling today, and they dropped a special offer that really is just in time to beat the heat. Birmingham Plumbing is now including a free ultraviolet light air purifier or a high-efficiency air filter when you have both your furnace and air conditioning systems replaced. Now, in addition, they include up to a full 5-year parts and labor warranty that includes annual maintenance. And don't be worried about the cost up front because Birmingham has got you covered there too. They offer financing options for your new furnace or AC system for as low as $70 a month. So whether it's your air conditioning, a furnace, a pool heater, a boiler, or water filtration, maybe you've got a flood in your basement, a clogged drain, or a cold pool, whatever your problem is, call the great folks over at Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling today. They're the experts. Give them a call, 248-282-3971. Or, of course, you can schedule an appointment online at birminghamplumbingco.com. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your Metro Detroit boiler experts.
Can we tell that story on the air?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, I don't mind.
This is funny. You got yelled at.
I did. And, so back in the mid-'90s when I was a producer and I was producing a sports talk show, it was about this time of the year, NBA final type stuff. So we wanted to get somebody to talk about the NBA finals. And the different sports leagues put out media guides and media books that have like contacts with people's names, numbers, email addresses. And this is like the infancy of the internet anyway. So you weren't really sending emails, but you had phone numbers. So there was a columnist named Peter Vesey at the time, who was probably the biggest columnist at the time on basketball.
He was pretty big.
Pretty big guy.
Yep.
So I called him.
Not physically.
No, not at all. I called him and asked him to join our show and to spend. I said, can you do 10 minutes with us talking about the NBA Finals, whatever? And he goes, who is this? I said, well, I'm Scott Anderson. I did from WXYT Radio in Detroit. He goes, how'd you get my number? Well, I don't know. The NBA Blue Book, the media guide that says Peter Vesey, NBC or whatever it was he was working with at the time. And, and he goes, I'll do the interview, but don't ever call me again. I'm like, all right, hotshot.
I mean, part of you would probably want to say,
there were a lot of things I wanted to say.
How about we don't do the interview at all?
Exactly. Yeah. But I was the bigger person, and it wasn't about me. It was about the host, and the host wanted him. So, all right, sure, whatever, hotshot. Here you go.
I got two stories.
What a jerk.
One similar and one just the opposite, okay?
Okay.
You get a big name media guy.
Yeah.
For me, it was working out of Ann Arbor, and we got John Feinstein. It felt like a big land, right?
Yeah.
And our producer was probably Chad Godfrey back in the day. Called up Feinstein as we were going to a commercial break. And
no notice in interview? Oh,
no. He knew he was coming on, but we called him up. It was March Madness time. I remember that. I'll remember two things about this. So he calls him up as we're going to the commercial break. Commercial break's like 5 minutes long, and halfway through the commercial break, the phone line goes dead. And so Chad called him back, and Feinstein says, "Yeah, you put me on hold." Like, yeah, you were coming out of the break. He goes, "Yeah, it was a long time." Then he came out and did the interview. And at one point, I'm like, all right, so I'm filling out my brackets, and here's my theory. And I tell him my theory, and he goes, yeah, everybody's got some crazy theory. Answered the question. I was like, well, this is going well. But then here's the opposite. Ron McLean, Hockey Night in Canada.
Automatically, I would think great guy. I don't think I ever booked him as a guest. But
Chad calls him up. Hi, this is Chad Godfrey, WTK in Ann Arbor. You ready for your interview with Doug? Yes, I am. All right, great. We'll put you on hold. Be with you in a sec. Puts him on hold. I talked to Ron McLean for like 25 minutes, which is an eternity.
In radio,
it's an eternity. But also when you're just starting out, that's 25 minutes you got to fill. Like, that was a big deal. 25 minutes with Ron McLean.
That's awesome.
So we get done, and I put him back on hold. And oftentimes the person
9
just
times
hangs
out
up.
of 10, the person hangs up.
Yep.
Maybe even a higher percentage than that.
Put him back on hold. And Chad sees the line still blinking, picks it up and says, hey, Ron, thanks a lot. And Ron says, you're welcome, Chad.
Awesome.
25 minutes later, he remembered the name of the producer that quickly introduced himself, put him on hold, talked to me, and then said, you're welcome, Chad.
That's great. Yep. I love that story.
And so Ron McLean, awesome dude. And I learned that's a big lesson about like remembering people's names and trying, and I'm still so bad at it. I called
Sparky Anderson one time in the early mid-'90s when there wasn't a strike, but there was talk that the baseball may have to go with scabs.
Yep.
So we wanted to get Sparky on to talk about it, and I called him up, introduced myself. Hi, I'm Scott Anderson from WXYT in Detroit, and he goes, "Hey, Scotty, how are you? Good to talk to you." I'm like, "Hey, man, it's Sparky Anderson." I'm like, "I'm doing good, Sparky. How are you?" And he said, I'd love to do it. He goes, but, given the what's going on with that stuff, I really don't want to get in the middle of it right now. But, as soon as we get our season started, you give me a call back, and I'll be happy to come on. Like, okay.
Whatever you say.
Thanks, Skip.
All right. We promised we'd get to this. Where did you see this, Kang, by the way? Kang, our producer?
Channel 7, WXYZ.
Parking downtown?
Yeah. They did a quick little, I mean, not quick. I mean, everything's been Taylor Swift this weekend, but
Parking
another
downtown.
fallout. This is more fallout.
Parking downtown prices are outrageous.
Yeah.
It might cost you $80 to park.
Wow. In addition to, hey, you're already paying $1,000 for the ticket.
Right. Well, maybe.
Although, yeah, I was going to say, can you check and see what the most recent price is? Because I thought I heard last night that it was well over that.
I can't.
For a secondary market ticket.
Yeah. I mean, and the parking might be more than that, depending on where you're at. I was just talking to Falar, who does updates for us and as well for WWJ. And he said over at WWJ, they said that they've seen there's some kind of parking garage or someone's charging like $1,000, but not sure what that includes. Like, is that the entire weekend? You know, you get a one-on-one with Taylor Swift as well. I don't know how that works.
Right. 2 tickets together, section 339, row 19, $1,193 each. It says limited or obstructed view. 339 looks to be behind the stage. Side view is $1,282. But I like if you just randomly bought tickets to a Tiger game tonight, I mean, you might be, it might not be good.
It's not just that. There's shows all over town tonight. There's a show in at the Fillmore to see Two Friends. I'm just looking for a basic ticket to get in. You can get in there aren't many tickets left, but let's say you can get in for $40. And you're going to have to pay twice that for parking because Taylor frickin' Swift is in town?
Yep.
I mean, the Tigers, you're going to get maybe 15, 20,000 people there tonight. I don't know. The weather's nice. Maybe you get more, but I doubt it. But you're going to have to pay $80 because Taylor frickin' Swift is in town?
Yep.
There's shows all over Detroit. Like there's like 5 or 6 different things going on in downtown Detroit, and you're going to have to pay through the nose because Little Miss Popstar is going to be, performing tonight and tomorrow night.
Well, that's just dripping with disdain.
Well, it sucks. I mean, it's not fair that you have to pay that much. And I'm going to go watch. I'm taking the kids watching the Tigers game, right? You script enough money. You save for a while. You're just trying to make ends meet here. You want to reward the family, and it happens to be, oops, I didn't know it was the same night as Taylor Swift coming to town. And now I've got to pay as much as I was paying on everything else. Have I got to pay for that for parking?
Yep. Yes, you do.
So now everybody's going to be like, here's what I would advise. I'm sure you would advise this too. Find a way to park away from downtown and take the queue line.
Yep. And think about this too. If you're looking for a silver lining, is when you park on the perimeter, you walk to your car, you get in your car, or you take the queue line to your car, walk to your car, you get in your car, and you drive away.
That is huge.
If you pay premium for parking, you're the last people out.
Yep.
I mean, it is. I mean, it's a lot. I do this at a lot of college campuses. I'd rather park on the perimeter for free, make the 15 to 20 minute walk after the game, and drive away than sit in my car for an hour.
At least the benefit for baseball is it'll be done well before the show lets out.
This is true. Excellent point by you. Is it if you're a Tiger fan and you've already got your parking, but if you're a Tiger fan and you have parking to like a Tiger garage and you sell it, your normal $30 parking pass or whatever it might be for a Tiger game.
Oh, you sell it. Yeah.
You sell that for what? for a Tiger garage parking, like $400?
Yeah. You flip it as much as you can, right? Yep. If you have it. It's just brutal with that. I feel bad for those people. And also, so if you're going to Uber down or Lyft, how much gouging is that price tonight?
It's like surge pricing, isn't it? That's how it works.
I don't know.
It still might be cheaper than paying for parking.
Yeah.
Might be. I don't know.
If you can get
depends
it.
It depends how long your drive is. But
if you're driving, you live in Royal Oak, well, what's going to cost you to Uber to Ford Field?
So show starts tonight. Taylor Swift, I think the opening act is 6:30.
I mean, it didn't start yesterday?
No. I want to know if there are people already headed down there now. Are you on your way? Headed downtown for Taylor Swift.
Who's the opening act for Taylor Swift? And how about that? You get no attention. Nobody has said a lick of who is opening for Taylor Swift.
Well, that's where you win them over, though, with the act, Gator.
If you
Right?
show
You go
up.
out,
No, they'll be there.
Swifties will
Those
be there
Swifties,
to
they're getting-
boo
well, they're pro-
whoever off the stage.
No, they'll be in line for merchandise and whatnot, but they'll hear you in the background. Yeah, I like this song. Who is this? Right?
Taylor Swift with Girl in Red and Gracie Abrams. Okay.
You just
the
tell the
obvious
parking
one.
attendant you're there for Gracie Abrams.
Yeah.
Can I pay less?
What's your favorite? What's your
I'm leaving
favorite?
right after she's
Yeah,
done.
right?
What's your favorite Girl in Red song? 248. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Tigers lose. We'll get to that today at 11:50. If you want to keep talking about the Big Ten scheduling model, the old Flex Protect Plus. If you're just joining us, that's what it's actually called. Flex Protect Plus.
Now with minimal leakage.
Right? Your Big Ten schedule with less leakage. You worried about your Big Ten schedule leaking?
Yeah.
Not with Flex Protect
No,
Plus.
don't worry about that.
248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. We got a Joe. You're on 97.1. Hi, Joe.
Hey, guys. Great show. Listen to you every day.
Appreciate it.
The only reason that I'm calling is so I am the best man in a wedding for my best friend.
Awesome.
And I planned his bachelor party about 2 months ago. We're going to go downtown, go to the casino, go to the Tiger game, hit the bars, have a good time. Come to find out, it's the same day as the Taylor Swift concert. And the last 2 weeks, I have been stressing out so bad. I have my own fiance telling me in my ear, what are you going to do? Where are you going to park? This is a bad idea. You got to cancel it. And I'm just sitting here like, I don't know how we're going to find parking, what we're going to do, trying to stay positive. But I heard you guys talking about it, and I just had to chime in.
Well, you're looking at how are you going to find parking? You're going to pay. Unfortunately, or it is what it is, right?
Have you thought of audibling out of downtown Detroit and going somewhere else?
I thought about it. We already bought the Tiger tickets, so, I mean, we could just skip the game, but we're all big baseball fans. So, go to the Tiger game, have a good time. But I think the thing that makes me the most mad is I'm already not a fan of Taylor Swift, and now I really can't stand her. So.
Yeah, I mean, the post-concert party crowd could be kind of fun.
Right.
If you're looking for
But when they're done with baseball, the game will be over by 9.
Right.
And then you go to the bar and you wait.
100%. 100%. I'm just thinking like my buddy's gonna be so disappointed, but I hope he understands. So.
What's he going to be disappointed about? Sorry.
No, just because of the poor planning. I'm kind of a notorious procrastinator, and I thought I had this good plan, and then I come to find out that it's the Taylor Swift concert, and now I'm just kind of.
What's the rest of the plan? So you go to the baseball game, and then what?
So we're gonna get down there, go to the casino, maybe Greektown a little bit, then head over to the Tiger game.
Let's stop right here. So you're getting there early.
Right.
Okay, so maybe the whole crowd thing doesn't even affect you. If you're going to go to the casino, you park at the casino.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I was concerned because I feel like everybody probably has the same idea. We got to get down there early, so I was thinking we're probably not going to get down there till like 3:34.
That's still early.
That's still early.
Yeah, that's early. Which casino?
Yeah, I think we're going to go to Greektown.
Okay, well that's close enough to Comerica Park, I guess. So casino, then what? Then the game?
Yeah, casino, then we're going to head to the game. He's never been to a strip club, so I was going to try and drag him there, but we'll see.
Make sure you, if you're going to a strip club, make sure you bring Flex Protect Plus.
Yeah.
Good luck.
This reminds me of when they had the draft in Tennessee, in Nashville. And that's like notorious for the most bachelorette parties in like America. And all these girls like, why are all these guys here? What the hell's going on?
Right.
And they had planned these, of course, in months and maybe a year in advance or whatever. And they
like
end up
the
getting the
NFL
draft. Yeah. And then
So
they're like,
great.
what is going on? Why are all these guys here with jerseys? They're ruining our time.
Yeah. You walk into a tempest of NFL fans.
Planning a bachelor party, you and I both done it. It's tough.
It is tough.
It's a thankless job.
Mine was a disaster on so many fronts. The one I planned.
Well, it ends up costing you money.
Oh, there's no doubt. Well, when you just a quick story, I had like 30 guys. All right, here's the bachelor party plan, and it's going to cost $85 each. This is going to include kegs, hotel rooms, entry into various establishments, et cetera, et cetera. $85 each. Great. All right, yeah, 30 guys. We'll split the cost. It's all great. Yeah, got it. And then like 22 showed up.
Then you got to make up the difference.
So I'm standing in front of the bachelor party. All right, so here's the deal. 8 guys didn't show. It was $85 each with 8 guys who aren't here. So if anybody could chip in a little bit more so I don't have to cover the whole cost, I got like $30.
Yeah, I know. I did something similar.
But it is what it is.
Something very, very similar. I was expecting some more people to show up that didn't, and then I ended up buying, everything.
It is what it is.
Yeah, I took a loss, but look now. I can thankfully I'm in a position in my life financially I could afford to take a $500 hit.
Oh, but back then,
back when you're like mid-20s, taking a $500 hit is massive.
Yeah. So then you make one may. Okay, this is what one may do. When one realizes that one's going to lose like $85 times 8, one may decide, well, I don't want to buy anything else tonight. So let me, all this alcohol I brought for the pre-party. I mean, one may drink a whole ton before they leave, drink too much, and never make it to the second establishment. One may do that.
One may do that.
One may do that.
Yeah. Here's what you don't want to happen if you've planned a bachelor party, and let's say you've planned for some female entertainment to dance.
One may.
You don't want them to show up late, like over an hour late, and then have everybody freaking out and flipping out on you. And then, hey, at this point in time, again, pre-internet, hey, get the yellow pages out. Like, you're going to get the yellow pages out. What, are you going to look up strippers? What are you doing? Thank God they finally showed up, though.
That could happen 2-1.
It could.
248-539-9797. Ryan is next. What's up, Ryan?
Hey, guys.
Hey.
So my wife got tickets to Taylor Swift.
Nice.
And once everyone started realizing how busy it was going to be, her and her friend who got tickets started freaking out about the driving, the parking. And so me and the other husband got roped into actually driving them down there today. So I'm up in Grand Blanc. I'm leaving in about 20 minutes to start driving to Detroit because they also purchased some VIP bull crap that they're going in early. And so we're going to drop them off, and then we are going to go to the bars, the casinos, and, you know, whatever, and hang out for the night. So we've got a good night, but it's just funny when you guys start talking about how early people are leaving. Like, yeah, I'm up in Grand Blanc, which is usually an hour and 10-minute drive. I'm hoping that with any construction or anything like that, we'll be good. And it's just a mess. I hate that I got roped into this.
Yeah, but you know what? You can have a good time. Today could be fun.
And in your famous words, I'm getting closer to.
Yes, there's no doubt. You are definitely getting closer to.
From.
Yep, you dropping them off. It could work out well for you, Ryan.
Yeah. So yeah, hopefully I'll meet up with that bachelor party. What was that guy's name? John?
Yes.
The last caller.
You guys can hang out at Greektown.
All right, thanks guys. Have a great night.
And apparently elsewhere, if you hang with them long enough.
I looked up. I'm looking at the Taylor Swift ticket grid for right now on StubHub.
Yep.
For tonight's show, the cheapest ticket you can get is like $1,200. If I look for two together,
yep,
$1,200 each.
Yep.
Are you kidding me?
That's awfully expensive.
Taylor Swift, really?
Dude,
yeah,
she's huge.
I know she's huge, but
there's nobody bigger right now.
Yeah, no, seriously.
But I can't think of anything that. I mean,
that what?
Like you could see Paul McCartney, you know, the Beatles coming back. You know, it's like, of course, it can't happen. But if it were,
well, the Beatles come back, I guarantee they'll be bigger than
more than $1,200. But
hologram Beatles.
I'm just trying to think of like she is the biggest, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Seriously though, is this much?
Well, I mean, at one point Matthew Stafford was the highest paid quarterback. I don't know. I'm just saying, the market moves, and someone else.
So 5 years from now, if I want to go see The Weeknd in concert, it's going to cost me $1,200 or $1,400.
Yeah. Maybe JT brings sexy back again. I don't know.
I don't know.
But yeah,
this is ridiculous, right? Do we agree it's ridiculous?
5 years from now, watch, it's going to be Girl in Red.
Yes, exactly. Because someone just texted that Ed Sheeran opened up for Taylor Swift way back in the day, and Ed Sheeran is pretty big.
Yeah. He's pretty big. He's coming back, isn't he?
That's Ed F. and Sheeran.
Yeah.
248-539-9797. Speaking of which, did you see the iPhone, Gator? I know you're not a fan, but they have made a big change. In the past, if you tried to type out an F word,
I saw this, yeah,
it changed that word to duck.
Right.
Or ducking.
Mm-hmm.
They've made the change that now if you start that word with an F,
it continues.
It'll allow you to do it.
Oh, good for them. Way to clean up your act.
Hey, man. That's good for users of iPhone.
Yeah, they finally caught up to the rest of the world?
Yeah, they did.
The Android users have been doing this for a long time?
Perhaps. You don't need to clean up your act.
So I don't have to go to the Genius Bar and explain to them, hey, what's up with my phone? I can't type in the F word.
What's up with my effing phone? I have to come to this effing place to get the effing thing fixed.
Why the duck won't this work?
It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, did you know that there's an actual science behind the perfect night's sleep? Well, the experts at True Sleep Mattress Store have helped thousands, and I'm also going to take one for a test drive myself. And I'm told that there are many health benefits to having the right mattress. And I don't sleep well, so I'm looking forward to this. Pretty excited. I know that better sleep equals better performance. Find your perfect sleep system, too, at True Sleep in Troy, Warren, Shelby, or Lake Orion.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Welcome those of you watching on Twitch and YouTube. You just saw Kang break a camera behind the glass.
He did what?
The camera was pointed at his chest. I said, during the last segment, I said, hey, you might want to tilt that camera up a little bit. And he went and got, what'd you get, napkins to try and tilt it up? And in your, it managed to, while you were adjusting it, it just froze. And I think, I don't know if it's still frozen. They got to work it again. But your camera is.
Wasn't it adjusted by Ben?
Ben, can you fix Kang's camera?
Isn't he the one who controls the cameras?
Yeah, I thought so.
Yeah.
I'm assuming he couldn't. and that's why I was stuck that way. I tried to MacGyver it with some napkins, but
Yeah. Yep.
Oh, did you have a safety pin?
no.
Stick of gum?
No.
Did you unplug it?
And you
Unplug
can't
it?
MacGyver it without a stick of gum and a safety pin. You know this.
How about you unplug it and plug it back in?
Did you try that?
I don't want to unplug anything back here.
That's
No, I don't. Yeah, I know.
Knock the
You
station off the air.
Is it this one?
You start screaming, Robbie!
Is it the red cord?
Neil! Scott! Ryan! We all the engineers in here.
Flex
Came from the
Protect Plus.
station. Yeah, we don't have Flex Protect Plus. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls in a minute. Tigers last night, I mean, they scored a couple runs. Offensive outburst, huh? And apparently Reese Olson's okay. That's the encouraging part.
Yeah, that was that was nice. I was going to text you guys after the first inning when they brought him in to pitch the second. Yeah, I was nervous yesterday. I'm like, why isn't he starting? And I still asked the question today.
Yeah.
So why not
didn't he
start? I don't get that.
So I guess CBS Sports came out with a story that said it was basically he went through a full warm up and they didn't want to do it again, but then they pitched him anyway. I don't know, man.
Yeah, and he pitched 5 innings. He looked great.
This would be one of life's mysteries.
He looked great.
Yep. This is lose but be interesting.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly,
Find some pieces.
the minimum hurdle to clear this year when they aren't expected to be good was, okay, you can lose but be interesting. Reese Olson is interesting. You know, I mean, it's a pitching prospect who had some filthy minor league numbers that they got for Daniel Norris, but he was a low-level guy at the time, and it's going well. So that's awesome.
High strikeout volume guy, but had not started the season all that great.
No.
And then his last few starts in the minors was amazing. Got his chance. He went 5 innings of no-hit ball last week, and then pitched into the 6th inning and gave up a couple hits, was charged with a couple runs, and they took him out. And, last night the Tigers go with an opener in the game.
Yep.
And I questioned, I'm like, why the hell is this going on? But, there's a process, I guess, why he didn't start. Instead, it was Holton who pitched a scoreless inning. Then Reese Olson comes in, tosses 5 innings of 3-hit and 1-run baseball. I mean, the kid's been really good in his first 2 starts. Keep it up, right?
That's all we need to see.
Yeah, just keep
maybe,
it up.
Maybe a bit more, but
well, maybe the team hitting would be nice. Alex Lang, unfortunately, his last 2 outings, he's been very hittable and had struggled with his control, and it bit him last night, which is really, really unfortunate.
248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. We've got Rich next. Hi, Rich.
Bridge.
Oh, is it Bridge?
Hey, Bridge.
Bridge.
Hey, Bridge.
Hey, guys. This is Bridge.
How you doing, Bridge?
Okay, I don't know why should I change my name, but that's okay.
We had you as Rich, but we got you now.
Okay, so my son and his wife and their 2 kids, they came from San Francisco for Taylor Swift.
Wow.
And I think they're paying less than people here buying tickets on the open market. And because he and my son and my daughter who lives in Detroit, they have season tickets for the Lions game. And she said she could buy as many tickets as she wants at face value. And I don't know how, but I didn't ask her.
It was part of being a season ticket holder, maybe?
I think it is.
Yeah,
wow.
So she got 4 tickets at face value for them. And they're spending the night here with her parents. And then right now, in about a couple of hours, they'll head to downtown. And he has a friend who lives downtown, and they'll crash in his apartment after the show.
Perfect.
So they'll park the car there, walk to the stadium, so no parking. It's like a half a mile. And the tickets are at face value. So I think the cost of their tickets from San Francisco would be less than what people would pay for 4 tickets.
You might be right. Flying from San
right.
Francisco, crashing in an apartment downtown, having a place to park, and face value tickets, that could be cheaper than what some local people are paying. Yeah. That's crazy.
Okay.
Yep, thank you. 248-539-9797. Daryl is next here on 97.1. Hi, Daryl.
How you guys doing? I have an answer to your rhetorical question, but I have a real answer.
Okay.
Your question was, when will this happen again?
Yep.
July the 27th. Beyonce. According to Forbes, they both on tour right now. She's outpacing Taylor Swift by $500 million. Her tour is slated to earn $1.2 billion.
Wow.
500 more than Beyonce. Than Taylor Swift. If you don't believe me, Google Forbes magazine, May the 8th, 2023. It'll tell you.
And she's coming to. Is she coming to Ford Field?
She'll be at Ford Field the 27th of July.
That's amazing.
$2.1 billion for a tour.
Yeah.
That's a lot of damn money.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Well, that's a lot of damn money.
So there's the answer to you guys' rhetorical question that there was supposed to be no answer for, but there's the answer.
Well, tickets right now for Beyonce are a heck of a lot cheaper.
Are they?
Tickets for I'm, you know me, I'm part of the Hive.
Yes.
If I wanted seats on the floor, right now, seats on the floor, I can get them for $446. If I wanted right in front of the stage, on the floor, right in front of the stage, $1,700 a piece.
That's a lot cheaper than Taylor Swift. Right?
Yeah.
It's not cheap. That's a lot.
No,
cheaper
it
than
ain't cheap
Taylor.
at all. But given the difference in cost, my goodness.
All right, Gator, we love behind the
You
scenes.
want to go to Beyonce?
I might go to Beyonce.
Beyonce you'd go to, huh?
I probably would before Taylor Swift. Yeah.
With me?
No.
You don't want to go to
you wanted me to go with you?
Yeah, just two of us.
No.
No to Beyonce.
He thinks of going to a concert as more of like
it's a date,
with his wife. He doesn't want to go with you.
But if I had a ticket for you, you want to see Beyonce?
I don't want to see Beyonce.
Oh,
that much. Basically, God, I'm scared that the translation of this is I don't want to see Beyonce with you.
That's exactly
does that sound
what
like
the
does that sound like
translation
what
is.
I'm saying?
Yeah.
I thought that's exactly what you were saying.
I think it probably kind of is.
Kang, do you want to? If I had a ticket, would you go?
Yeah.
Yeah. See, Kang's down.
I accept your rose.
Thank you. Well,
Would your wife want to go see Beyonce with you or Taylor Swift?
With Gator or with me?
With you. The scary part is my wife might rather go with Gator. I know the kids. I know the kids would.
The daughter.
I asked my daughter last night, "Would you go to Taylor Swift with me?" And she goes, "Yeah." I said, "I wouldn't embarrass you." She goes, "Oh, I'd pay no attention to you." I'd say no matter what. And she's like, "I wouldn't even know you were there." I'm like, "Okay."
She actually might yell out "Stranger Danger."
She's probably thinking right now, did Dad get tickets? Am I going? Are we going? Was he testing me?
The answer is no. You're not going. If she's listening, which is highly unlikely. So you go to Beyonce with Gator.
Yeah, I think with these experiences with big artists, I mean, I'm not a huge Beyonce fan either, but I'd experience this with you, Gator.
Thank you. Thank you, Kang.
And do we have to wear cleats to this one?
No.
How about Taylor Swift? Cleats for Taylor Swift?
No, boots.
Boots
for Taylor Swift. And this, you just wear a nice, stylish shoe. You just look good, man. You just look good.
Flat, a sensible flat. Is that what you'd wear?
I'm going to pick you up. Wear something nice.
Yeah, wear something nice. Just look pretty.
Right.
Just look pretty. That's all I ask of you.
We get texts all the time like, I wouldn't pay that much for her and all this stuff. Dude, music is subjective. I don't know what to tell you.
Of course
like,
it is.
I'd pay that much for Zach Brown, though. Well, someone else wouldn't as well. You know what I mean? Like,
that's what I'm saying. Like, this price has gotten to the point, like, I can't, like, the act that I would want to see most right now, how high what price would I pay? It would be like a few $100, maybe. And I'd have to have a good seat. But to just get in price, just getting into Ford Field is $1,200. That to me is insane. Like, there's some dad out there,
I don't know how you justify
scrambling to try to get his daughter to go to the show because she desperately wants to go. And Daddy, I got shut out of tickets. I tried getting in. Okay, I'm trying to help you out. And he's like, $1,200. That's $1,200.
I mean, there's certain things that sound great, and then you see the price. We did this with the Kentucky Derby. We were all convinced, group of friends, all going to go, a bunch of couples go to the Kentucky Derby. And after planning and looking for workarounds and staying in Indianapolis and renting a driver, I mean, everything we could think of to try and afford this trip, we were like, it's just never going to happen. We are never going to the Kentucky Derby. It's not happening. I would go to the Kentucky Derby with you. Would you go to
I'm not
Kentucky?
asking you.
I know. I'm asking you. Would you go to the Kentucky Derby with me?
Maybe.
All right. 248-539-9797. All right, we love behind-the-scenes stuff. Remember the Lions traded from 6 to 12 on draft night after Witherspoon went with the fifth pick to Seattle? The Lions moved from 6 to 12 with Arizona. Arizona just released a video with their GM on the phone with Brad Holmes.
Oh.
You'll hear what it sounded like today
Awesome.
at 12:05 here on 97.1. Gator got up during the commercial break. Starts swinging his arms around. Getting ready for the Jamie Samison Classic tonight.
I'm just glad it's not going to be like 85 degrees like it was last year.
Softball game raising money for charity.
Bit of a blower last year.
And then he made this comment. If I had to play right now, it wouldn't be pretty.
Would not be pretty.
Which begs the question, what can happen over the next 7 hours that's going to make it pretty?
I'll be rested. I'll probably take a nap when I get home. Have plenty of time to stretch the way I want to stretch. Some fluids in me.
Yeah, this is just the first phase, Doug, right now that you saw, what you were witnessing of just kind of a premier athlete just getting loose, getting into his zone. It's 6 hours, 6 to 7 hours now?
7 hours.
He'll hit his
first
peak.
pitch.
Yeah.
He's started his throwing program.
Yeah.
Yep. You already worn out?
Are you winded a little bit?
I'm winded. I'm ready for this.
Might be the air quality.
Might be the air quality.
It's
I'm blame on the air quality. 2 days ago, I went for a 3-mile walk. I was fine.
Yep.
Today,
Yeah, you get a good pregame meal in you, man. Nothing too heavy.
nothing
all right?
heavy, man. It might just be grapes. Maybe just some grapes, red grapes.
Red, seedless?
The red seedless, yeah. They did a story on it the other day on the news, how grapes have gotten out of hand, expensive right now.
Dude, they are.
The supply chain issues, I guess, with the grapes.
Mm-hmm.
But that should be corrected by the end of the month was the story.
Whew.
But the price of grapes had gone up they've gone up like $2 a bag, which seems like a lot.
I'll make a comment about grapes.
Yeah.
The disparity between a really good one and a bad one it's pretty distinct. If I go grocery shopping, my wife was like, "Did you choose this bag of grapes?" And I'll be like,
"Uh-oh.
Yeah.
What'd I do?" And
then when she brings home grapes and they're like these big plump, perfect, and mine are a little brown, and I've learned in the last couple of years. I'm getting better. When it comes to choosing grapes.
Men and women typically shop differently.
Yes, we
Men
do.
hunt. We just find, there it is, got it, throw it in the bag. Women will take their time, and when it comes to
Compare.
produce, rightfully so.
My wife will go to different stores for different items.
Well, that might be a little much. Hey, happy wife, happy life.
This is correct. So I'm not going to. Yeah, if you're going to go to multiple stores to do grocery shopping, that's
The grapes I bought were very
more power
average.
to you, honey.
They were very average.
You're an
grapes.
average.
But
You
in
honey
fairness,
nuts
I did try to select the best bag I could. There just wasn't much of a selection.
No.
So,
all right. So we mentioned this before the break. This is from now. The Arizona Cardinals put this out. Was it their Twitter page?
YouTube. It's I believe it's called Flight Plan. Like
Okay.
their plan
Right.
words for their team videos.
So what you are going to hear is their general manager, Monty Ossenfort, and he's on the phone. Do we have his discussion with Seattle too? Because we edited. They put out an edited version, and then we edit it down even more just for on-air purposes to cut back on some of the dead air. But you'll hear Monty Ossenfort because Arizona had traded from 3 back to 12, and then they were looking to move back up. And so they called Seattle at 5. They had a plan with Vegas at 7. They talked to Detroit at 6. Seattle eventually turns them down, and he's talking with Brad Holmes. So that's what you're going to hear. You can see the entire thing on YouTube if you so choose. But this is from Flight Plan from the Arizona Cardinals, their GM, talking with Seattle and talking with Brad Holmes. Okay, so there's a couple things in there that are really interesting. First of all, you hadn't heard that before, right?
I had not. I loved it.
Was it easy to follow?
I think so.
Okay, so at first they're talking to Seattle, and he asks him, "Are you?" So what's Schneider? John
Yep.
Schneider. He asks him, "So you're going to pick here?" And he obviously says yes. So the Seattle deal at 5 is off the table. They have a deal worked out with Vegas at 7 that they say he used the term even deal. So I assume what he means is they've kind of agreed to terms. If it comes to that, they'll move up to 7. But they wanted to get their guy, which was Paris Johnson Jr.
Yes,
Isn't that who
that's
they
who
took?
they drafted.
Okay. And so Detroit, he calls Detroit. He offers 34 for 6. So you get 12 and 34 for 6. And if you heard him, what he said, he sounded like he repeated that Brad Holmes wanted a number 1 in 24.
Right.
So Holmes countered and said, "How about you give us a number 1 next year?" Which is fascinating to hear that Brad
I love the negotiation.
He was trying to go 2 number 1s 3 years in a row. And Ossenfort said no, and the deal ended up being, as you heard him say, 12, 34, and 168 for 6 and 81. Interesting to hear that stuff.
Very interesting. I love that he tried to get the first-round pick because I wouldn't expect Arizona to be very good.
Right.
So if you get Arizona's first-round pick next year,
It could have been pretty
it
good,
could have been
right?
a top 10 pick, yeah.
But that's what he was initially after.
Yeah, so it's interesting because, of course, what the Lions end up drafting is Jahmyr Gibbs at 12.
Mm-hmm.
You know, what you would love to know as a Lions fan is if they had stayed at 6, who would they have taken at 6?
Yeah, it sounds like in their view they would have been kind of stuck at 6. It sounds as though because they might have taken Jahmyr Gibbs. Might have.
Well, they could have unless they thought that Bijan Robinson was better.
Might have. I mean, like I said, they had a half dozen players at the top of their board. Witherspoon was obviously one. Jahmyr Gibbs was one. And we don't know who else.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of what ifs with the Lions draft. Like, what if, Skoronski was not drafted at 11? If he was there at 12, was he a guy that they thought was got to have him? Don't know. I'd love to know. We'd all love to know what's
Sure.
on that, that list.
Well, and Jack Campbell. They said Jack Campbell was one, right? Because they said they got 2 of their top half dozen. Did they say half dozen or dozen players? Anyway, they got 2 players that they had rated way higher than they ended up taking him. But the other thing that stood out is how Ossenfort calls everybody Bud.
Hey, bud.
Hey, Bud.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, Bud. You just wonder if he doesn't really know their names.
What do you what are you doing at 6?
He was very sheepish, wasn't he?
He was.
Kinda
I loved
sheepish,
it. Yeah.
right? Hey, Bud.
And the thing is that I had to edit some of it out because it was long, but he's getting a clock check. There's time here, and they're getting kind of pressure, which is the best thing the NFL ever did was shorten the time between picks and force all GMs to, hey, let's do this, right?
Because it's, 10 minutes between picks in
Yeah.
the first round? It used to be 15.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And he would get a clock check, and someone would say 7 minutes. He'd be like, all right, see, no, yeah, what are you thinking? Huh? And you should see the new head coach they have. He was from the Philly organization. I forget if he was offensive defensive coordinator. He was just kind of sitting back in awe of the whole thing, watching it go down and letting him cook. Yeah.
Interesting. I think the head coach would be involved.
No, I think he's one of those guys. Hey, you give me the pieces and I'll work with him. I mean, I'm sure they talked of course, and who they like.
I think what we're finding out is that as every draft comes and goes, we see more of these videos.
Yeah.
The more and more we understand that draft day is historically accurate.
The movie?
It was weird that Jennifer Garner came into this.
It was
scene.
strange.
Yeah.
It was strange.
And she just came
like
out.
she just walks in and you're like, what?
She gave him the cap numbers.
Yeah.
And said, I'm an actress. Those aren't real.
Well, if you ever do want to see something
What do
fascinating
you mean by those aren't real?
The numbers, Gator.
If you want to see something fascinating as it pertains to the movie Draft Day, which is one of our favorites, is the general manager of the LA Chargers, Tom Telesco, watches
So
the
great.
movie and comments on how real stuff is.
And how unreal other things are. But that there are absolutely elements of truth. Now, the fact that they all happen on the same day, the same 12-hour period is utterly ridiculous, but there's stuff in there. And he's like, that's good information. They're going to say that's good intel right there.
I wish he would, because he was actually talking Seattle, just
Yeah.
like in the movie. And I wish he
That's
would have
right.
called him a derogatory
Pancake eating mother ducker.
And Snyder's like, that was uncalled for.
Yeah.
Why? We like Witherspoon.
You don't have
And
to
throw
be
in
that way.
Putney.
Yeah.
You got to get Putney out of the deal. All right, 248-539-9797. We'll get to more of your phone calls. Also coming up, is the NFL circling the drain? One columnist suggests that might be the case. We'll get to that today at 12:20 here on 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, you getting ready for the big concert tonight? You going to tailgate? Going to pre-party? Well, if you are, make sure you bring a bottle of Flying Ace Spirits bourbon with you. Your friends are going to thank you, and believe me, you're going to thank yourself because it's delicious bourbon. It is the perfect everyday drinker, and it's as smooth as it is unpretentious. There's no gimmicks involved at all with Flying Ace bourbon. It's just great, approachable American whiskey for the maverick at heart. And listen, it's only $30 a bottle, so it's not going to bust your budget at all. What is Flying Ace Spirits bourbon? It's a blend of aged whiskeys. It's got notes of caramel, toasted rye, vanilla, and ripe stone fruit. It's a versatile spirit. You can drink it any way you want. You want to do shots with your friends. You want to drink it straight, have a sipper all night long. That works. You want to pour it on the rocks, mellow it out a little bit, get a different flavor profile. Yep. Or do you want to mix it? Have no fear. Mix it with ginger ale or Coke or whatever you want to do. There's nobody's going to look at you funny about it. It's great. It's absolutely delicious. It's a small batch American-made bourbon. It's blended in Holland, Michigan, and it's part of the Coppercraft family, artfully crafted for the brave of heart. Try it yourself. You can follow them at Flying Ace Spirits on Instagram. This way you get to stay up to date on all of their upcoming releases. And as always, please drink responsibly.
The car, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Michael. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Michael. Michael, are you there?
two things. First, I love that Brad Holmes is going for a first-round pick in that trade.
Yeah, isn't that funny?
Just shows that he's got the nerve that we need.
Yep.
And then second, I think you guys mentioned the Jamie Samuelson charity softball outing tonight.
Yes.
Which made me remember. So one of my best friends, he stood up in my wedding. He's 33 years old. He is now cancer-free. He found out 2 months after his wife found out she was pregnant.
Wow.
And
he's 33?
Know that, yeah, 33.
Man.
Doctor said the tumor's probably been growing for the last 10 years or so. So it's important to get that early. Just wanted to get that message out there.
Absolutely, it is. That's the whole point of the softball game, is to raise money for the charity and awareness about how important it is to get a colonoscopy. All men should get one by 45 years old. And Jamie left us way too soon. It's just tragic, but trying to turn a tragedy into a positive, and that's what we're doing tonight.
Well,
yep. So I know that he may be missed a lot, but he is definitely helping a lot of people out there by getting the word out.
Well, I mean, first of all, the process is not nearly as bad as guys historically thought it was.
No.
You're basically out cold the entire time. With my most recent screening, which came when Jamie had his diagnosis and talked to us about it at the station, I found a polyp, and now I have to get checked every 5 years. And I'm not scared of it at all. It was 2020, so I know 2025, 2030, yeah, on the fives. I can count by fives
there you
easily, yeah. It's funny, I got out of the appointment, and I called my parents. I said, yep, I got to come back. Dad's, why is that? And I said, they found a polyp. And he goes, welcome to the Polyp Club. And I'm like, oh, you too? And he's like, yep. But it's what you got to do, and it cuts it off before it gets too bad.
Yep.
You know, and it saves your life. And Jamie was like, okay, let's get the word out, spread the word. And remember, that was a 2020 show where I actually did the prep on the air.
Yes, you did. So commercial breaks came at appropriate times, and you were close enough to the bathroom.
I was doing the show from home, and sometimes in the middle of segments.
May have to get up.
Yep. That was wild.
I found the prep when I had my colonoscopy about 5 years ago to be absolutely hilarious.
Yep.
I could not stop laughing throughout the whole thing.
Yep.
Like, these are the sounds that are coming out of my body. And these are things that are coming out of my body right now. I just never thought that was going to be the case. And it was hilarious.
Yep.
And once you get past that 2 to 3 hours of fun, it's fine. You know, it's the toughest thing is to not eat, right?
Yeah.
Otherwise,
you eat a lot of Jell-O, and then you go in and you take a nap, and then they send you home.
Yeah.
That's basically what it feels like. So.
Good night's sleep.
Okay. So interesting column from Connor Orr, he's a writer for Sports Illustrated. And I guess I want to know if you think this is an overreaction. He's talking about the Isaiah Rodgers story. Isaiah Rodgers, the cornerback from the Indianapolis Colts, who is the most recent to be caught in the NFL's net as it pertains to gambling. And we know what happened here. We obviously know what happened here with Jameson Williams. I'm going to read portions of this. He writes, Colts cornerback Isaiah Rodgers called in hundreds of bets, some of which involved the team he plays for, funneled through an account without his name on it. Rodgers knowingly went through a process of using a third-party account just to get his bets in. Rodgers' bets were mostly below $100 with several low-figure bets on the docket. The problem is what Rodgers' case does for our imaginations. The idea that a player could and did go through the trouble of using a secret account to place bets relating to his own football team raises the kind of conspiratorial questions that the NFL has always hoped to tamp down after it jumped in bed with a horde of sportsbooks. It's not the NBA referee Tim Donaghy admitting to fixing playoff games. It's not the Black Sox throwing the 1919 World Series. And Rodgers, regardless of whether he bet on the Colts or against them, had his best season as a professional last year. Also, given the meager sums that he placed on games relative to NFL paychecks, it's hard to imagine any game-altering incidents were a result. If Rodgers was allowing completions to secure the final leg of a $30 parlay, his problems are far bigger that he'd have to sit out than as long as he'd have to sit out. In the coming weeks, Rodgers will have every one of his targets analyzed. That suspicion, even if unfounded, is simply with us now. That Raider fan with an egg avatar in your timeline who retweets conspiracy videos may not have been wrong about the one fumble at the end of that one game. If football begins to go the way of professional boxing, where almost nothing happens without suspicion of some failed or cheated drug test, some plaster inside the gloves, or some tomato can taking a fall for an under-the-table payment, that could change the landscape of football quickly. Rodgers' reported behavior alone is not enough to break this into a full-blown crisis, but optically, we're absolutely circling the drain. A player placed bets on his own team in games he actually suited up into play. The door has now been opened to question that fumble, that drop pass, that poorly run route, that interception. Irresponsible social media users were already sharing damning clips from one of Rodgers' teammates Monday before we knew the identity of the player in question. MLB recovered from the Black Sox scandal. NBA recovered from Donaghy. The NFL already recovered from Paul Hornung. It will go on, but it won't be the same again, not when potential evidence and the ability to place a bet are right at our fingertips. Gator, is this an overreaction? Are people going to start questioning more and more results of games?
Yeah, I think they will. I think the scary part is that using a third party and he's been caught. Do I think he's the only one? No, I don't. The thing that makes it somewhat harmless, it's not harmless, but somewhat harmless, is the amount of money that he's betting on him.
Yep.
Unless you see like $10,000, $20,000 bets, if he's betting a couple $100 on it, then that's on him, I guess. You know, if you're going to risk your career for that, that's just dumb. But he wants to gamble. He wants the action. So do I think there are other players like that? Yeah. And will people scrutinize over every play? Absolutely. And the NFL has a hornet's nest that they're dealing with. And they knew this going into it, or at least they should have known going into it, that there are going to be incidents like this that question the integrity of the league. And that's the one thing that you cannot compromise, is the integrity of the league. And this is why they come down hard on players that bet on the game. We talked earlier in the week about the hypocrisy with what's going on with Jameson Williams and how the strange rules, and you know where you can bet even if you're not betting on football, that you can't bet if it's an NFL facility. Whether or not that gets changed, I don't know. But maybe a story like this and more incidents like this give the NFL more strength to say, no, this is exactly why we punished you for 6 games, Jameson Williams, and the rest of you people, because we can't have any look of impropriety that questions the integrity of the game.
I guess the question is, are we going to get a first wave of suspensions and then it's going to be shut down? Like it was, hey, we can get away with this, and until they realized they couldn't. There was that story in The Athletic earlier in the week about the agent who says he's got clients that are saying, hey, I absolutely have bet on NFL games, and I bet on games at my facility. And his response was, well, don't lie, but you don't need to come forward with this information publicly. So there are other guys out there right now holding their breath, hoping they didn't get caught.
I think there's a lot of players that are holding their breath right now that haven't been caught yet. I mean, I have a hard time believing that out of the entire NFL, whatever it is, you know, you got 60 guys on a roster times 30 teams. So, you know, 1,800 players or whatever it is, that there are only a handful that were betting on games. And not NFL games, just betting on games from NFL facilities that they didn't know the rules. There has to be a bunch more. So when that story came out like a month ago, hey, there's a second wave of players, and we still haven't heard anything about that second wave of players. How big is this second wave going to be?
Well, we haven't heard much. Isaiah Rodgers was one of them. There's an unnamed lion that's still out there, right?
Yep.
So as it stands right now, we're going to take some calls on this. The thing is, Gator, we took these calls before gambling was made legal.
Yes.
We took calls mostly, I swear, from my recollection, there's one sport that we got more calls about than any other, and it was the NBA. And it was before Donaghy, before gambling was legal. People through the Pistons going to work era, that group with Chauncey and company, we got a lot of calls about the league was out to get Detroit and that the fix is in, et cetera, et cetera.
Well, they hated the Pistons style of basketball.
A little bit with the NHL. We didn't get a lot of talk with the NFL, but we did get some. And now stories like this, I agree with them that it's not a good look, and people are going to question. I don't think football's going to lose its place unless there's some rampant stuff that we just aren't aware of yet.
No, but I mean, you're asking if this is an overreaction with this article, and I don't necessarily think it is, because I do think that there are I mean, this is just barely taking the top off the bottle. I mean, I think there's a lot of substance in there, that potential substance with players that have found other ways around betting on games.
So we did the topic yesterday. We were talking about how Stanley Cup and NBA Finals ratings are up, and one of the suggested reasons was gambling.
Yeah.
People are gambling on the games, so they're more invested in the games, and they watch the games more. I wonder if anyone has had literally the exact opposite. Because of gambling, are you watching games less?
Well, we know we've had calls from people that say leagues are fixed, games are fixed, and they stop watching because they know the outcome, or the outcome is already predetermined.
Yep.
And there are those people out there. I think that they get far outweighed by the new wave of people that are gamblers that now have interest in the sports that they never had interest in before. I think that far outweighs those that go the other way on it.
248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1. Tons of feedback on downtown Detroit coming in. Taylor Swift tonight, Tigers in town. Parking might be $80. I think it's Parkwise is an app where you can find cheap parking. And Greg, who's answering phones for us today, went on that app and said he could still find places where you could park for $10. So
how far away?
Well, I don't know. Let me download the. I actually have the Parkwise app and ParkWiz. Sorry, WHIZ. Maybe there's two different apps. ParkWiz. I haven't used it in a long time, so I got to upload it again.
Oh,
sure. It's got the little cloud next to it. So I'll see what we can find. But here's what's come in. From an unnamed texter, I'm in downtown Detroit trolling for parking for a meeting. It's insane already. Swifties everywhere.
Oh, no. It's 12:30.
Well, concert starts in 6 hours. She'll take the stage in like 8 hours.
I honestly would make a day out of it. I'd call, take the day off, go downtown, enjoy the weather, get some lunch.
Like how you changed it up. I'd call in. I'd take the day off.
Well, this is pre-planned.
I would say this. Downtown Detroit, the riverfront right now is beautiful. The whole park area down there and just walking down there must be great. I'm curious how it looks now that the Grand Prix is done. Is there still remnants of that? But 8 hours ahead of time? I get making a day of it, but I mean, this is pack 3 lunches. What is this?
I think part of making a day out of it is because necessity, just beating the crowd, not having to deal with the parking fiasco.
I mean,
and whatnot.
it's like a tailgate, right?
Yep.
When are you going to get to the stadium? Well, game starts at it's a 3:30 kick, so
I'll be there at 6 a.m.
Yeah. If I'm getting in line with the early tailgaters at 8 o'clock to get into the to the parking lots, I mean, that's a long ass day. And if you want to get there at noon, you're fighting traffic still. It's just you can't win.
248-539-9797. More feedback coming in on this front. I know it won't be as big as this weekend, but this is a glimpse into what the draft will be like next year. It's from Sam.
Draft is totally different.
Sam, it's a great question. Now, will the draft, will parking, I mean, the draft is free, if I recall correctly.
Yes.
Many of the areas are free. But
Parking
could be.
But there's going to be worse because there's going to be more people for the draft spilling out everywhere. And they're going to close off streets. They're not closing off streets for this. I mean, I'm sure they have police directing traffic, but for the draft, I imagine they're going to close off streets and just have the whole downtown area available.
I forgot there's fireworks tonight at the Tiger game. That's from an unnamed texter.
Oh, fireworks tonight too? Well, Swifty plays for what, 3 hours?
Yeah. 3 hours strong.
So the show will be done around 11 o'clock-ish.
Yep.
I don't know if there's a curfew for when they have to have concerts done. I think there is.
From an unnamed texter, my 2 girls are going. I'm dropping them off at 4:30. One's almost ready to have a baby. She's due July 7th. So I don't want her dealing with all this crap. She's less than a month to go.
What are you doing? Well, I can't speak on this, but your wife, she's given birth.
Yes.
Kang, your wife, she's given birth.
Yes.
How was she a month out?
Well, she wasn't begging to go to a concert, but
no,
I didn't argue with her a month out. It was whatever she wanted to do.
Would you risk it?
No, I wouldn't, and I don't think she would either. But that baby better wait.
Is that a song?
Yeah, it's actually not. That's not a lyric from Shake It Off, but it's similar to one.
What?
The hater's gonna hate.
Oh, and he changed it to wait. See what he did there?
Yeah.
That's clever.
That's all I got, man.
That's clever.
I'm not bringing A-grade material. That's the best I got. Driving to a Tiger game with a Swift concert going on? No way. The Tigers should be on the road. There's going to be 100,000 people downtown tonight. This is true. I'm not going downtown for the next 2 days. 70,000 people there will be there with all that traffic. Oh my, that's going to be a wild scene. And then this one, August will be worse with WWE coming to town. The Tigers play and Madonna all on the same
Oh,
day.
man. That is a lot.
Regarding the Connor Orr column that the NFL is invited a ton of scrutiny, and the Isaiah Rodgers gambling on his own games, the Indianapolis Colt cornerback, is going to have people questioning his every move moving forward, and how can you blame them? He writes, the integrity of the league has been damaged by the ridiculous, nonsensical reffing, not gambling. See, I can see mistakes being made by refs. I think that's has been, always will be part of it.
Yep. Always scrutinized. Yeah, but anytime somebody drops a pass, like a wide open touchdown, they drop it. There's people are right now, people are saying point shaving.
Yep.
Drop a first down catch, point shaving. You fumble inexplicably, point shaving.
John says, I laugh at the NFL's every other commercial on your station and every college and pro football broadcast is a sports book, but then they tell their players they can't do it.
It's unbelievable.
It'd be interesting to find out how many owners are a betting bunch of hypocrites. Well, again, players are allowed to bet. There's just some rules about it. And I think it makes sense that they shouldn't be betting on their own games. And people say, well, what if they bet on their team to win? What message are they sending in the games they don't bet on their team to win? Like if you're betting on your team to win all the time and then you say, I might take this week off. What message does that send? So I don't, I think that makes sense. Am I wrong? I mean, just because a bar sells liquor doesn't mean they let their bartenders drink and drive.
This is true.
Yeah, there are things you just can't do, and that's part of it. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Coco. You're next here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Coco.
Hey there, how are you?
We're good, Coco.
That's good. I got two solutions to the downtown parking.
Yeah.
The first one is park up near West Grand Boulevard, Woodward area, in the New Center area.
Mm-hmm.
And if the queue line is running, take the queue line down to the ball game, concert, or whatever.
Yep, that makes sense.
That makes a lot of sense.
And the second one is still park up in the New Center area and get an Uber.
Mm-hmm.
Call for Uber and have the Uber take you down and drop you off.
Yeah, that could be expensive because of surge pricing and availability, but also makes sense.
But it'd be cheaper than trying to find a parking spot and spending $50.
Most likely.
Minimum.
Most likely that'll be the case, yes.
How much would you pay a neighbor to drive you? Like they have no interest in it's Friday night. They're like, look, I'll give
It
you.
depends on my neighbor. Somewhere between $25 and maybe to $50.
Yeah,
Especially if they come back and get me.
exactly.
It makes sense. And I mean, a lot of it has to do with how far the drive is, right?
Right. I'm like looking, let's say it's a 20-minute drive somewhere. Maybe go more. Go say a half an hour. Let's say you live in, I don't know, Rochester, or maybe a little bit further in, or closer in. But it's at least a half an hour drive.
I think you're pushing $100.
I think you're right. Round trip.
Reasonably.
Like, okay, I'll give you $100 if you drop me off and pick me up later.
Yep. I think it could be.
You think that goes on, or do you think people are just like they don't even want to bother anybody?
I bet it goes on. I mean,
Lean on parents.
Yeah, kind of an unofficial Uber service.
Yeah.
I bet. I think there's probably a lot of people that are going to be downtown that just drove people today and waited, not for hire, but like drove their kids, drove their friends. Keith says he's driving. I think Keith said he's driving his niece, our buddy Keith.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's true. I think he's a secret Swift.
I think he's going.
Yeah, I do too.
I think he's definitely going to the show.
I have very little doubt. All right, 248-539-9797. Years ago, we dubbed a player in Detroit TBP ITL.
That's right.
I think there's a new one. We'll get to that at 12:50 here on 97.1.
Tired of maintaining your old, tired deck? Well, rise above maintenance with Trex composite decking from Builder's First Source. Trex decking is fade, stain, scratch, and mold resistant. If you got red wine spills or a scorching sun, don't worry about it. Trex decking maintains its premium ageless look no matter what you throw at it, with decking to fit any budget. Find Trex composite decking at Builders First Source in Clinton and Shelby Townships and online at bldrmichigan.com. Builders First Source, Macomb County's largest and first source for decking.
Good news. The big old tub of pretzels is making an appearance next hour.
Love it.
102. 248-539-9797. Interesting question here from a listener I just saw. Question about tailor-gating. What does one...
Are we calling it tailor-gating? Come on! Let's not make this all cutesy.
What does one eat and drink when tailor-gating for a Swift show?
Kale?
I don't think so, my man. Look, you can make fun of kale, but you've crossed a line.
No,
man.
I think kale. Kale roll-ups?
Why kale?
I don't know. I'm trying to think what the Swiftie crowd is like. They're going to follow her lifestyle. She's
Capri Suns with the pouch.
Stop doing that movement.
The stabbing of the straw through the pouch.
Okay, that's a drink.
Yep.
They got to eat.
Actually, fruit roll-ups is
Birdseed? What do they? I mean, what do they eat?
Uncrustable peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. I mean, it's basically
that young?
It's well, no, but if you're going to a Taylor Swift show, I bet there's some people that are older that are going to dress way younger than they are.
Oh, 100%.
And then you're going to eat way younger than you are, right? You have the middle school
no,
lunch.
those people that are going to try to look younger than what they are drinking way too much.
Probably.
I did get a text.
White Clam Central.
Yeah.
I got a ticket text this week that someone said the lines at these concerts, the Taylor Swift ones, are usually longer for the Dippin' Dots than they are for the alcohol.
Right. Sure. 248-539-9797. Paul's on 97 on the ticket. What's up, Paul?
Good afternoon, gentlemen. Love the show.
Thank you.
Yeah, my sister texted me the other day and offered me $100 to drive her and her fiance down there and drop them off and pick them up because they figured it'd be that much for an Uber, so they might as well put the money in somebody they know's pocket instead.
So, Paul, where are you? Where's this ride originating?
Actually, she lives in off of Huron River Drive in 75, so they're down at the bottom of Wayne County.
Okay.
Yeah, I live in Taylor, so it's not, to me it's no big deal. The only problem is going to be fighting the construction and everything down there.
Yeah.
And she offered to be dropped off around Campus Martius or somewhere like that, not directly in front of the stadium. They said, they're going to meander over there and take their time and whatnot, but they just didn't want to have to worry about driving.
When she offered you $100, Paul, did you counteroffer?
Oh, no, no.
You're starting
That'd be a
negotiating.
jerk move.
Yeah, I just
No.
wondered. Just wondered how much.
Are you going to turn it into
No.
a night? Are you going to like drop them off and then go somewhere else near downtown or just hang out?
No, sir. You couldn't pay me enough money to hang out down there tonight with all the people that are going to be down there.
I mean, a lot.
No, sir.
Well, good
Drop
luck.
them off and pick them up.
Good luck, my man.
Thank you very much.
Makes sense.
Yeah, you could pay him enough to drive though, because he's not the only one. We got a lot of texts that are saying people they know are paying them to drive and pick them up, drop them off.
I don't have Uber on my phone, so I don't know. What would the cost be tonight?
Oh,
Or
on
to-
a Friday night with an event going on like this and limited Ubers.
I mean,
just surge
that has
pricing.
got to be, what is, so.
How about right now, a ride from here to Ford Field?
Yeah.
Check it out.
I'll take a look.
For $3. Trying to get some merch.
It's something nice, though.
Yeah. Go, try Uber XL.
Let's see. Ford Field. Right now, from current location. Gathering options. Uber XL is $30. Uber Black, $60.32. So, no, it's not bad.
From here?
From here.
No, right now? That's why people are maybe getting down there early, too.
Yeah, it's probably not the worst pricing. All right, I mentioned earlier, TBP ITL. That's what we used to call Johan Franzen in the postseason. Gator, because he was always scoring big overtime goals. So TBP ITL was the best player in the league. We said it somewhat facetiously because he obviously wasn't the best player in the league, but he was scoring goals at critical times as if he were. Carter Verhaeghe is unbelievable. He scored the overtime game winner last night for Florida to force a game 4. Well, not to force. They're going to play game 4 no matter what, but to, I guess, get them up off the mat. They were a couple of minutes away from being down 3-0, the Florida Panthers against the Vegas Golden Knights. And Tkachuk scored late to tie the game. And then Carter Verhaeghe, who has got now 4 playoff overtime goals in the last 2 playoffs, scored again in overtime from out near the blue line, and Florida stays alive.
He had 2 game-winning goals in 81 regular season games, and he's got 4 in 19 playoff games. He's had a really nice playoffs here. 17 points in 19 games. He had 42 goals in the regular season. This guy's a pretty good player. Be nice to have someone like that. 3rd-round pick back in 2013.
Yeah, I mean, look, this has been pretty fun to watch him come through. And there's your 8 seed. I know there's a big difference between that 8 seed and the Red Wings, but that's the team that's doing this from the spot the Red Wings were battling from. So, yes. 248-539-9797.
You know, it's interesting, looking at him, this has taken him a long time to develop into this kind of player, though. He's only been in the league 4 years, and he's 27 years old. His first year, he played 52 games with Tampa Bay and had 13 points. Then he went to 43 games with Florida, had 36 points. 78 games last year, 55 points. And then this year, he explodes, 81 games, 42 goals, 73 points. Sometimes you're a late bloomer. You don't give up on people. We'll see if that can happen with some of the Red Wing players. It'd be nice to have a Carter Verhaeghe type.
Sure would.
On the Red Wings.
A TBP ITL.
That's right. Get him back.
248-539-9797. Let's go to Mitch here next. Hi, Mitch.
Hey, boys. What's happening?
How you doing, sir?
I just want to chime in on the parking situation you guys were talking about. I just had this situation come up when the Luke Combs concert was happening about a month ago.
Yeah.
So my wife and I, we live in St. Clair Shores. We stayed downtown because we knew it was going to be a mess. But our neighbors, they asked us for a ride. So they hitched a ride with us downtown for the concert, and then they were going to Uber back. Well, what most people don't understand is after a concert like that, downtown traffic is an absolute gridlock.
It is unbelievable.
You can't get out of downtown at all. And trying to find an Uber, there were like none available because they were hanging out with us at the hotel after the concert. They couldn't even find an Uber. And when they did, it was like an $80 Uber just to get back to St. Clair Shores.
Yeah, it's a tough deal, man. You don't A, surge pricing, B, availability. It's an incredibly convenient service, but it doesn't come without some hiccups.
Yeah, it's just not as easy as I'm just going to take an Uber down there, or I'm going to get my buddy to drop me off and then pick us up after the show and take us back. It's downtown's a mess after a concert like that.
I wonder if you could strategically order an Uber late in the concert, hoping that it'll
Either
arrive.
that or you have to like walk away from Ford Field
Yeah, you
and
gotta
kind of get out of downtown and
Start
do
heading
that.
north or something. You just
Yep. Because right now, there's a whole bunch of people. You're right. There's a whole bunch of people driving downtown or getting an Uber downtown or getting dropped off downtown that got their plan that are going to find out tonight at about like 1 a.m. Uh-oh.
Well, the other thing is I feel like we're making a little bit too much out of this, given that, the Lions play every Sunday.
Yeah.
And they sell that place out every Sunday. So the difference is this is at night. And it's a time when they get out. And there are other things going on downtown tonight. The Tigers game likely won't have much of an effect on this because the game will be over with well before the concert's done with. But there are other concerts downtown at the Fillmore and I forget the other place. There's another place downtown that's having a show tonight as well. And that's where it gets kind of crazy. And if the Tiger crowd wants to hang out after the game, because it is a Friday night, it's a nice night. Let's go out and hang out. Are there Swift fans that are going downtown but not going to the concert?
Probably.
Do you do that?
I think so.
I mean, it's not like football where you can, sit in your truck and watch it on TV.
Well, Ford Field, the Twitter account, the official Twitter account for Ford Field, has tweeted out saying, "Do not gather. There is no spot for you. If you do not have tickets, do not come down here." It helps that it's an indoor concert, so they can't hear like it was at Comerica or something and listen outside. So, but yeah, they're warning people, please don't come if you don't have tickets.
It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Do you have any Taylor Swift songs in your phone?
That's a good question. Well, let's see what we got here. Do you?
No.
I may. You know what the first thing that popped up was? In the search bar?
No.
The last thing I searched? The Minnesota Rouser.
Is that in your phone?
Yep.
You got problems, man.
Yep.
The fight song for Minnesota football
All right, what do I got here?
or athletics? Yeah.
Artists. Taylor. I do.
Of course you
Okay,
do.
Apparently I have 3. Okay, we got this one.
I have no idea.
That's Lover.
I know that song.
Oh, wait, I got 3 from 3 albums. Oh, here we go. This is a pretty famous one. You know this one?
I don't know.
I don't know that one.
That's 22.
Oh, that's very famous.
Oh, this
popular
is
one.
maybe the most famous.
This we are never ever getting back together ever.
Never, ever. Like
ever.
ever.
Never
Yeah.
ever.
Like ever.
Never ever.
Yeah.
Gator's a Swiftie.
Yeah, apparently.
I'm looking at a list of Taylor Swift songs, and I'm guessing that would be one of them. That was it.
So there you go.
All right, so you've got an embarrassing amount. Kang, do you have any on your phone? You can stop anytime.
I don't have any songs, but I do have like through Apple Music.
What are you doing?
You could type in Taylor Swift like essentials or Taylor Swift music, whatever, and I do have that because my little girl actually really loves Taylor Swift, so she's always asking for it in the car.
Well, you have an excuse. That's good.
Doug just likes.
Doug has no excuse.
Yeah, he just likes.
Doug
the music.
actually does want to go to the concert.
Just not
Just
with
not
you.
with Gator.
Yeah, I think secretly you're hoping that Ryan's wife wants to bow out and you can step in.
No, I'm going up north golfing. I'm good.
Let me ask you guys this, both you guys.
Mm-hmm.
Taylor Swift concert, you both attend together in Dayton. Who says no?
How could I say no? How could I say no?
Kang's playing off the fact I've been trying to get Gator to road trip to the Dayton first 4 games for years.
Playing games.
He won't do it.
It's part of the tournament.
Yeah, it's the pre-tournament.
Gator hates it.
He does. His disdain for the Dayton.
It's a playing game.
It is kind of peculiar that they've decided that Dayton is the perfect place to do this every year.
Middle America.
Yeah, right. But is it really? Is it Middle America?
No,
like Kansas City?
It's more west, but not too much more west. I don't know. I guess depending on how far out Maine stretches.
Yeah, I mean, maybe it is geographically. It's just so bizarre to me that they're like, okay, so we got our 64. We're going to have our sites move.
We've got a tournament, but
except Dayton. We're going to lock into Dayton for the first 4 every year, but everything else is going to move around every year. But not Dayton. We got to hold on to Dayton.
Well, I mean, is that
if we give up Dayton, who's going to take our spot?
Is that anything more obscure than Omaha?
Yes and no, right? Because Omaha is like tradition, and it's where it's always been played.
Well,
they have taken the opening 4 games and decided on Dayton.
But how do they decide that they're going to play baseball in Omaha?
I don't know.
Omaha.
Yeah. Well, it's somewhere in Middle America.
Well,
Get right
thank
to
you.
the heart of matters.
Just like Dayton.
That's why we got to ask why.
Why Omaha?
Does Omaha and Oklahoma City for softball? And
Right. What did it say? Why does Peyton Manning say Omaha?
no, when you type in "why does Omaha," the first thing that pops up is "why does Omaha," and then it populated the search bar. Smell like poop.
Excellent question. The world wants to know. Really?
Yeah.
Why does Omaha smell like poop?
Has your kid been working at your computer, Doug?
Right. What is Omaha coach?
We'll circle back to that one in a minute.
I guess so. All right, let's get to some phone calls. We'll do the big old tub of pretzel shortly. Later this hour, you got this. We've got it. Al Avila talking about what went wrong.
Al Avila.
Al Avila. We got 2 cuts from a podcast. Him
He talks about 2 trades he made when he was Tigers GM.
We'll get to that at 1:30. Let's go to Clayton. You're next. Hi, Clayton.
Hey guys, how you doing? Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
Long time listener, first time caller.
Oh, great. Thank you for calling.
Okay, I want to tell you right now. I am an Uber driver. I've been driving since 2015, and tonight and tomorrow night are very lucrative nights.
Yeah.
I plan on making at least $400 a night for a Taylor Swift concert.
Yeah.
I know all the ins and outs, how to get out of downtown with the traffic. And I was just going to say real quick, like the Luke Combs concert, I made like $260 within the first hour, and I made cash, straight cash trips without the Uber app. I took a guy from Eastern Market to Mac and Fisher, which is like less than 5 miles, and he gave me $120 because he needed to get his family back to an Airbnb because they're from Toledo and everything.
Wow.
So, yeah.
All right. Well, is there any advice you'd have for somebody who's trying to get an Uber tonight?
The best thing to do is to walk. Depends what side of Fort Field you get out on. So if you're on freeway side, just walk over the bridge that way because a lot of area will be blocked off.
Mm-hmm.
So walk over Fisher Freeway, walk away from Fort Field, and go down John R. The street on the other side of the freeway. That way, the Uber driver can get to it because a lot of times the street be blocked off, like I just mentioned. So, and the problem with the Uber driver being on a concert like that, you accept the trip, but person like out in Troy, so you're trying to get back, and it's like you get a trip. You go back out to Troy, then you come back, then you go out to St. Clair Shores. So it's like the best thing for Uber driver, they want to get people that's like right there who try to go like less than 10 miles.
Right, because you want to get as many trips in as possible, and likely if people are coming from all over the place, but if you're going to Metro Detroit, you might only be able to get a couple of trips in.
Thank you for the phone call, 248-539-9797. Hopefully that'll help some people. Matt is next. Hi, Matt.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
All
right.
So, we're actually going to the Tiger game tomorrow. But so the last time we were there, we actually parking was, I think, going around $50 all around. But we actually parked probably about a mile away from the place, and we actually took a couple of those S-Link scooters. Saved you a lot of money in the run. So we might end up doing that tomorrow again. But yeah, either way.
No, the scooter. Now, scooter pre-concert, scooter post-concert might be dangerous. Don't forget your helmet. Remember your helmet.
Your helmet. You should have one of those.
We got I got a text here to my phone from old friend Terry Foster. Got the perfect solution to downtown and parking. Park at the MGM Casino. Free parking. Walk to Ford Field. It's been mentioned before, although it was Greektown. Did the guy say he was?
The guy said he was going to go to the Greek.
Will they still have free parking tonight?
Not Greektown being this close, maybe not.
A lot of times with nights like this, the casinos, all three of them, you will need to be a member of like the casino club. You know what I mean? Have the card.
Show the card, yeah.
And otherwise,
or you need to be Terry Foster, where you just roll up and they're like, "Mr. Foster, right this way to your personal spot."
That's right.
Yep.
Can we get you a ride to Ford Field, sir?
Anything else you need? Can I interest you in cash? 248-539-9797. Best Terry Foster story ever. Station dinner. It was somebody's date was sitting next to Terry, and she didn't want to order dessert, and Terry said, "I'll order dessert for you." And he turned to the waitress and said, "Bring us something that explodes."
There you go.
Funniest line. We got a Marlon next. Hi, Marlon.
Hey, good afternoon, guys. How you guys doing today?
All right.
Good.
Awesome. Two things really quick. Were you guys saying something about Tailor-gating or something earlier in the show?
Doug did. It's embarrassing.
Right. Yeah. I don't think it was you, Gator. Sorry, Doug. But I've been a lot of tailgates for football, and obviously it's beer, hot dogs, and hamburgers. So if there really is such a thing for tailor-gating, you got to think it's seltzer water and cupcakes, man. What else would it be?
Sounds about right. Let's lean into all the stereotypes.
Well, I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Taylor Swift.
No, we did it too.
String cheese.
Yeah.
Yeah. Kale.
Kale. I'm telling you, man, kale.
Spilled
milk.
But
I'm calling in because I'm actually like the last couple of callers ago. I'm actually an Uber driver too. So I know the price you got just now. I think it was like $30 for XL from now to go to downtown. So after 5 p.m., it's going to skyrocket because it's going to figure the surge in traffic. So you're looking at minimum $80 to $100.
Yeah.
And after the concert, it's going to be probably around $200 minimum. just to get out of there because it's a gridlock. So what a lot of people can do is you can make a reservation from now to pick you up at a certain time so you don't get hit with the surge fee.
Nice.
So you can book it in, pick a time, and you'll be good to go.
Oh, that's a
And
good
then
idea.
another thing you can do is instead of if you want to walk a little bit past Ford Field, let's say like one of the casinos, you can go in their valet section, and the Uber driver can get in and out of there easily. So it's still a little bit of traffic, but you won't have to meet them right at Ford Field. So there's ways around it. But yeah, as far as the pricing goes, it's going to quadruple after 5 p.m.
Thank you, Marlon. Appreciate it. And probably not a huge surprise. All right, Big and Tub of Pretzels coming up today at 1:16, and later Al Avila talking about what went wrong in Detroit. It's at 1:30. 97.1 the ticket.
Good people over at True Sleep Mattress Store have helped thousands of people, including professional athletes like current NFL running back and former Spartan great Kenneth Walker III. You see, better sleep equals better performance. Well, I'm going to buy into this, and I'm looking forward to the journey to find a perfect specialized sleep system that'll improve sleep quality. Visit True Sleep in Troy, Warren, Shelby, or Lake Orion.
Doug Karsh, Scott Anderson. 97 won a ticket. Open lines 248-539-9797. There's a story developing in the National Football League that, I mean, we can start to pretty much draw a conclusion. And the conclusion I think that is safe to draw is that the Detroit Lions aren't interested in DeAndre Hopkins. I think that's a safe conclusion now that he's visiting Tennessee. Announcement he's visiting New England. He's been out there on the market for a minute. And there's been speculation. Oh, he'd make sense in Detroit. But there hasn't been any tying of DeAndre Hopkins to Detroit.
No, and I'm a little surprised by that. And look, that can always change. It can change in an instant. And we haven't heard anything yet, but it's the move that so many people think would make all the sense in the world, and we've gone through the reasons why it would make sense. And if the Lions choose not to, they have the reasons to choose not to. And at this point, Brad Holmes has earned the trust. But I don't think it means just yet that the Lions have no interest. These things it's a fluid situation. I don't know if DeAndre Hopkins is ready to pull the trigger on something yet, or if he wants to visit a bunch of teams.
So, and there was a story today in the Free Press. Carlos Menares did a column about how Jameson Williams needs a mentor. And I was wondering, would D-Hop play that role? Some people think he's a malcontent, and is there somebody there to mentor him? And interestingly enough, it turns out Calvin Johnson went on the morning show today. Detroit Lions Hall of Fame receiver, Calvin Johnson. And Stoney, being Stoney, asked him, hey, would you serve as a mentor for Jameson Williams? And here's what Calvin told him. Sounds like Calvin's open to it.
Love it. I think it sounds awesome. This is one of the reasons that you want to have Calvin Johnson around this team and get back into the fold of the franchise, because this is a guy that is respected by every football player that played in his era. And any kid that's a receiver growing up, they were watching Calvin Johnson, right? He's not too far removed from Jameson Williams growing up and watching him play and being a star in the league. So I think this is nothing but positive. Calvin's a great guy. He was obviously a Hall of Famer, and the insight that he can give someone like Jameson Williams, I think, is invaluable.
Really good match. I'm not panicked about Jameson Williams yet. The story, the opinion that Carlos took is fine. I'm thought some of the conclusions he was drawing, I'm not ready to draw the same conclusions, but like I said, to each their own. I'm not worried about it. But with that said, Calvin being here and Calvin going on our morning show and Calvin saying that does make me feel good, because that sounds like Calvin is more than willing, like an actual tangible role that can impact the on-field product. So I think it's a great idea. Great idea. Gang, you got any thoughts on that, Calvin?
Absolutely. And a little side note on this, that kind of means like if he's open to mentoring him and he was down there again, the relationship between Calvin Johnson and the Lions seems to have gotten a lot better, right? I mean, we used to get that question. He used to get that question. Everyone would ask Rod Wood that question all the time, right. Where you guys stand, and I just want that to end and be over with, and it sounds like that is definitely coming close to an end, and he's going to be seen as much as we see Barry Sanders being a kind of an ambassador with the Lions, right?
That'd be great.
Okay, we said we'd do it. Let's get to the big old tub of pretzels. These are random questions that are asked of us from the audience members, from people here at the station. You can text them over right now at 248-539-9797. And Kang will take a selection of those every week and put the questions in that empty tub of pretzels that we've kept at our desk for years. And he randomly pulls them out on occasion. Almost all of these are non-sports. Not all of them are, but almost all of them are.
First one's kind of funny. Okay, this is really stupid.
Let's hear it.
Have you ever swallowed your own throw up?
I'll answer first.
Good.
not where I intended to vomit. Okay? If I had like a burp and more came up than I expected.
Like acid reflux.
Acid reflux, all right? And I've had acid reflux in the past. Yes. And that's awful.
Oh, it's.
Have I ever done it where I've never understood this, where you see it in movies or TV shows, or somebody is, and then they keep it in their mouth? You can't do it. It's an impossibility to try to keep that in your mouth, right? I mean, it's like sneezing while keeping your eyes open. You can't do it.
It's stupid Hollywood suspension of disbelief. I can't even suspend the disbelief over that. Exactly what you said. The accidental, and then it almost happens.
Oh, it burns. Oh, that's terrible.
Oh, you can taste the acid.
Yeah, and you're just drinking water constantly, and it really doesn't help.
It happens before it's over before you even know it happened, and it's awful.
So you've never held or you don't think it's possible that you could hold?
I don't think it's possible.
I agree. If that happens, because you run out of.
Well, it's not.
I think it would look like Vesuvius. You're trying to hold it in, and it just.
No, but like it's a smaller amount. It doesn't. All throw up is not created equal. Not all of it's projectile vomiting. You know,
it doesn't have to be projectile, but anytime you're going to vomit, you get the ocean mouth that comes first, right? You just start to drool a lot, and then you feel it coming. How could you possibly stop it from coming once you feel your whole body heaving? It doesn't happen.
No.
Well,
lies.
I'm with you guys. It's only been like acid reflux, and that's disgusting in itself. Where you just like a burp. You're right, Gator. Some actually comes more than what you thought, and back down the hatch it goes.
Yeah, I hate that question. Next question.
It's a funny question.
It's funny, but those are moments I'm trying to forget.
All right, here we go. Unfortunately, you pass away, leaving your wife behind. List and order the preference of one she has to remarry. Your brother, your best friend, your sworn enemy.
What? This is a terrible question.
Yeah. Gator, you don't have a wife?
No, Doug's got to answer first. I answered first last time.
This is true. Going back and forth.
All right. I don't have a brother. Brother-in-law. That'd be weird. But I'd probably be one. 2 would be best friend. 3 would be sworn enemy. I'm trying to think of who my sworn enemy was. I don't want her to be miserable.
No, presumably she's going to be happy.
Hold on. When I passed away, was it like of natural causes or did she kill me? Because if she killed me, then I want it to be my sworn enemy.
Point. That's an excellent point.
But if I just died.
Well, first of all, I think the question is interesting because it automatically reads into what your current relationship is with the wife.
Yes.
And obviously Doug's in a great spot with his wife right now. It's a good relationship because your first thought wasn't a sworn enemy.
Yeah, it wasn't that.
And then you have to think about, the other 2, which is really, really uncomfortable to do.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not married. If I were married, I do have a brother. He's a great guy.
Would you want him marrying your wife?
My brother or my best friend marrying my wife? I mean, that's just weird.
These questions are really
this
uncomfortable.
This is a strange
this week.
one. Yeah, I don't know. I'll go best friend first. I don't know.
Then brother, then sworn enemy?
Yeah.
So you guys both have sworn enemy
Sworn enemy 3rd. I went brother-in-law first. Best friend second.
I don't even know if I have a sworn enemy.
What about you?
Yeah, you're a married guy.
I'm with Gator.
Brother?
I'm with Gator. I'm going best friend, then brother, then sworn enemy. If I had to, it's just
rip that question up.
Yeah. Can we not speak of this ever again?
That's terrible.
Hey man, they're not. Some are tough, some are easy.
Yeah. Somebody on Twitch just said my sworn enemy is Depker.
Oh, you wouldn't want Depker, would you?
I wouldn't want Depker. Remember his line when I said, "You remember back then when you got the job and I didn't?"
I remember I was better. Yeah.
That's a great line. All right, what do we got next? Last one.
All right. Why does Omaha smell like poop? No, that's not it. All right. This one's an easy one. Very light compared to the last one.
Good.
Unload the top rack or bottom rack of the dishwasher first.
Great question.
It's a great question.
I do the same thing every time.
Me, it's bottom rack first.
Really?
Yeah, it's like the more cumbersome one. I just want to get it out of the way. And then when you get that done, you're like, Why do I hate unloading the dishwasher so much? It takes literally 2 minutes out of my day. What am I complaining about?
I got a system.
Of course you do.
Yep. And that is, there's 3 racks. There's like the small one on the top that has like the big steak knives that lay down and spatulas and all that. But the system is, I don't put everything away. I grab it and put it on the countertop where it belongs, like near the cupboard or drawer it goes in. And I just collect and put things where I can then put it all in a cupboard at once, put it all in a drawer at once. So when I'm unloading the dishwasher, I go top on down, 1, 2, 3, and I line stuff up. Like all the pots and pans are stacked high by the pots and pans cupboard. And then I just put them all in at once. So I'm not going back and forth and constantly getting it. So it saves me a bunch of time.
See, I do pots and pans in the sink. The only thing that goes in the dishwasher are plates, silverware, bowls, and glassware, and then maybe the for the top flat panel, if you want to lay down some knives or whatever, spatulas, I'll do that. But my kitchen is set up pretty nicely, ergonomically, where the dishwasher opens up, and directly behind me is where the cupboards are, where the stuff goes in, with the exception of the glasses.
It's nice.
I'm a top rack, bottom rack, and then utensils last, like forks.
Utensils
knives.
are last.
Utensils
I hate
are last.
utensils,
I agree,
man.
And real quick, butter knives, when you put them in, sharp side up or sharp side down?
You know, I go knives. I try to do everything facing up, and I know it's not correct. I know because you can impale yourself and hurt yourself, but it feels like that's smart for me, because then I think everything gets washed and it goes down, as opposed to if you have everything facing down and everything gets washed and goes down, then whatever water is left over is still just, then the utensils are still sitting in a little bit of water. So I don't want that.
Don't have a system for that. Got a
surprised.
system for unloading, but I
this
don't have
guy.
a system for loading, now that you mention it.
Yeah. Well, now you're
But
probably
whatever
think of
my
one.
system is, it's as quick as possible. All right, Al Avila talks about what went wrong in Detroit. Hear what he had to say coming up at 1:34, 97.1. Okay. Just getting organized for this Avila sound that just came in. Kang, one thing we didn't cover. What podcast was this from? Do we know? I want to make sure we give credit where credit is due.
Foul Territory.
Foul Territory. All right, so the track record of Al Avila, the trades, everything that went wrong. I mean, it's been well documented. But he was asked about the trades, and he mentioned that they didn't all go wrong, and here's what he had to say. Okay. Shane Green for Joey
Wentz. I'm not buying that one. The Castellanos for Alex Lang.
Yep.
All right, Alex Lang is having a nice year. He's had terrible outings back to back. Would I rather have an everyday player that's going to hit 30 home runs, driving close to 100 RBIs, hit close to 300? Would I rather that? Or have a guy that could be flash in the pan closer?
Yeah, and then the other thing is, are we really doing victory laps already with Reese Olson? It's cool. I mean, I like it.
Yeah, that's quick.
It's
to do that.
It's promising.
I mean,
Daniel Norris was never going to develop into an elite pitcher here. He kind of is what he is. Yeah. Could Reese Olson? Yeah, Reese Olson could. That's promising.
Yeah.
But those are some of the... Okay, so what about some of the ones that went wrong? It says Al Avila in the Foul Territory podcast asked about the JV trade.
Oh, you think?
You can't say the return we got was actually pretty good. It just turns out the players weren't very good. And you can't say that Daniel Norris for Reese Olson, Castellanos for Alex Lang, and Shane Green for Joey Wentz were successful because those guys are in the big leagues, and then come back and point out that JV for Jake Rogers, because Jake Rogers is the only guy they have that's in the big leagues, that was a good return. It just turns out the players weren't any good. You know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of celebrating a draft win the day after the draft, and then 10 years from now, when all the players suck, you're going, yeah, but we won the Monday after the draft.
The problem with the Verlander trade is you can't have it both ways. And if you want to say, and because I can already tell that what GMs would always say, hey, rankings don't matter. You have to do your scouting. You got to know who the player is. But if you're going to say that the players we got, it was a good trade, you're basing that off of the rankings.
Yep.
Because Franklin Perez at the time was one of the top prospects in the organization. Same thing with Daz Cameron. Same thing with Jake Rogers. They were all very highly thought of prospects in the Houston organization and throughout baseball at that time. But none of them panned out.
Mm-hmm.
So, if you're going to go by the rankings, then you can't say the rankings don't matter at some point in time.
All right. Finally, the Paredes trade, which brought Austin Meadows to Detroit, which has obviously been very frustrating. Here's what he had to say. Yes. When you're emphasizing that a trade is successful because somebody's simply on the roster, It reminds me of what Marty Morningwig used to say when they were struggling, where he would celebrate and champion at press conferences, literally putting a team on the field. Like he would say, well, we had to sign this guy to play special teams for us, and we had to bring this guy up for depth, but we were able to get that done. And I was always like, yeah, the easy part is fielding the team.
Okay. Fielding a team that's not good is an easy thing to do.
No.
That's not what you're paid for. The Paredes thing is tough because Austin Meadows, prior to coming to the Tigers, was a very good player.
Yep.
And obviously he's trying to work out his anxiety issues, and you hope that it does because, like I said, he was really good. Paredes last year had 20 home runs with Tampa, but he only hit 205 and had 740 OPS. Nothing special. But the 20 home runs would have been nice with the Tigers, and then 740 ends up being well above average. This year, Paredes is hitting 259 with a 804 OPS, and he's got 9 home runs already. He's looking to do a pretty good season there. It's that one's painful. Yeah. That one's a painful one to see because he's really good, or he's good. He'd certainly be really good on this team. I mean, he'd be leading the Tigers with home runs and RBIs and OPS if he were on the Tigers.
Well, when you make a mistake, own it. He made a bunch. They're
it's interesting
really
what he said he liked, though.
I know.
That's the.
I mean, Daniel Norris for Reese Olson. We're doing victory laps there.
I mean, it's Daniel Norris is basically done. So we've gotten 10 innings out of Reese Olson so far, and I like the 10 innings we've gotten out of him. But a 2.7 ERA, I think, in those 10 innings.
It's a promising first 10 steps of a marathon.
Yeah,
those 10 innings. 248-539-9797. Matt is next. Hi, Matt.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
Been a while since I called in. I'm the father of Lions Good Luck Charm Harper, who is now 7 and going to see her first NFC North championship.
Nice.
But speaking of the Lions, I thought Millen had worst GM of all time locked up. Time and perspective has shown us that, nope, it's Avila. Using Jake Rogers to defend himself, are you kidding? I'm not sure he's not hitting his own weight. I'm not sure he's hitting Peter Dinklage's weight. He's garbage. Wow. I'm just saying he's a bad guy, but he's a trash catcher. And
stop.
That's too much.
Yeah, you can't.
He can't hit. He's hit for some power.
Hit, but that's half the game.
Yeah,
what the hell? We've already got a.
Well, you went to 10 really quickly.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I'm a diehard Tigers fan, and this is killing me day by day. It's punishing to check in with this team on a day-to-day basis.
I agree with that.
Because, you know what? We're the world's first 122-year-old expansion team. We are at ground zero, like we've just been created, the freaking Tampa Bay Devil Rays, and we are at absolute ground zero. We are. That's why, when Costa or other guys say, "Yeah, you can't tell Tigers fans to be patient." What else can we be? This is year one, absolute year one. I like Harris, but he's not a miracle worker. I don't think we can give this guy a fair
nothing's
job
happening
until
quick.
year 5.
Nothing's happening quickly. I guess when somebody says he's a trash catcher, when I think that says to me he can't play the position. He can play the position. He can't hit. He's not hitting, but he can. He's got a decent arm and he's great at framing pitches. And so, if you just mean you think he's a trash player and because he can't hit, I don't know. I guess I balk at the term trash for any of these professional athletes. But I do think you're right about the frustration level, the ask to be patient, and no, Scott Harris is not a miracle worker. It is. There's no quick and easy solutions here. This is going to take a while.
Now, I mean, do I think Al Avila was in a tough situation because the Tigers are basically, if they wanted to keep those guys together and keep that team going and try to make another playoff run, would hang on to Verlander and JD Martinez and all those guys, Max Scherzer, the money that you would have had to spend to keep those guys together was just, you couldn't have done it. Not in Detroit. You can do that in New York. You can do that in L.A. when you've got all these other revenue streams coming in. But in Detroit, you couldn't compete. They couldn't hang on to a payroll that would have been approaching $250, $300 million. They just can't do it. So it's a tough job. Now, the upside of that job is that you had these great players to deal But you waited too long to get it done, or you're holding out for too much, and at the end, you didn't get much for them.
No, he didn't. He started a rebuild that has gone nowhere. It's gone nowhere.
Yeah, I've said before.
He purged and got so little in return that they are potentially screwed here for a while.
You know, it's hindsight, but at the time when we were talking about a Verlander trade and possibly with Houston, I was always about Kyle Tucker. Just get Kyle Tucker.
Yep.
And, you know, he got 3 prospects, thought 3 prospects better than 1. I don't know if Houston would just flat out say no Kyle Tucker. Did the Tigers try to get Kyle Tucker straight up for Verlander? Because they have a hard time thinking they wouldn't have done that. But it's in the past and it sucks. And is Avila the worst GM in the history of Detroit sports? No, Matt Millen still has that. He's got that on lockdown.
But Avila was pretty bad.
Yeah, Avila was pretty bad.
97 won the ticket.
Hey, something that's not bad. It's my favorite place to go to. You want to watch sporting event? There's no better place to go than 24 Seconds Bar and Grill in Berkeley. It's the best place for great food, great atmosphere, and great specials. And also, they've got the best wings in town. You want to sit outdoors and enjoy the nice weather? This is what you do. Go up to the rooftop deck at 24 Seconds, right there on 12 Mile in Berkeley, and it's awesome. They got the TVs up there, friendly service. The food's fantastic, and the specials they have are all day, every day. For Tiger games, for instance, you get $4 bottles of Miller Lite and Coors Light. And during the NBA Finals and Stanley Cup Finals, they got specials for that too. And by the way, tomorrow night, UFC 289. Nunez versus Aldana, Oliveira versus Darush. Going to be awesome. There's no cover charge at 24 for the UFC events. And it's open for lunch on Thursdays and Fridays as well. Make sure you head on over on Thursday nights for trivia up there on the deck. It's going to be great there. And if you need any party or event catered, you let 24 Seconds do all the work, where every seat is a great seat at 24 Seconds. And you want to check things out on their webpage and see what all the specials are and what the happenings are. Here's what you do. You go to 24secondsbar.com and you grab a taste of the action all for yourself. It's my favorite place to go, 24 Seconds Bar and Grill on 12 Mile in Berkeley.
You going to Taylor Swift right now? What? What did you say? You're going, aren't you? You're leaving at 3 to go to Taylor Swift. Jimmy Powers, our boss, going to Taylor Swift. Yeah.
Leaving at 3. He's got to get down there.
We got to tell what he said to his daughters, though. This is absolutely spectacular. He said he just looked up a couple Taylor Swift songs, and he said, hey, just so you know, when she plays 22, I need you to clear out a little bit so I can do my dance. And his daughter was like, what? He's like, yeah, I got a little dance. Like, if I could be on the aisle, it's kind of a routine. And his daughter is mortified.
It's so great.
Dad, no.
What? I got moved.
I got my dance. I got to do my dance.
I worked this out.
Yeah.
I choreographed it.
So good. Absolutely hilarious.
Is the wife going?
I think his wife is going, yeah.
So many people are going to this thing, man.
Yeah, I know.
Like the entire Detroit Lions.
Yeah,
right? The entire team. Yep. Jimmy, Lori.
Yeah.
Everybody. Valenti's going. Yeah, him and Rico. I think they're doing their show live from the floor.
Yep. All right, next up we go to Jason on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Jason.
Hey, how you doing, guys?
We're doing good, thank you.
Hey, on that Tiger topic, Marcelo Mayer, we passed him up. He's the number 1 shortstop prospect for Jackson Jobe, and at the time, we didn't have Baez, and our number 1 need was a shortstop. And then a few years before that, Eugenio Suarez, we gave him up when he was low ball or whatever for probably nothing, and look at what he's done over the last 5 or 6 years.
There's so many examples of Avila screwing him. So many.
Just 2 key players that offensively we're lacking in that category over the last how many years that probably would have kicked this rebuild a lot sooner and a lot better.
Yep.
Well, I suppose, but Marcelo Mayer still hasn't played in the majors yet. So
I'd like to have him.
Going back, I'd like to have him too. It'd be nice to have him. I'm just saying it's not like you draft the guy and he plays the next week.
He's an unknown given. People treat him like he's a given, but he's still an unknown. But I hear you. I'd still rather have him than Jackson Jobe at this point. But look, we're talking about.
Well, we'll see what he does. He just got promoted to Double-A. Marcelo Mayer. He's played in 7 games. He's hitting 185 with a 591 OPS in 7 games. But in high A ball, he was doing quite well. 290 average and an 890 OPS.
This is a field that has thoroughly been plowed. How bad was Avila field? And I guess we asked for it when we played the sound bites.
Yeah.
So reliving all of this is probably painful and unnecessary, but it's pretty clear.
Well, I do wish that it's unfortunate Jackson Jobe got hurt and hurt his back. That's what's keeping him out right now.
Career over.
Hopefully not. Let's not say that. But I read something a couple months ago about high school pitchers that had come out of the draft in the last 10 years or so. And these are from scouts that were evaluating the players. I guess they're just scouts. And they
you mean scouts?
Scouts. Yeah, those scouts. They're doing their job. And the consensus was that Jackson Jobe is the best high school pitcher that they have seen in the last 5 or 7 years.
Yeah.
Because of how advanced he was with his pitch, which is his fastball and his secondary pitches. So it's not like it was completely out of the blue to take this guy. The question was, do you take a high school arm? Because there's a lot of risk involved.
There's a lot of risk involved.
Yeah, and of course the Tigers needed to have a shortstop, and again, they don't play right away as a shortstop.
Again, you go back and I say this a million times, Gator. It's not about winning the draft the day after the draft.
No.
It's winning it years from now. So we can sit here and say all kinds of stuff that made sense in the moment. They're not. You don't get it wrong in the moment. You get it wrong in the decade that follows you get it right or wrong in the decade that follows the draft. And so much is. So much of this goes back to you can't have hard and fast rules because every draft is different and you shouldn't evaluate each draft as being the same.
No, but it would be interesting if you could, look years down the road and see an infield that has Spencer Torkelson at first, Jace Young at second, Marcelo Mayer at short, and Colt Keith at third.
Right.
What that could look like. Although the way Torque's playing right now, it doesn't look too good. So.
Regino Suarez at third. 248-539-9797. Ted is next. Hi, Ted.
Hey, how are you?
We're good, Ted.
Hey, just a little comment on D-Hop. Live in Phoenix in the winter, and we get to see a lot of them. And I think what you're looking at is a player just like Iverson, doesn't like to practice, doesn't want to show up. Last year, he was suspended the first 6 games of the season. This last year, he missed 6 games because of I have a poor little toe that hurt, and I can't practice today. Not the kind of guy you want to put in an environment that the Lions are building.
Well, it doesn't seem like that's
sports.
happening. Given that we talked about how he's visiting other places, and there's people saying it would be a good fit, but absolutely no smoke that D-Hop is coming to Detroit. None at all. So, Mike Valeni has sauntered into the studio.
You do not want him.
No, I mean, look, so did you see the Carlos Monarez column today in the Free about how J-Mo needs a mentor, and then it just so happened Calvin Johnson was on the morning show, and Stoney asked him about it, and Calvin sounded more than willing and almost already has taken that a little bit. And
Yeah, I thought there was a bit of a leap in that piece, but yeah.
well, I said at the time, I didn't draw the same. I haven't drawn the same conclusions.
I think it's one thing to say you're a little concerned, and another to comp him out to one of the biggest draft busts in history. So yeah, I'm with you on that one.
Yep. But
yeah, you don't want D-Hop here if you want to have good habits.
So, what do you guys got planned coming up next?
Well, I'd like to know how if a stupid concert shuts down our entire city, how the hell are we hosting a draft?
Well,
Jimmy leaving at 2:30 in the afternoon, 2 o'clock. Have you looked at Google traffic right now?
I have not.
You can't even get down there.
Really?
Yeah. So
how is that? I don't understand this. There's
Gator.
only it's like a football crowd.
Gator,
we've
what
had
would you
football
like
crowds.
me to? I'm telling you. Well, you had idiots down there yesterday. Oh, I got to buy my merch.
Right.
Yeah, I think we created the artificial panic where there's people in line at 5 this morning. If you already have a seat, then it doesn't matter when you get there.
I just wonder. People are. I mean, you can't get a hotel. Like, how are we going to do this with 250,000 people?
Oh, we'll do it fine.
I hope.
What are we going to
fine.
do? Have
It's
barges
fine.
in the river?
Well,
that's trite. That's been done. That's so COVID.
Perfect. So no, we're going to rap about it, and also I've got Al Avila sound. I know. Did you guys end up using it?
Yes.
I know
Yes.
there was some
Yep.
chatter out there. I'm
Yep.
like, dude, guy who was screening calls is like, hey, is it okay if I tell Cat? I'm like, okay. I go, we're all on the same station. Go in there.
Yeah.
Jesus, is it okay? Yeah, it's okay.
Give me a break, but yes.
Oh yeah, we're going to hide audio. No, go do the damn thing.
We all have different takes. Thank you for making sure we were aware.
I was just shocked.
Yes.
But yes, I want to do it because it leads me into the Tiger stat of the day.
All right.
I have a stat. No. I'm going to keep doing it until I run out of them. I have got one that is, I think, the most egregious. I'll tell both of you off the air. I don't want to ruin it.
Okay.
We're going to do in UFOs today as well. Rico has to break down this 911 call.
We back again?
Back.
Every single.
Well, no, we didn't get to it yesterday because the Big Ten schedule came out.
Yes.
Rico's people, man, he wants to side with these nutbags. I'm all for it.
Are we talking about the UFO people? Or, all right, gotcha. All right.
What did you think I was talking about?
I thought you were talking about the Big Ten schedule.
Okay.
And I was
Rico,
like,
do you watch like Skinwalker Ranch and stuff like that on TV?
No.
Okay.
What the hell is that?
what is that? That sounds
I've
disgusting.
heard about it.
There's a ranch out in the desert that's called Skinwalker Ranch that apparently has seen crazy things happen up in the sky, and it's a show that's on.
There
I
he
think
is.
it's on.
Why don't you
Netflix.
do sidebar?
It's not Netflix. No, it's on like whatever 212 is on.
Heaven
Xfinity.
forbid you have an open mind.
Got anything you want to say, Spaceman?
You know what? Live in your myopic world.
I will. Coming up next, Mike Valeni and Bill Lee.
Right, guys. Hey, it's Valeni and Space Bird coming up next.
Well, have a good show.
We will. We're gonna
have a
what?
great weekend.
He ain't being respectful.
Stay safe. And Mike, treat Rico with respect.
Thank you.
97.1.
I tell you, sounds like Paul Pierce and KG's live stream. I don't know if you caught that. Evan showed that to me. Did you see that?
Yeah.
Oh, my.
Oh, wow. And not to hijack, speaking with, there's more to the Zion stuff.
Yeah.
She's back.
Oh, I know. So I have thought long and hard about how to open this show today, and we're just going to do it. And it's highlighted by the fact that Program Director Jimmy Powers has left his office at 2 p.m, just so he can hope not to sit in traffic for 2 hours because of this stupid concert tonight. I mean, people, I have to tell you something. I sat and talked with Jimmy earlier, and Jimmy has taken his 2 daughters to Taylor Swift tonight. He's doing Dad of the Year stuff. Well, he had to buy 4 tickets. Well, first of all, I don't know when the hell concerts got off charging $500 a pop to see people largely lip sync. I have no idea if Taylor Swift sings or not. I don't care. I do not care. The point I'm making is he's already $2,000 in the hole. So then you factor in, he's leaving this early because this is apparently like the event of the decade, which again, I have no understanding how we arrived here. You could tell me that the exhumed body of Jimi Hendrix were appearing at Ford Field tonight, and I wouldn't pay $500 to go. I'd still go to Spotify and sit on my patio. The point I'm making, we looked at resale value based on what Jimmy told us. I am speechless. The cheapest seat in the house tonight is $1,200. Mid-range seats are going to run you roughly $2,500. And what we will call premium floor seats, minimum $5,000 each. So I came to a conclusion that I said to Jimmy, which is you have failed as a parent. Because if you are not selling these tickets, you have failed as a parent. I mean, if you have good seats to this, and it's you, the wife, and the 2 kids, right? This idyllic American family, and you are passing up $10,000 to watch this idiotic concert, I am beyond speechless. And I'll back it up. At least sports is a real thing with a result. Like if this were Game 7 of the World Series tonight and the Tigers were in it, and you had a chance to see if history was going to be made, and the Tigers were going to erase the disappointment of 06 and 12 and get rid of 84 and be World Series champions, you're going to watch a game be played. Concerts are nothing more than watching an artist sing a song you already own. And oftentimes they don't sing it. What planet am I on? Jimmy literally offered to buy his daughters 2 dogs, not 1, 2. They've been asking for a puppy for 2 years. He offered buy 1, get 1 free puppies. And they said no. And I looked at him and I go, well, then you should tell them that Taylor Swift canceled her show. Sell the tickets.
I think you're absolutely right on this because a lot of leaked video that started to come out of like bands I like, Motley Crue, Kiss, where you can hear the click track and you can hear it's the same exact night to night, the same vocals every night.
Right. And I don't want to accuse Taylor Swift because I couldn't tell you what song she sings. I don't care. But Roberto, you know what I'm saying. These ticket prices, look, I thought I'd heard it all when I saw some of the prices in Vegas, but then you tell yourself it's this one-off event, it's a tourism town, fine. Taylor Swift, $500 a pop retail. Retail,
but
minimum.
Here's what you're missing, Mike.
Common sense?
No, it's not common sense. It's why Jimmy took off. It's why he tried to bribe his kids. In the end, it's a battle you just don't want to fight. Because
my parents told me no at every turn.
Okay.
It worked out fine.
Did it?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, I must have missed you.
I'm kidding, Mike.
I'm sorry. Rico's working in the drywall aisle at Home Depot. No, it didn't work.
I'm kidding, Mike.
I'm just saying we've gone soft.
No, but it's not soft. You're just you want to please your kids. You want to make sure they're happy. This is what they want. And even though you know this doesn't fiscally is irresponsible, you can't sit there and tell your kids no when they've already told all their friends, I'm going to the concert. Yes, in hindsight, Mike, you're right.
It's insanity.
But it's kind of like, I mean, we've all, you go places because a significant other is like, I really want to do this. And you're like, this is the dumbest thing ever, but I don't want to hear your mouth. So fine, we'll do it. Kids the same way.
Kenny, if you would, I'm going to need that as a drop. Just going to go ahead and it's 206. Rico's already contributed to the
206. All right,
to the fun pot. No, I want to hear from the people on this. Because look, part of the backdrop to this is if we can't host a concert on the same night that we have a baseball game, and mind you, no one's going to go to the baseball game, how are we doing a draft? People driving down 6 hours early. Google traffic is one big red ring of death like an old Xbox 360. What the hell are we doing? But I'm being serious. You have parents driving down there tonight that are saying no to 20 grand. I think you failed as a human. I mean, concerts or whatever. It's not the Super Bowl. It's not a game. Nothing's going to play out tonight. History won't be made. I got bad news for you. Taylor's doing the same show tomorrow.
And in a couple of years, she'll be back.
Hey, you're going to do the same damn show.
With a few new songs. But you're right. That's a difficult thing because I probably would deal with the disappointment of the kids, take the money, put it in a college fund, something like that, where long term they realize I did the best move, but it's short term.
Where along the line was it wrong to disappoint your children? I mean, Roberto does it every day. I'm just talking about a once-a-year routine.
Well, the thing is, then you can't let them know that you had the tickets. You just say, you know what, guys, you're not going to the concert.
Oh, see, I think it's a teaching point.
But once you have the tickets?
See, we're selling these tickets. And mom and dad are going on vacation. Well, what do we get? Nothing. You get to learn. I laugh.
That's not
Jimmy.
That's probably not good.
Jimmy is furious. Jimmy is going against his will tonight. He had minimum $8,000 on the table. He was willing to buy his kids 2 puppies. So they leave him alone. They said no. I got to be honest with you. People, it is okay to have common sense. Like I talked to a friend of mine, and I can't say the name because I don't want to out him or his wife.
I was about to say, is this a siren type thing?
No, this is just a normal human who's a friend. This is where we've arrived at in society. When I have Rico defending these idiots who don't sell their tickets, I have a buddy whose wife is a teacher. Parents call up. My child needs to take their final exam on a different day because we're going away on vacation. F and you. Nope. The parents then call the superintendents. The parents call the principal. Did you know when the final exam was? Yes, but didn't care. When I was growing up, if my parents were planning a trip, which first of all, we didn't go anywhere, we were poor. The point is, when are your final exams? Beep, bop, boop. We're not going away those days. We have reached a point where, you know why I don't want to bring a kid into this world? All of you people. Because
that's just mean and hurtful.
We have told, not you in specific, but we've lost cabin pressure.
We have. Mike.
You can get $10,000. Like, I laugh. You're going to have people going to this concert tonight who are going to bitch about the price of iceberg lettuce, but they're $2,000 deep into tickets, could make 10 and say no because what? Fear of retribution from their kids?
Well, it ain't even that.
And then these they do is use their cell phone the whole show, and they never experience
You know what? That's a whole nother subject.
He made a great point.
It is.
It's 10 minutes in. Roberto's made the point of the day.
But no, I'm not defending them. I'm just saying this is where we are right now, and this is what happened. I know people who, heck, Dan Campbell said he didn't want to go to this concert, but his wife does. So guess where he's going to be? At the concert. Because it's like, my wife really wants to go. I don't want to go.
Dan Campbell's making $6-7 million a year.
Mike,
this doesn't apply to Dan Campbell.
It's not. It's about doing something that you don't want to do, that you know, we probably could be doing something else. Same. Your kids, they want to go to this thing. You've already told them you got the tickets. There's no way. I don't care if they had an arm fall off. They're still going to go down there tonight because they got to be seen. And Mike, it's a different generation as well. Because
it's amazing. I'm listening to this man actually try to defend this nonsense. He just said that the kids need to be seen.
Mike, I'm not defending it.
If you are.
If you listen, you'll understand what I'm trying to say
Just throw the
why.
Hammer. Just throw the hammer down and speak your truth.
I'm trying to. I'm just trying to give you a different perspective of why they're doing this.
And you know what I'm doing?
I would sell the tickets, but this is what we live in, a look at me society.
What sporting event would you not sell them? There's the best way to do this. Here's what I'm going to do. See, I'm going to rise above. I'm not going to let this man sell you on modern values. I am going to be the leader that I am. I want this to be a safe space. For all of the parents who are too afraid to have this conversation with their children, I want you to feel like your friends, Mike and Rico, or as the morning show calls us, Valento and Ricky. I want you to call up and just don't lie to me. Tell me you at least tried to sell these tickets tonight. Tell us your tales of heartbreak. Tell us your tales of woe. And as a part of this, because we'll get to the draft thing later, like all of us in this room, we're all big sports fans. I cannot come up with a sporting event right here, right now at 42 years old, that if I were offered, like if I had Derby 150 tickets in hand right now, premium, and somebody's offering me $25,000 for tickets that cost 10, there's no way I'm not selling them. There's just nothing on this earth important enough anymore.
I told you, if the Tigers had gone to Game 7 with 2006, I had tickets to Game 7.
Yep.
They were great seats in the upper deck.
And you would have sold them because I'm going to tell you something. You're like the dad in A Christmas Story. You're an ancient spice trader. You will barter and connive, and you are Rico. You would have sold them in a heartbeat.
Absolutely.
I know you.
Absolutely. Because you know what I said? For the $2,000 I got, I could buy a lot of wings across the street and still be in the atmosphere. If they win this thing, I'll run out in the street with everybody else saying, yeah, we won.
I want to throw the number out. Because I'll tell you, watching Jimmy Powers sulk and crawl to his vehicle against his will, knowing he had been defeated in his own household of selling these Taylor Swift tickets. Guys, the cheapest tickets are $1,200 on a resale. Medium grade tickets are $2,500 a seat. And the expensive begin at $5,000. Yes, of course. It's like a New York Knicks playoff game. You could find tickets tonight, people asking for $15,000 a pop. I'm just making a point no matter where you're sitting tonight. If you haven't sold these tickets, you are failing. You are failing as a parent. Because I'm sorry. Here's the other part. I cannot understand how a concert costs $500. Can't. Been to plenty of concerts in my life. It's not my favorite thing in the world to do, but the point is, no matter who the artist is, $500 to see someone usually voice track things? Yeah, no, I'm cool, man.
Yeah, but see, I think that goes once again.
Hold on, Kenny, you just rolled your eyes. Hold on, wait a second. Well, what are you gonna do? Defend Zach Brown or something, or whatever the hell you listen to?
You will not slander Zach Brown in my presence, sir.
No, I'm saying I have no idea if Taylor Swift is going to do some a cappella rendition of The Ages. I don't know if she sings or doesn't. I don't care. I'm saying in general.
The prices are exorbitant. It's way too much money, but there is a certain point where I'm like, it's an experience that I want to have in my lifetime that I want to remember for as long as I can remember memories.
But isn't that a game and not a concert?
For me, it's a game.
If it's the Wings, Stanley Cup finals are back. Next year, they make an improbable run. It has been 15 years since you've been able to have a moment. Now, if you go to a game where something's actually going to happen and you don't know, sorry, Taylor's singing the same songs.
But here's the thing. A concert can be seen not like Stoney goes to every Bruce Springsteen concert.
Complete loser.
But if this is you know what? Yeah, certain people, you're like, yeah, I'd like to see them in concert once just to see how it is. I heard it's a good show. Fine.
Or does your desire for that outweigh mom and dad are selling these for $15,000? We're going to put a G in each of your pockets. Shut the hell up and go home.
Yeah, I probably would have just opted out for the money.
Exactly.
Even as a kid.
Said as kid who had no money.
Oh, no, right. But if I was a kid and they were like, okay, here's the deal. We're going to sell these tickets for $4,000. I'll give you $1,000.
The only game that I think people could call us up and say they wouldn't sell to would be a Lions in a Super Bowl. And I'd understand it because it has been 70 years in the making.
Yeah, I was about to say MSU in a national title game.
Guess what? I'd sell it.
Really?
Rather watch it at home. Wow. Be too nervous.
Okay.
I'd be too nervous.
Okay. Okay, fair. Fair.
248-539-9797. We're going to be leaders. You can tell us your tale of woe. We're not going to call home and narc on you. But seriously, how the hell are you people going down there at 2 in the afternoon? You don't sell these tickets. Tell us
Jimmy was still trying to formulate a way out of this.
Well, I gave Jimmy a way out. It just involved him moving to Mexico.
Oh, I thought it was the other thing. I was like, no, you can't take it.
He'd have plenty of startup money to move to Mexico.
Well, that's what
if he
I
sells the
said.
tickets.
Sell the tickets. I got a guy who probably make an ID for him down there. We'll be okay.
And honestly, I think if I'm Jimmy, I just come home, walk in with 2 dogs in my arms, like, here, we got puppies.
Cutscene. Jimmy's divorced and has 2 puppies. He put it like that. 248-539-9797. Heading to Vegas, go to the D Las Vegas. It's located in downtown. That's where everything is kind of centered. You have the D on one end of it. You got Circa on the other. If you're staying at the D Las Vegas, 2 free stadium swim passes. They're right there for you. And remember, whether it's a nice meal, some cocktails, people watching, or just betting on some damn games, they got you covered. It's the D Las Vegas, thed.com. It's your home for sports in Vegas. All right, let's get it. And again, as a part of this, we don't have events in this town because our teams blow. But what sporting event would you not sell tickets at the same markup as this ridiculous Taylor Swift concert? $2,500 for a decent seat? What are you, nuts? If you're going tonight and cashing in that cash with 2 kids and a mortgage and the rest, God bless. I just think you're insane. It's nuts. And if you got good seats, you're sitting on 20 grand. Because let's face it, you're going. It's you, the wife, you, your spouse, 2 kids. I don't know. Do the multiple. God forbid you're one of these families that lives in a shoe and there's 7 of yous. I mean, please.
I mean, I've heard people in this building saying, yeah, he bought tickets for him and the wife and $3 grand. Like, wow. Okay.
For a concert, I can't get it. And we've talked about it. I wouldn't spend it on most games because I think the at-home experience is better. But I'm making a point.
Right, Mike, you know how much I love Prince, and I missed his final show because I'm like, I can't pay $500 for this. He dies the next day, and I regretted it. But it's like, yeah, I tapped out $500. Now I got the entire catalog. Like you say, I can go home and listen to it.
I don't know. That's how I've always viewed music too. It's a personal thing. I don't need to be there with a bunch of hyenas I don't know listening to music. Sorry. 248-539.
Some concerts are pretty good.
That's fine. And I understand that. Yeah. Now, ticket text, what is the type of response? We have full lines. We'll get to the people.
Something like a Lions home playoff game would be something to drop $1,200 on a ticket for, not a concert.
Right, but remember, that's nosebleeds. If you have a decent ticket to that Lions home game and it was Taylor Swift markup, we checked as we went on the air, $2,500 a ticket. And in sports, here's the other problem. Ticket to a Lions game's $100, $125, $150. Call it $200. Taylor Swift is $5.
Oh, I think if it's wild card weekend home game, what you keep saying is going to happen, you're probably looking.
No. Retail is $5. Right. Lions tickets retail are not $500.
I got you.
That's all I'm saying. Yeah. Oh, the markup? Oh, please. You'll have people getting kidney removal in Brazil to sell it on the black market and go to the game. Go ahead, Kenny.
Fellas, my coworker was offered $25K for her 6 tickets. She refused to sell them. Could have put a down payment on a rental. It's nuts. That's from B.
I want to tell you that your coworker's a moron. Seriously.
But it's a look at me society because now, no,
moron.
Hold on. Because now I can go on the gram and look. I'm
moron.
Here. I'm at the concert. Because here's the other funny thing about it. Because everybody posts everything kind of like what Roberto said.
Also morons.
You literally can see the concert live if you just hop on social media for free because you'll see it from all different perspectives of the same song. Because that's what people do now. I have to show you that I was at the concert. Okay,
it's like LeBron breaking the points record. Nobody took in the moment. They're all on their stupid phones.
Except for Kareem, who did not want to be there.
Couldn't find the straw. Ryan, 97.1. What's up, Ryan?
Hey, Mike. First time, long time.
Welcome. What's going on?
So my wife has a set of 4 tickets for the show, 4th of July weekend down in Cincinnati.
Okay.
And they are, I checked just before we hopped on, they're going for about $4 grand a pop. So math in public, that's $1,600 or $15,000.
You got to sell them. You got to sell them.
Yeah, that's what I keep telling her. But there's a part of me that's pissed at her because I want her to sell them. But then there's the other part of me that's like, she only paid $300-400 for them. So like.
Okay, but hold on.
But you know what it boils down to is, Ryan, it's that whole happy wife, happy life.
Yeah, but wait a second. Ryan, work with me. What is the fallout if you sold these? I mean, how bad? What's the blast radius if you go, look, I don't care how mad you are, we're taking 16 grand?
Well, so, I mean, it's for
you know, he'll be partnering with Jimmy Powers as they're now roommates.
Right. How bad?
No, I mean, so like I said, it's her and her family. So I've got to deal with not only her, but the in-laws as well.
Oh, my God.
Ryan, so when I brought this up, you vibed with what I was saying, right? Like, I'm not crazy.
Oh, no, 1,000%. If it were me, I'd have, well, actually, I'd probably wait until a week before so that way they go up another grand or two and then sell the
That's
profit.
right.
I'm right there with you.
I mean, it's you could take a bucket list vacation together,
almost
anywhere in the world, or
now
go watch this nobody sing. Like what?
Now that makes sense. Yeah, you could take a European trip, fly around. Yeah, you're right. The smartest thing to do, Ryan, I would actually wait till like now because you got desperate people.
And look, Taylor Swift's already worth $1 billion. She's going to tour. She's only 31. I get it. Fine. In the grand scheme of my life, she's nobody. I don't listen to her music. I don't care. And she's not going to change my life. Hell, they could dig up Frank Sinatra. It wouldn't matter to me. Musicians, you can get their music.
So there is no concert.
None.
What's the highest ticket you would pay?
To what? A game?
No, to go to a concert. Or are you anti-concert like you're anti-movies?
I just don't value them the way other people do because I think music to me, I enjoy it when I'm alone.
Rob, your favorite artist. I don't know who that is, but Mike, here's 50. I got 2 tickets for you, $50 a piece.
Oh, yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Yeah, if I wanted to go.
Okay.
I mean, I
didn't know if you were just like,
no,
I'm not going.
I'll give you an example. So where you lose me, and we'll get back to the people, you lose me with where we've gotten how concert tickets are $500, but I could go to a big-time NFL game as a ticket holder for $200. A game is something real. Right. This isn't real tonight.
It's not real, but there's more of an audience. So there's more of a demand for those tickets where, for a game, it's the fans of that team. It's limited. Taylor Swift, man, it goes across the board. Men, women, young, old. They all want to go down there.
I don't get it. Okay. Cameron, 97.1. What's up, Cam?
Hey, Mike. What's up?
What's going on?
All right. So I actually have a story about this because I bought a ticket and then I just sold it like last week.
Okay.
So I bought it when they first went up on sale. I bought one ticket for after the fees and everything, $150.
Wow.
So not even the upper echelon of like what these people are paying. It's like upper bowl, but it's like dead on with facing the stage.
Sure.
So bought it for $150. The other week I sold it for $1,200.
Wow.
What's wrong with that? We were talking about it.
Like
Nosebleed tickets are $1,200 tonight. I mean, where are you going to get more enjoyment? Listening to the music at home or sitting in the nosebleeds? That's like at the times Michigan State has gone to the Final Four, and I've turned down a couple of the trips. Where are the tickets? Nosebleeds? I'll pass. I'd enjoy the basketball game on TV more.
Yeah, I was originally gonna go, but after I saw the prices, I was like, I'd be stupid to pass up on this.
Sure. Now imagine the people
like
who
you've
have
been saying.
Cameron. Imagine the people who have 4 tickets somewhere a little better than that. They're sitting on $10,000, and I got to listen to Rico talk to me about how parents are afraid of their children. Good heavens, mercy!
You're not afraid of your children. You just don't want to disappoint your kids. It's a difference, Mike.
Do you think the people are more afraid of their children or the space aliens you believe in?
You know what? I couldn't have said that any better. I couldn't have said that any better.
248-539-9797. And again, what is a game that you would still not sell tickets at this Taylor Swift markup? I think it'd be a Lions Super Bowl would be the only one. I can't think of anything else.
See, I would sell the Lions Super Bowl tickets.
All right.
Well, he's Mr. Privilege. Super Bowl doesn't mean anything.
Exactly. Niners are there every year.
Yeah, but that's just it. I'd make a fortune in Detroit selling those seats to a fan.
Preying upon your own people. What a disgrace.
No, I'm
upon your own community, Rico.
Wow.
Somebody's going to enjoy that
There's
game.
really no difference between Rico and the guy peddling crack on the corner. Just preying on his own community.
Somebody is going to enjoy that game more than I would. So, you know what? Go enjoy it.
Read something, please.
All right, guys. It's been 9 weeks with the Awaken 180 weight loss journey. And, that's how I felt. When you step on the scale, you step on the scale, and it's like, wow, there's less of me here. I mean, basically, it's nice. Your clothes start fitting you better, and you have a ton of energy. And it's not a fasting diet or a calorie-restrictive diet. It's none of that stuff. And while you're doing it, you're just going to look good because you're going to be working with your coach. If you need to lose 20 pounds, 50 pounds, 100 pounds, whatever it is you need to lose, Awaken 180 Weight Loss can help you achieve your goal. Like I said, the coach, they'll tailor a program specifically for you. Summer is here. You still have time. If you start now, by the 4th of July, you'd probably lost a lot of weight, and people are going to be saying, wow, you look good. Trust me. That's what I hear. Awaken 180 weight loss. 844-346-1800. 344-346-1800 or go online awaken180weightloss.com.
All right, Kenny on the ticket text. We are asking people because people are already on the road headed downtown. Is there a game you wouldn't sell your tickets to, like this Taylor Swift concert? I mean, I feel for the parents out there because I don't know how you're not disappointing your kids and selling these things. Nice seats tonight, minimum $5K a pop. Medium seats, $2,500 a pop on the resale. And the nosebleeds, tickets that probably aren't even worth going, $1,200 a pop. Man, if you're not selling your tickets to this, you're crazy. It's a concert. This isn't the Super Bowl. At least at games, there's an element of drama and things you don't know what's going to happen. Here's what's going to happen tonight. Taylor Swift's going to sing about 20 songs, and you've heard them all. Film at 11. Kenny?
What? No, but I'm not a parent, but I do have nieces and nephews. It's not easy to disappoint them.
Yes, it is.
It really isn't.
It's very simple.
It's not easy to do, Mike.
Okay.
Hey, Mike, I think your idea of selling the Taylor Swift tickets and using the money for a bucket list vacation is genius.
But it's common sense. It's just like, look, man, if you work your ass off and someone presents you with an opportunity that's going to allow, now again, if you're in a position where the money means nothing, well, then no one's talking to you. Go live your life. Like Dan Campbell making $6.5 million as an NFL head coach. Go live your life. I don't care. I'm not expecting him to sell it and do what? Pay his electric bill? The point I'm making is, if you're going to this tonight and you look at this and go, wait a second, I got these 4 pieces of paper, or I can have 20 grand. I'm sorry. You better teach your kids a lesson. Be like, you know what? Mom and Dad are about to show you how the world works. Taylor Swift will be here in 2 years. Have a good day.
Yeah, 20 grand. You could take a trip, pay off some bills.
Yeah. How about start a college fund for the kids instead of bankrupting them?
Well, Mike, you just pretty much said this one. And society is so wasteful they can't find a better use for this money. She'll be back 3 or 4 more times in this decade. That's from Hank.
It's just what it feels like. She's 31 years old. She's got a 30-year music career ahead of her.
Yeah, that's where, if it was like, I don't know if she's going to make it back out again, this may be her final show, I could understand. But
well, the problem is that
she'll
people
be back
like
in 2
Roberto
years.
have fallen for that. He's going to kiss his last show 17 times.
I was going to say the fake farewell tour. That happens all too often.
They're still around.
You win.
No,
you
this
win.
time we mean it.
This time he is on life support.
For real this time.
Let's go to Simone, 97.1. What's up, Simone? How are you? And hello.
Simone?
And goodbye. Let's go to Mike, 97.1. Mike, what's going on, brother? How are you?
Hey, fellas, how's it going? Long-time listener, first-time caller.
Welcome.
So my old lady has 3 tickets to the concert tomorrow night.
Mm-hmm.
She bought them when they first came out, just under $1,000. Now, granted, it's cool. It's her favorite singer, everything. We're getting married in September. We're paying for this wedding ourselves. We owe just about 20 grand left on it.
Oh, tickets are
She
gone.
She has 15 rows from the stage, side stage. They're going for a minimum 5 to 10 grand. She
Gone.
ain't selling them.
Gone, and wedding is paid for. You know what?
Wait. 5 to 10.
It shows me she makes bad.
I got to tell you, Mike, I don't know you from a hole in the wall. I got to tell you, you have some thinking to do, and I'll leave it there. This is a bridge too far. You owe how much for your wedding? She's holding on, and if you're 15 rows from the stage, I got news for you. Those tickets are worth more than $5 grand at the time we went to broadcast. Mike,
you got 3 tickets, you said?
3 tickets, side stage.
You're looking at about 21,000.
Yep. I told her I got a blow up 20-foot screen. I put the projector up. We can watch all of her videos on YouTube. And nope.
Mike, your job is to lay down in the driveway behind her car. You can't let her go. You got to pay for the wedding, Mike. Or you know what? Maybe, hey, who's a character in one of your comic book movies where Mike could go, here's the deal. You go to the concert, you're going to your own wedding alone. I'm out.
All right.
I
All
mean,
right, thanks, fellas. Have a good day.
Yeah, that's going to be a long marriage right there. This is one where...
Hold on. And I'm sorry. I don't know him from a hole in the wall, and I sure as hell don't know his fiance. Honey, we're 20 grand in debt. You're sitting on 20 grand in concert tickets.
That's simple math.
I want to go to the show. No. Common sense time. What are we doing here?
I mean, honestly, this is where, if that's the case, well, we need this. No, we don't. Go listen to Taylor Swift because we had the money.
I can be honest with you.
But you wanted to go to the show.
As I said to him, he's got some thinking to do, and I'll leave it there. Who? Because that,
Mike,
call him Mike.
Yeah.
You can't be rational with an irrational person.
That's why I said, if this is before the wedding, good luck.
I don't care if you had Taylor Swift coming to your house for dinner. If somebody was going to pay 20 grand and you could pay for your wedding that you don't have the money for,
right.
What the hell are you doing? What is wrong with you people?
We're talking about hypothetical stuff, but yeah, you literally need 20 grand. You have 20 grand. You sell
and he
these
said he didn't have the money for it. Yeah. What, Kenny? Please.
No, I just texted my lady who is a huge Taylor Swift head, loves Taylor Swift. I just asked her, if you had tickets, you probably bought them for a couple $100, whatever. Somebody offers you 20, 25 grand for them. She said the best I could get was probably. That's better than no.
Now
that means she could be talked into it.
Hey, it's Friday. It's sunny. Oh, are you asking me to say something mean?
No, I'm just giving some more perspective. That's all.
Well,
think of it as a ticket tax.
I don't like your perspective. because what you just said to me is offensive. All of Detroit, the moment he heard that his wife refused to sell the tickets. I mean, you gotta be kidding me.
But knowing that you are in debt.
He doesn't have money to pay for the wedding. Hey, she's going to Taylor Swift tonight.
Right. This is one where she came complaining like, we need some money. No, we don't. You enjoyed your Taylor Swift. We don't need anything new.
Let's go to Brandon, 97.1. Hello, Brandon.
Good afternoon.
Hold on. There it is. Welcome.
Mike, I just want to thank you for bringing this topic up because I think a lot of men like myself around Metro Detroit find themselves in quite the predicament tonight.
Mm-hmm.
Like myself, here's my story. My girlfriend, long-term girlfriend, bought us 2 floor seat tickets, and she was supposed to go with her mother.
Mm-hmm.
But unbeknownst to me, I'm going, and I have to pay for my ticket. And it's a cool about $1,000 on the floor.
Wait.
But I'm with you, man.
Wait,
I want
hold
to sell the ticket.
Hold on. Let's rewind the tape for a second.
Can we just back up the car for a second? Hold on.
Let's go to the telestrator.
Take me to the right. Let's go back to the point in the play where you said, I have to pay for my own ticket. Work with me.
Mike, I had the same reaction you do. I was not under the impression. I thought it would be a trip for both of us to go from her mother. But
hello.
So, Brandon, what would have happened if you said, nah, I'm good. I don't want to go to the show?
I don't know, Rico.
Why don't we test that theory? Can we get your girlfriend on the phone right now?
If he bought the ticket,
right,
then he can do what he wants to do with his ticket.
Hold on, Brandon. Rico wins. You paid for the ticket, right?
Absolutely.
You sell the ticket.
And your girlfriend can still go.
I'm right there with you, but she's like, and I talked to her about this. I said, hey, and she's like, oh, am I going to go by myself? What am I going to do?
Then
she gives me the whole sob story, sad story.
Wait a second. Then we're going to sell both tickets.
Yeah, Brandon, put it this way. You can sell the ticket because you won't exist once the concert starts because she's focused on the stage.
Right.
You literally can walk out and leave and come back at the last song, and and all you got to do is say, that was a great concert. It was, wasn't it? She wouldn't know you were gone.
I wish it works that way, Rico, but
Brandon,
picture this, Mike. This is hold on. This is like if the New York Giants were in the Super Bowl and a 50-yard line ticket. This is their Super Bowl, is what this is.
And I'd still sell the tickets.
I'm with you, man. 100%. I'd much rather have them.
So, Brandon, hold on. I want to ask a question, though. Have you gone and looked at right now what these tickets are worth?
Yes, of course.
What do you think you can get for them right now?
Easily $4,000 for the floor.
So that's
okay,
$8
for one.
Yeah, so that's $8,000 total.
No, but think about it, Brandon. Sell yours. You can then give her $1,000 to pay for hers, and you still pocket money.
Brandon.
Well, the mother paid for her ticket, so either way, she's happy.
I gotta tell you,
this is their Super Bowl.
You got a raw deal, Brandon. The idea you had to pay for your own ticket and you don't get to sell it? But
it's a whole lot of happy wife, happy lives out there tonight.
Brandon, for a nominal fee, much cheaper than a Taylor Swift ticket, I will get on the phone with your mother-in-law. I'll sort this whole thing out for you.
Ooh.
Think about it, Brandon.
I don't know if that would go very well for me, my man.
Brandon, no. If you gave the mother-in-law $2,000 and you gave the wife a $1,000, you still pocket $1,000.
Whoa.
Let me ask you a question. If you decided to sell your tickets...
I'm sorry, girlfriend.
Yeah, take it easy, Spank.
Girlfriend.
Damn.
If you decide to sell your tickets for tonight's show, what's the latest you think you could sell them?
What time does the show start?
Yeah, 15 minutes before.
8 o'clock.
I would say, you know what? Because it ain't my problem. You getting downtown, so I would say 7.
He said Giants in the Super Bowl on the 50-yard line. Gone. Those tickets are $10,000 a pop. $10,000 a pop. My dad could be wearing a hat made of caviar.
Here's the thing.
I'm still $18,000 ahead.
Nah. Big G said he wanted to go to the game. You would go.
Nope. I already took you to the Rose Bowl and an NFC title game. You're out. Tickets are gone.
Are you serious?
Gone.
You would leave Big G standing there waiting for you to pick him up at the house.
Yeah.
Looking like a kid at school.
Yeah.
The parents forgot him.
And then I'd show up with an envelope with a brick of money in it, and I go, here you go, Pop. Now we're going to go watch the game together. I mean, what are we talking about?
No, you're right, because at that point, either you could take a celebration trip or you could take a trip to cry.
Do you know how much my dad likes gardening? He'd go nuts. He'd go to Home Depot and buy a bunch of stuff. I mean, he wouldn't even care about the game.
I didn't know he liked gardening.
Oh, please. He'll putz around in the yard for 7 hours. As long as he's out of the house, he doesn't drive my mom nuts.
Me and Big G need to talk.
Sure. All right. Hey, summer's here. If you're looking to lose 10 or 100 pounds, whatever, go to idealu.us. Don't wait. You go to idealu.us today. You book the free consultation. You could be 15, 20, even 30 pounds lighter in just 30 days. Now, listen, our very own John Jansen. Indeed. But the point is, John has lost 63 pounds, and he's kept it off. He did it with Ideal U. You want to get on the same road to success? They got you covered. John lost 10 pounds in his first 10 days. For accuracy's sake, idealu.us. Sign up today. Get a $200 Visa gift card, which would almost buy you half a Taylor Swift ticket at retail. Lose weight and get the $200 Visa gift card. Go to idealu.us. That's idealu.us. So we started out, it's topic that's all over the place. And look, primarily this Taylor Swift show's got this whole town on lockdown. But I did ask the question, just kind of like from a sports comparative. Lions in the Super Bowl would be the only game you wouldn't sell tickets to. You got people calling up saying they got a wedding they don't have the money to pay for. They could sell the tickets and make 20 grand, and they're being told no by their girlfriend or no by their kids. What planet are you people residing on? I told that one dude, you better think about whether you want to be at that wedding. Good God. I'm asking the question because Jimmy Powers, our boss, oh, hell, Jimmy left here.
I walked past his office at like 12:30. Like, why are you still here?
There are people at Guantanamo who are having a better day than Jimmy is today. And Jimmy wants to sell the tickets. Jimmy's seats are in that $2,500 a pop range.
He even offered a bribe. How about one dog? No. How about
two?
Two.
The kids have asked for a puppy for 2 years. He offered 2 puppies to get out of this tonight so he can make 10 grand.
I still say he just shows up to the house with 2 puppies in each arm.
And I even told him, like with our third dog that we got, we didn't even go to a breeder. We went to a great rescue. That's how we got Heath. He's awesome. $250. Steal. I mean, compared to going to a breeder for certain breeds, we just did it when Otis got diagnosed with cancer. And I'm like, well, let's go get a rescue. Like, let's go to that side of the aisle and go have a good time with that. Dude, he's awesome. He could have got 2 rescues and saved 2 dogs' lives. $500. You know what? That's what he should have told his kids. You're killing 2 dogs by not selling these tickets tonight.
I don't know what to say.
He should have pulled up photos of the pound and said, you see those 2 dogs there? They're dying because you want to see Taylor Swift.
We just turned into a Sarah McLachlan commercial.
He should have body bagged his own kids mentally and said, here's the deal.
Sad dog shaking in a cage.
You know why that dog is cold? You, Child X. You. You know what kind of fish you are? Selfish.
Maybe it's a good thing that Mike doesn't want any kids. 2 dead dogs followed by a bell ring. Not on my bingo card today, boys.
But Kenny, if Powers had it together, that's how he plays it. All right. On the board, and then we'll get more people.
Selfish.
Rico apparently really enjoyed.
You know what kind of fish you are?
Selfish. All right, Kenny, nice job on the game last night with the Panthers. Rico, nice job with Ronald Acuna. Both winners. What do we want to do tonight, boys? Talk to me.
I think this is an easy one, Mike. I think the Nuggets, they're going to win. They're going to go back and end this thing on, Monday at home.
Mercifully, if that's the case. I do worry a little bit, though, because the Heat do go superhero mode back against the wall. They do. And they got crushed in that last game. But you know what? I'm rooting for you because I hate the Miami Heat. What's spread tonight? 3?
Yeah, I believe so. I'm just going to go Nuggets because I think they're going to win. Nuggets money line, Jimmy Butler, Jamal Murray to each score 25 points at plus 300.
It's good value. Kenny, you gave the Panthers last night. Dramatic game. What do we want to do here?
I'm looking at Game 4 odds right now for tomorrow. I like the Panthers again, but it's minus 120 on the money line. If you don't like that value, I also like something with value. You saw playoff Bobrovsky return at home, the under hit, and now the under for another home game, 5.5 plus even money. So I think if you like either of those plays, that's the way to go.
I still think the best play we discussed was before last night's game, plus 425 Panthers to win the series.
Yeah. I'm sure the odds haven't gotten much better since then.
Really?
I mean, or because they won, the odds probably
I would
worse.
say they're at least cut in half.
They are plus 240.
Yeah,
So-
not quite half. Okay.
Yeah.
I still don't hate it. That's on the board. Don't have a baseball one for you. Sorry, guys. I will say you could bet Tigers to just not hit anything in the first 3 innings. Let me know when FanDuel starts putting that one out there. I got a Tiger stat, by the way, for later. Kenny's beard's going to fall out. Like literally, like Charlie Brown's Christmas tree. His beard's just going to fall off his face when I say it later. All right, 3 o'clock. Good to have you aboard, Rico. I know you had grave concerns. It sounds like the Belmont is a go. By the way, just for fun, not that anyone cares, it is the 50th.
Space helmets?
We have space helmets on horses for air quality. They're going to look like, what was it, the honeymooners? Ed Norton, the neighbor. Captain Video, and he put the fishbowl on his head. Horses are going to be all Captain Video. 50th anniversary of maybe the most dominant performance in sports history.
This is Secretariat?
Secretariat winning by 31 lengths at the Belmont in one of the most ridiculous photographs you'll ever see. You're like, wait, where's everybody else? Oh, they're on the other side of the track.
Why is he just running all by himself? Just wait a minute. Here they come.
Yeah, just give it some time. So that sounds like a go, thankfully. I have a Tiger stat we'll do a little later. Can't make it up. That's all I can tell you. I'm not going to yell or scream, but I do have Alavila audio. And sometimes when you hear a fool talk, don't stop him. Let him just be a fool. We'll play that for you a little later into the stat. But we've asked a question. Part of it is sports, and part of it is just, unless you're living under a rock, you can't go downtown tonight. It's an impossibility. Right now, traffic is just red ring of death. People are leaving for the concert. They've already left. Taylor Swift in town. Well, we were talking to Jimmy Powers pre-show, and, I mean, Jimmy does not want to go to this. He has to accompany his wife and a couple of kids. They have decent seats. Jimmy's tickets are roughly $2,500 a pop on the resale market. He tried to sell them. He offered to bribe his children with not one but 2 puppies. They said no. And outside of, I wish I had the idea when we were talking about it, because honestly, he should have said, well, congratulations there, child A and child B.
Kids.
Kids. Well, no, now, you could have saved 2 dogs' lives. Hope you enjoy Taylor Swift.
This is like an episode of Saw.
The point I'm making.
There are 2 dogs right now.
Somebody go rescue 2 dogs today because Jimmy's family doesn't care about dogs.
Girls, you got to make this choice right now. Here's the tickets. Or the
tickets
dogs.
Or these poor dogs.
We have video cameras on the dogs right now.
Everybody should rescue a dog this weekend. They're fantastic. The point I'm making, the stories coming out about what these tickets are worth and how their kids are putting up a fight, or today we have wives, girlfriends. One gentleman called in hour number 1, people. Guy's got a $20,000 debt. He don't have money to pay it. Girlfriend, fiance, has 3 premium 10 rows from the stage seats that are worth no less than $20,000. She won't sell them. What am I missing here? So then we asked the question about, is there anything in sports? There's nothing in sports where if the markup were like the Taylor Swift show, it would be the Lions Super Bowl for Lions fans, I think. Or if you're Kenny, if I said to you right now, I have you on the glass, blue line, Red Wings, Stanley Cup Final, Game 7 here, 2024. You have 4 seats. And someone offered you $5,000 a seat. You can go to the game or $20,000. What are you doing?
Can I pocket money for 3 of them and then go by myself?
Boom!
No. Greatest night ever.
Kenny. I was going to say that. Kenny, sell 2, keep 2. You're there.
Bring my best buddy. We'll have a great time.
You know what? I got 3 new best friends, and they just paid for my trip afterwards.
You just crafted the best night of my life, Mike. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Kenny, I like how you're thinking. You go to the game and you meet 3 new friends who pay for their cost. Yeah?
But to answer your question, Mike, if it's yes or no,
yeah,
I think I go. I think I have to.
Wow. Okay, so we found your game.
But nothing less than that scenario. On the glass, Game 7,
but
that's the only way.
Other angle of it that I can't figure out, and maybe I'm not supposed to because I'm a sports person. Games, it's the unknown. You have no idea. I mean, I'll never forget the first home game I went to at Spartan Stadium. MSU was up 42-3 on Notre Dame at the half. Huh? MSU was 0-2. Notre Dame was number 10 in America.
I remember that.
42-3 at the half, Kenny. Plaxico Burress had like 200 yards receiving in a half. You go to the games because you never know what's going to happen. And the big games are about making history of some form. Concerts, here's what's going to happen. She's going to sing songs you've already heard. And then you're going to go home.
But no. But see, that's an interesting perspective, though. Because think about this.
Yes.
Like, I think of like all the, like the Celtics fans in Game 7 who paid all that money to see the Heat destroy them. You feel like you wasted your money. At least with the concert, you know what you're getting.
Fair.
It's secure.
So there's a floor for your expectations.
Right.
But the problem resides, and look, you and I both have been lucky enough to go to Final Fours. I don't go anymore because getting seats that are close enough to the court that matter, stupid. And the seats you can get, you're watching on the Jumbotron, if we're being honest. That's where I don't get the upper bowl of tonight's deal. You're not watching Taylor Swift. You're watching a TV with Taylor Swift on it. I just don't get it.
With 2 dead puppies.
No. I think that's the headline today. Jimmy Powers does not care about animal safety.
No, you're right. Because, once the Final Fours went to the football stadiums,
you're done.
It's like, guys.
Now, if this were Taylor Swift, let me give you an idea. If it is a musical act you care about, and it is in one of the intimate environments, limited seats, incredible access, and they happen to actually sing, I can work my way to understanding that this is the only time they will do a show like this. The only time you could possibly do this. You know what? If that's your passion, God bless. But this is just mass-produced malarkey.
So a smaller, like the Fox.
Let's say it was the Fox. Let's just anything but a football stadium.
Right. Where there's no Jumbotron.
Yeah, and again, hey, if the money don't mean nothing to you, I'm not talking to you. We're not talking, Dan Campbell made a joke about being dragged along and going to this. You guys make $6 million a year. What's he going to do?
Yeah, Aiden will be down there. Yeah,
right, you're going to go. We're talking just, you're out here, and I wanted to offer
the guy that had the in debt for the wedding.
Dude.
And the wife was, his soon-to-be wife was like, there's no way we're selling these.
Dude.
We may need to talk. You haven't signed the paperwork yet. I'll just leave it at that.
All right, you want to get some of the calls?
Yeah, let's
we can catch up on Ticket Text momentarily. Let's go to Zach, 97.1. Zach, how are you, bud?
Hey, good, Mike, Rico. I might have a answer to your little question about if I would take my kids or not. I think I would take my kids if I promised them a long time ago, like, hey, I bought you these tickets months in advance. We're going to go to this concert. We're going to have a great time. Like, that's a memory you make with your kids. But if I bought them with, like, some buddies, like me and a couple of friends bought them, I'm sorry, guys, you're going with Joe Schmo tonight, not me.
You're out. And again, Zach, resales for the worst tickets in the house are $1,200. Medium, about $2,500 a pop. And anything premium, it's going to start at $5,000 a ticket.
Yeah, no, I'm selling my ticket. Sorry, like, you guys are going with somebody else. But if it was my kids, I would try and take them to give them the memory, because if you promise them that and you don't take them, you might end up the next Patricide or something.
Well, Zach, here's the other question now. Take it to sports. Is there a game? You got 4 tickets, premium. You're going to the game and you're not selling them for $20,000. Is there a sporting event on that list for you, or is it all you just taking the money?
For sports, I would probably take the money, but if one of my favorite bands that like broke up got back together and did like a farewell tour, I'd probably pay to see that. That'd be the only thing.
All right. I mean, listen, hey man, it's not North Korea. It's a free country. You do whatever you like. I think people are whacked. Because unless you got great seats and unless somebody doesn't mean nothing, if people are going to spend this kind of money, concert in a football stadium.
But I mean, brings up a good point, man. You start disappointing your kids, and
No, you disappoint your kids by not being a good role model and a parent. You don't disappoint your kids because mom and dad made $20,000 on tickets.
No, but
learn a lesson about the world there, Charlie.
Now they have trust issues and
for not taking him to a concert.
Hey, what? Kenny, I'm with you guys. I'm just saying that's going to be the latest thing. Is now your kid will have trust issues, and good luck paying for that therapy because they didn't get to go to the concert.
What planet am I on? Okay. I like how Rico's painting a darker picture than me. This is great.
You killed puppies. Hard to top.
Right,
Rico did it.
Rico goes, hold my beer. Now we've got kids in therapy because they didn't go to a Taylor Swift show? I'm going to Tyler, 97.1. What's up, Ty? How you doing, buddy?
Happy Swift Day, everybody.
Oh, God, please. Let it end.
No. Before I get to my main point, I'm out here delivering packages, and I have one here for Mr. Mike Valeni. It's a Javi Baez biggest fan shirt.
Yeah, it's a big foam finger. Javi's number one.
Sir, would you like this at the front door or at the garage?
Exactly. You can throw it right in a garbage can is where you put that thing.
Hey, I do like Taylor Swift. I like her music. No way I would pay money for that. I don't know if you're familiar with Snap Map on Snapchat, but you could see what people post their videos of all over the world, all that kind of stuff. So you can go and see what people are like showing videos of the concert.
Well, dude,
And-
Instagram or Twitter, people are there. Facebook, they'll record it, and you literally get the free concert sitting at home.
Oh yeah, I mean it's all over YouTube too. You just Google like Eras Tour Chicago. You can watch the whole 3 hours then.
That's unbelievable.
But what I wanted to say was, going from that Snap Map thing is you can look at all these people that are at the concert and literally watching her on a billboard screen at the stadium and paying all this money for it. Because all you're seeing on the upper deck is a little blob.
That's right.
Yeah.
No, and Tyler, that's the thing. Like, people get all bent out of shape. Oh, you're too fancy. No, I'm an adult. And if I'm going to spend money to go watch something, I'm not watching on a Jumbotron. Sorry.
I'm a huge Lions fan, but look at the ticket prices. I don't even know if I want to spend that. It's crazy, not including parking, food, all that kind of stuff. It's just gotten so out of hand.
You know the funniest part? I always love how the event dictates the parking price for the very same parking lot. Like, parking at a Tigers game is one thing, but Taylor Swift's in town and the price triples.
No.
You're like, wait, what?
Parking at opening day, it's $100. Game 2, that's $10. No, but Roberto may have had the best line. You're in there. You paid all this money, and now you're holding your phone up.
It kills me.
You're never going to watch this video again. If you've paid the money and you decided to go to the concert, enjoy the show.
Like, I don't have a video of the Rose Bowl. I don't have a video of Little Giants. I don't have a video of Rocket. I don't have a video of Trouble with the Snap. Because I lived it. I was there.
You got to be. I only have like stuff after the game.
That's
but
right. Why would I? Because I was there. I didn't need a video of Kyler Ellsworth's play on 4th and Inches. I watched it. I lived it.
I was there. Yeah.
You know
You're
what I'm
right.
saying? Like,
Yeah.
dude, people tonight are gonna. Let's say you go. Let's say this is your jam. It's your once in a lifetime thing. Fine. How the hell are you gonna spend it on your phone?
And 9,000 people are going to post it on YouTube the next day anyway. So why
Lie
even
and say
need to
it's your
film?
video. There you go. Right? I mean, seriously.
That's the thing, man. Tonight, you don't do the social media. I promise you, filled with all this video. If she tripped and fell,
oh no,
you will know 10 seconds later.
Let's go to Kevin, 97.1. Kev, what's going on, buddy?
Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Hello, sir.
Start with a fun fact. There's actually people who are so excited going to this concert, they are blacking out, so they're not even going to remember it anyways.
Uh-oh.
But I had to
Pre-gaming
listen
too hard.
to my wife. Exactly. I had to listen to my wife, her tears yesterday. Love her to death. But it's actually, I came up with a proposal for her.
Okay.
If she still wanted to attend, it would actually be cheaper to attend it down in Argentina than it would be to buy tickets at the resale price that they're going for.
Take me through this.
$38 a ticket down in Argentina, and the tickets in the fall. So plane tickets per person are like $1,050. So you're coming out at less than the $1,200 for the nosebleed seats to go to South America and see the concert live.
Go to
Then to
arguably
spend the
one
money.
of the most interesting and cool countries on this side of the planet. Yeah.
Kevin, you may have won.
Kevin wins. Now, Kevin, hold on. Did you
Because
present
now you
this?
you could at least go to Argentina and do other stuff.
Did you present this as an option to her?
I did. And she still said no because it's not attending it here where we live.
Oh, for God's sake. Okay, you know what?
And I'm like, a week's vacation, take our 2 young kids, give them memories that they might not get again, and you're going to turn that down? Yes.
Kevin, what is the aftermath to such a conversation? Do you bang your head off the toilet, or how does that work?
Absolutely, because I took the time to come up with a proposal that we can also go and make a memorable trip out of it. and I'm still getting turned down because you don't get to go, and I'm not going to spend $1,000+ on a ticket.
Yeah, he probably
for
went
one night.
Yeah, he probably went and poured himself some scotch or something
But you know
and just
what's
said,
good?
"I give up."
You know what? You know why I respect Kevin? He didn't cave. He didn't buy the tickets. He said, "Here's your option. I'll spend the money. If we're going somewhere to do it and we're taking the kids, we're gonna make a big hullabaloo out of it." Kevin goes, "I ain't paying to go to Ford Field." See, I got respect for
So
it.
you didn't get him at all.
Nope.
Okay.
You know what? Bang. That's good for you.
And she said no.
People have lost their effing minds about this concert. I have done radio here for 20 years. There is never. The Tigers have been in the World Series, Rico. The Pistons have won an NBA title. There was not a buildup for something in this town like this concert. Standing room only at the Palace of Auburn Hills that held 19,000 to watch the Pistons play the Los Angeles Lakers and win a title. $90. Even if we factor in inflation, it's cheaper to have done that than to go to Taylor Swift.
Let's just say it's $300.
I've never in my life seen this. Sorry.
Wait,
it's just unbelievable.
I
to me.
can't believe his wife turned down that offer.
I can, because people have lost.
That
their
is
minds.
a win-win. Win. Okay.
You spend a third of your life sleeping or maybe stuck in traffic if you're going to this concert right now. Get a Serta, get some good rest. Rest easy that you sold your tickets for $5,000 a pop. iComfort Eco, supportive, keeps you cool, comfortable, feeling restored. Check out Serta's Perfect Sleeper for pressure relieving comfort. And again, the mattresses are made local. 110 years and running. Serta.com to find a retailer. Retailer? What is wrong with me? How about a retailer near you? It's Serta.com.
Oh, you know what? The other day,
Kenny on the ticket text. I'll get you a little Tigers a little later. I got some Alavila audio for you that should make your skin crawl. I also have a stat that I mean it. In my 20 years of radio with you guys, I don't know that I've come up with something like this. I don't even know if it's possible to ever see it again in baseball history. We'll get to it. Kenny first, though. What do you got, buddy?
Anyone who wouldn't sell these tickets is a complete loser. In some cases, you're talking about paying off a car note or a student loan type of money.
That's my whole point.
Well, the guy could have paid off his wedding.
Well, my point to him would be, if your future wife does not understand that, then she shouldn't be your future wife, because you are heading down a terrible road.
We're 20 grand in the hole.
We don't have the money to pay for it, but you're going to put your desire to see Taylor Swift above paying for the wedding that you wanted.
And something tells me that she probably is going to have one of those destination bachelorette parties as well.
Yeah, if she's getting away with this, what else is she going to do? This topic is absolutely crazy. I wish I had tickets to this concert just so I can sell them. What are these people doing? How rich are you?
The whole premise is money is subjective to where you're at in life, okay? Money means different things to different people. I have no issue if you don't need the money, you don't care about the money, you're living your life. God bless, go do your thing. But when you see tickets that you paid one thing for, and you can make 10 times the amount, and as Rico put it, pay a car note, pay for a wedding. How about this? You've always wanted to go to Greece for 10 days. You make that happen.
Right.
Guys, I got bad news for you. There's not a football game on earth. There's not a concert on earth that compares to 7-10 days with the person you love and care about, going somewhere you may never be again and enjoying that time. Taylor Swift, this whole thing tonight, this is Fugazi. This is ridiculous.
And then the one guy was like, look, let's just take the kids. We'll go to Argentina. We'll see the show. We'll have a vacation. It's the best of both worlds. And we'll still come out cheaper. Nah, it has to be here. Has to be in Detroit.
Some of these people ought to be committed. Good Lord. Kenny, go ahead.
Our daughter last week called us wanting to borrow $3,000 for a ticket to Taylor Swift. She has $42,000 in student debt. My response was, hell no.
Yeah, I would have used different words, but yes.
Mike, life experiences. It's like a beautiful sunset. That's from Boat Guy.
And well, first of all, R.I.P. Second,
he's not dead. He might not be dead.
Boat Guy's dead?
Well, he's dead to me.
Oh.
I mean, you don't call the show. You don't say hello. You're not a part of our lives anymore.
Preparing the boat.
Right, he's just out living his good life.
Let's go to Craig. 97.1. Craig, how are you, buddy?
Good. How you doing, Mike?
Excellent, man. Talk to me.
So I think I have a solution for, all those people who have to take their kids or have their wives or girlfriends. I'm trying to guilt them into going and not selling the tickets. But if you have those floor seats that, are getting upwards of $5,000-$10,000, why not just sell those seats and then buy the cheapest one just to get in the building? You're still netting thousands of dollars.
Sure.
And, if they want that experience, you don't want to let your kids down. You're still there. You're still singing with all the people in the crowd. And, maybe you can buy them something extra with those thousands of dollars, maybe take a trip, get them a toy, whatever it is.
Craig, it's you're using common sense. It's a life hack. Now, here's my question. Is there a game comparative? Because we're all mired in the world of sports. I don't think anyone here is going to the concert tonight. It's more, is there even a game that you'd be like, no, I don't care about the money. I have to go to this game?
So the only thing, I am a Michigan grad. So for me, I think the only thing that comes close is if Michigan is in the national championship for a football game and they're like a favorite to win it. Like, I'm not trying to go if it's, Michigan, Georgia 2 years ago, but
can I add something to it? Let me add something to it, though, because I think this is what we talked about with the Jumbotron. Craig, if the game's at Jerry World, you better have really good seats, or I have bad news for you. You're watching it on TV.
Yeah, and I think it depends for me too. Like, where is the game? Because if it's in Indianapolis and it's just a short drive, I don't have to worry about spending on flights. I think it's a little different versus if I got to fly down to Jerry World. But even then, if let's say I've got tickets on the 50-yard line close, and they net that like super high, I still think I'm trying to downgrade and sell them, and maybe not get the super nosebleeds. But if I can sell those $20,000 tickets and buy the 10,000 ones, I'm still netting some money and getting inside. The
and
stadium.
your team wins a natty, and you're
Exactly.
on your way. Yeah, but I, you know what, Craig, we're all of like mind here. It would have to be a game that potentially we never get to see again. I mean, let's think about this. Michigan has not factually played for a national title since 1997. That is 26 years ago. The Red Wings have not played for a title since 2009. The Pistons have not played for a title since 2005. The Lions since 57. And even if I want to give them a hall pass and say playing for the right to play for a title, it wasn't in Detroit, it was in D.C., it was 91, and you lost by 1,000. The point is, those things don't happen. Taylor Swift, it's going to happen 100 more times. Christ, the Prince hologram still plays concerts.
That's just it. I mean, even if you just took the money, you sold the tickets, you could set aside money for the next time she comes and buy them at face value.
I think it is much more complex if you're dealing with an adult who's being irrational than a child. A lot of the people calling in here so far today, they're dealing with adults that are being irrational. I thought it would be kids. I didn't realize Taylor Swift had 40-year-old adults who love her music.
Well,
It's
what? Yeah. I mean, a lot of adults grew up on her. If you're in your...
She's 31.
Right.
She's not old.
But she's been performing for a long time, Mike.
I guess. For me, music is something I've never understood why people go crazy.
Yeah. But I mean, certain people but I think she's been performing maybe
15 years?
Yeah,
Does
15,
that sound about
16
right?
years, yeah. So you do have a generation where they kind of grew up listening to her music.
Yeah, 2006 was her first album.
17. She was 14?
Must have been.
God, she seems oddly normal for someone who was a child star.
Right? Yeah, but we don't know her behind closed doors.
I
For
don't
all
know.
we know,
Everyone
she
seems
could be.
to say she's pretty nice. I don't know. You haven't heard anything horrible.
No, the only thing I know about her is you just don't want to be her ex-boyfriend. 'cause
That
that's
is
her
correct.
next hit song.
That is correct. 248-539-9797. I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll keep it timely. I'm going to get to these calls. I know we have a football today to do. I want to get you the Alavila. We'll do it in the 4 o'clock. And I do want to ask people as well. We're supposed to host an event that's going to bring 3 times the amount of people to town that this thing does. And if this shuts downtown down, and you got people leaving this office in a clown car at 2 in the afternoon, what the hell are we going to do for the NFL draft? We'll get to that a little later as well. 97.1. Rico, take him to church.
All right, it's time to discover Specs at LTU, located right here on the campus in Southfield of Lawrence Tech. And they're offering you programs in whether you want to do TV. Actually, you do. Whether you want to do TV, you want to do radio, you're a graphic design artist, Specs at LTU can help you with their programs that they are offering. You simply go online at ltu.edu/specs. So what are you waiting for? Be curious. Visit the website. Make the magic by enrolling in Specs at LTU certificate programs today. As I stated, they got the graphics communication program, the digital media arts program, and the broadcast media arts program, taught by people who work in the business. So you're going to learn from day one what it takes to do my job or who else's job within that business. Go to ltu.edu/specs. Do that today. That's ltu.edu/specs.
Kenny, a few of the ticket texts. We'll get with the people. Mixing a little football this hour, about 10 minutes. And look, this is the story of the day. I mean, unless you live under a rock, you can't go downtown tonight. You got no shot. People are already, if you're dropping people off, you're doing it by now, or you're just not getting down there. If you go to the concert late, you're screwed. There's
And the doors are opening
Good thing
soon.
the Tigers aren't good, by the way. Imagine another 40,000 people down there versus 4. You laugh. I'm not saying that as a shot. I'm being for real.
It's one of those like, yeah, you're right. If the park was full, if they were actually like really winning and doing something. But yeah, the doors are about to open. So all those people can go inside of Ford Field and wait for another 4 hours.
Yeah, I was going to say, and do what exactly? What is this, Woodstock 99?
I just like to picture a Tiger fan who didn't know that today was Taylor Swift Day, driving down. Well, there's a lot of traffic in town, honey. What's going on?
What's the deal?
I didn't know the Diamondbacks was such a draw. Wow.
Corbin Carroll's exciting, but this is a little much. Christ. Kenny, go ahead.
This is one I didn't think about. Every teen girl will be belting out off-key all the lyrics to every tune. You won't even be able to hear her voice. This will be a disaster. That's from Brian.
Brian may win, but the problem is a lot of older folks are going to this tonight. I did the topic based on Jimmy, our boss, and his kids.
Yeah.
They miscalculated.
Yeah, I would say probably the average age tonight will be somewhere
30.
I was going to say 27, 28.
Kenny.
Draft could be double the amount of people downtown as tonight. No way it goes off next year smoothly. We don't have the space downtown needed.
We were going to get to that in the 5 o'clock.
That's why you put it on Belle Isle.
Okay. Well, you know what?
I'm liking that idea more and more every time you say it.
Let's go to Jacob, 97.1. Jake, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, I'm doing pretty good. I'll just say in 97, I was offered $2,000 for my Michigan tickets.
Okay.
But this is the biggest get-out-of-jail-free card you could ever buy, which might be more priceless. I quit smoking a few years ago.
Mm-hmm.
I've been saving money like I was smoking. When I go to buy my classic car, there is absolutely we could use this money for a DAC. We could use this money for this. It's my money. She had the money to do this, and that's it.
Jacob,
I've not listened to it.
Jacob, I like the way you're thinking because leverage is a powerful tool. I like it, and I hope you get exactly the car you want. Good for you, and good on you for kicking the stop puffing heaters. We need you around, Jacob.
Oh, thanks, Mike. You
Honestly,
have a wonderful day.
I love it. I hope Jacob buys 2 cars. Do whatever you want. It's perfect.
I hope Jacob was just able to stick to his guns and buy the car and don't cave. But yeah, you're
No,
right.
he's not.
Okay.
I hear it in his voice. That's a man of constitution and conviction.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah. Still don't understand. I'm still. You're $20,000 in debt for your wedding.
Rico's not letting this go, Kenny.
And she just won't compromise. This poor guy.
But can I
just seriously,
hold on.
I want to be the third base coach as he's walking down the aisle and just say no.
And I don't care.
Stop.
I don't care if you're a man or a woman. And please don't do the whole, easy for radio. Look, we're not George Clooney. We're just normal human beings. Guys, think about it. The person you've opted to spend the rest of your life with is putting Taylor Swift above paying off the wedding that you don't have money to pay. I will tell you, man, woman, doesn't matter. I'd question who the hell you're marrying.
Taylor Swift, debt.
By the way, those decision-making things are not going to get better. They're not going to improve if that's
Right.
where her headspace is.
Right. Yeah. This is where you do need the third base coach at the church. Just stop. Don't go down the aisle.
And unfortunately, the person you're marrying is the Cabrera of base running. Going right through that stop sign. Whee! Out by 10 feet. Taylor Swift. Whee! 30 grand in debt, foreclosure. All right, let's go.
Save the photos.
Let's go to Dave. No one ever looks at him. Dave, 97.1. What's up, buddy?
What's up, Mike? What's up, Rico? Big fan of the show.
Thanks, pal. What do you got for us today?
So I'm heading downtown here in the next 5 minutes. Long story short, my buddy's family owns a lot right next to Ford Field.
Oh, baby.
We're selling. I know. So my question to you guys is, we're selling for $80 a spot there. Is that too little or too less?
Too little.
Or too little or too much?
Too little. That's
what I was saying. But
That's
I'm not,
an easy
I'm not a part of
$100
the
bill.
family, so I don't get a say.
No, I'm just saying, Dave, these people are ravenous. They are animals.
Yeah.
That's a $100 bill.
And as it gets closer and closer, that's more because now I just want to park the car and I don't care anymore. Just pay the money.
I mean, Dave, I'm not trying to be insulting, but like we all know if you own a parking lot, it's price gouging, right? Dave,
100%.
This is your Super Bowl, brother.
Yep.
You got to make up for all the times the Tigers and Lions do not make the playoffs. That's a $100 bill all day.
I have another plan, too. We're driving down there.
Yeah.
And I'm going to park on the street. So once our lot fills up, I mean, it's kind of illegal. So let's just say hypothetically, I decide to sell my street spot when all the spots are taken. What should I charge for that spot? A couple hundred?
For someone who's desperate by that point in time, kids are screaming in the back, I'm going $250.
You know what? Open your wallet. Let me see what you got.
I like that watch.
Good to know.
I mean, Dave, I just view it like if people are going to be stupid, don't stop them. Let them be stupid.
Yeah, got to be business savvy.
That's it. Go get it. Go make your money. These nutcases are passing up $20,000 for tickets. Bang them.
Appreciate you guys. Have a good weekend.
Dave needs a new pair of shoes. Bang them. Oh, yeah. Making a drop. I don't give an F.
Listen, I'm not really good at math. You guys probably can figure this out. If you pay $2,500 for a seat and the concert is 2 hours long, what are you paying per minute to see Taylor Swift?
I mean, Rico got into Harvard. Go ahead, get your abacus out.
No, I'm wondering what's the second part of this
No,
question.
there's 100.
I feel like he's setting me up for something.
No, it's like how much does
know the answer.
it's like how much does Miggy make per at bat? Like it's trying to. It's one of those.
No,
okay.
I thought at one point Miggy was making $48,000 in at bat.
Yeah, something like that.
I
yeah.
remember that stat, but it would be what? Let's say she plays. It's not going to be a 3-hour set, will
No,
it?
it's two opening acts.
All right, so no one cares about the opening act. 2
So let's
hours
say
of Taylor Swift, 120 minutes. You paid $2,500 for the seat, divided by 120 minutes. There's your cost per minute. Should be what? $20-some a minute.
Yeah, about $21.
$21 a minute
for 60 seconds. How much is it per second?
Okay, well,
this is why he got into Harvard.
Well, that's why we're asking him the questions.
So wait, was it
Do the
$21?
math, spaceman.
You're 35 cents a second.
35 cents a second.
Just to sit there and not be able to hear or see the
No,
concert.
no, you're getting charged $21 a minute to watch TV. And it's not even yours. You're sitting in the upper bowl. You're paying $21 a minute to watch TV. Actually, I'm sure Rico and Kevin Warren already have that scheme cooked up for Big Ten football. Oh, sorry, your subscription ran out. If you want to watch the second half, $9.99.
Technical difficulties. But
scumbags.
We will provide this on the app if you want to see the rest of this game.
Rico, for 1 minute, you could buy Peacock for a year.
You could.
Wow, what a value.
1 minute of Taylor Swift. It's the same. It's basically
You're
the
right.
same.
Actually, Taylor Swift's a way better value than MSU football at this point. So I would say the Swifties win on that one.
You're still hurt. My God, you are so hurt.
I'll tell you right now, I'd bet on Taylor Swift to make a field goal before any of the bums on our team.
How did this become about Michigan State football?
Because we talked about
You are so hurt over this last season.
I just want to win games again.
I feel like you need a
I just want to win games again.
Like we're talking about parking it for a minute, and the next thing I know, she can kick a field goal. What?
I can't. I can't.
He could do it about anything.
Right.
I mean, it's like Titanic. I'll never let go. I will never unsee the missed kick against Indiana. I'll be dead freezing on a board in the Atlantic. I'll never unsee that Indiana game.
Yeah.
Rico, they blew 2 17-point leads. We lost to a team that completed 1 pass.
2.
Okay.
And one was in double overtime.
Northville Lumber, oldest company of the state, largest track sticking outlet in the country. Nobody stocks more, nobody sells more than Northville. Last year, contractors, homeowners bought enough product to cover 26 football fields. Look, there's a reason they move that much product, because it's all in stock. Their warehouse right down the road, all colors of Trex decking, railing, lighting, you name it, they got it. And the best part, they deliver. So deck season's here. Hell, you could pay for a nice deck with a couple of these Taylor Swift tickets. Get yourself involved. Go to Northville Lumber. Call today or go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. All right, we will get back to your calls momentarily. I just want to mix this in because, look, football's currency. I know we try to do mass appeal stuff, but I mean, what's up, buddy?
No, I'm good. We're good.
Oh, I don't know. You were talking to me, talking to Kenny. I don't know what was happening. All right, subpar music. Kenny's in a subpar shirt. This is good. Hey, Kenny.
Yes, sir.
How's the sales staff doing with Floral Friday sponsorship?
Another team potentially in on D-Hop as he will visit the Patriots next week after he visits the Titans this weekend. But my question is this. Is there a path for him to be worth the money that he's commanding or no?
No. Not
Because you've been out on him since day one.
Yeah, and I think I'm being proven right to an extent is that no one jumped at the chance to sign him. And oh, by the way, when DeAndre Hopkins put out a list of quarterbacks he wanted to play with, did any of those guys go to bat to get him the deal he wanted, to get him signed? You don't end up in New England because you want to be. You end up in New England because you have to be. That's how I feel about it.
Yeah, I was going to say this goes one of ways. Either somebody pays him his money, but he's going to be on a bad team, or he swallows his pride and realizes, okay, I want a Super Bowl ring. I'm going to take a lot less.
Reports coming out about Russell Wilson. He's apparently lost, quote, significant weight in preparation for this season. Is this like Miggy being in the best shape of his life, nothing burger, or is he poised for a bounce-back year?
We talked about it during the fall. I think anyone who watched the games, he looked woefully out of shape. He looked slow. He just wasn't Russ. So, yeah, I think it was probably a bit of a reckoning for him because his athleticism was gone. So, and guess what? Sean Payton does not give a damn.
Yeah.
Sean Payton's the one the owners are going to listen to, not him. So, hey, man, maybe he gets it turned around.
Yeah, I think he's become Sean Payton's reclamation project. That's going to be the reason why. Not losing the weight is going to help him, but I think Payton is going to install an offense, and heck, he may bring Dalvin Cook out there to help out the running game.
So this is I don't know which part of this story is more interesting. Julian Edelman appeared on Gilbert Arenas' podcast.
Jesus.
Talking about how he used to date Jerry Rice's daughter and how when he'd come over he would wear Jerry Rice's rings.
This is
his
really
Super
bad.
Bowl rings.
This is really bad. Where are you going with this?
I just wanted to, that's the end of it. I just wanted to know which part of that story you thought was more bizarre. The fact that he would wear the Super Bowl rings? Or
Probably
that he was,
what Gilbert Arenas put in a teammate's shoe. You can Google it.
Did he pull a Najee Davenport?
Except it wasn't a laundry basket.
We'll just move on. Tyreek Hill said his goal this upcoming year was to record a record-breaking 2,000 receiving yards. This breaks down to be like 17 games, 117 yards per game. Last year he averaged 100.
Yeah.
And you rely on Tua to be healthy. On a scale of 1 to 10, how lofty is this goal?
Probably about a 9.5 because I think they're going to bring in Dalvin Cook. I think they need more balance. Also, Jalen Waddle is there, and he's a hell of a good player. I don't even think it behooves you to have that type of season if you want to win games.
Yeah, I would say I don't think he's going to hit it. It's nice to have goals, but this isn't something that I think is going to be obtainable.
Well, he averaged nearly enough yards last year to come kind of within sniffing distance of it. That's the reason why it might not be so low.
Well, no, but it's what Mike said. If you're hitting that goal, then you're not winning games. Now you're about yourself. Now you're DeAndre Hopkins. Now, if you want to win, the ball goes to every other people, but you win. So that's how I see it. If he hits that, then you're looking at a bad Dolphins team.
So last half of this blitz here, Bleacher Report released a running backs list and where their best fit would be. People will still have a question mark about their career. Darrell Henderson, number one. The New York Giants. He worked out for them in December after being cut by the Rams.
Yeah.
The idea would be to take some stress off of Saquon at that point.
Yeah, Henderson's problem has been injury, a little bit of fumbleitis. Look, I'll take anybody as a backup to Saquon because they're going to be the starter when I get rid of Saquon. I'm done with this crap.
Are you really going to get done? I just thought that they were going to work out some type of a long-term deal.
He doesn't
with
want to
him.
work out a long-term deal. He thinks he's something special.
So franchise him each year until you're just done with him?
I think he's franchised for right now, and that's it. It's over after this year.
He's next year's Dalvin Cook.
Yeah, remember, it's a new coaching staff, and it's a new regime.
You know what? You're right.
Plus, they can vilify him when he didn't take their $12.5 million a year.
You're right again.
Next one on the list, Leonard Fournette, KC. Kansas City can use him as a part of a committee. Fits the need for a pass catcher element, too. What do you think about that fit for Leonard Fournette?
Don't hate it. Plus, anything the Chiefs do works. So who am I to say otherwise? Anybody they put in that backfield works, Rico.
It does, but Fournette has just been the biggest underachiever his entire career. He was taken 4th overall. And,
I know. Well, that's why you don't draft a running back there.
Speaking of drafting running backs, Dallas, Zeke Elliott returning to Dallas. They signed Ronald Jones. They drafted Deuce Vaughn. And apparently that's not enough, according to Bleacher Report, to fill Zeke's role. What do you think of that?
I think it's ridiculous.
That's room for radio.
Jerry
That's gonna happen.
Jones is obsessed.
Yes. Guys, I told you to go find his replacement. You didn't. Zeke, come on back.
Tony Pollard is so much better than Zeke Elliott. They're not even at the same dinner table. It's absurd. I would never bring him back. He's done, Kenny. He's done.
And the last one on the list, Kareem Hunt to the Washington Commanders. Eric Bieniemy was Hunt's running back coach in KC. They could have a reunion there. Nice little fit.
I don't hate it because it hasn't worked with Antonio Gibson. I don't hate it. And they have a familiarity. Hunt had to get out of Cleveland. It soured there. I don't know if he's still the same player. This is why we don't pay running backs. Right. But I don't mind being reunited with the very person who helped design an offense that really launched you as a 3rd-round pick out of Toledo.
Surprised one of those teams wasn't the Minnesota Vikings.
Because they have no hope of winning this division. Because the Lions are winning this division. We are getting a home playoff game. And the parking will be cheaper than for the Taylor Swift concert.
And you'll sell your tickets for $5,000.
And the last thing here, just popping up. So far, the Jets, Saints, and Bears all publicly said that they don't want to be on Hard Knocks. Why do we continue to force teams onto this show that nobody seems to really watch or care about?
Because the league can. And because Rico, RL, TV Market, our very own Tom Wamsgans, he knows it. The networks control everything.
Yeah, you signed the deal with HBO. You promise me a team every year. I don't care who it is. Make it happen.
And that is In Football Today.
Oh, don't worry. That's been a theme of the week. Rico's been quite a man about town. Nobody's trying to talk Tigers with him. They want to know about in UFOs today. We can get to that later.
Hey, man, stuff happened this week.
Oh, I know, and you're going to answer for it. These nutcases. If you're just joining, welcome. And what we're rapping about is kind of a little bit of everything because this Taylor Swift thing is shut down downtown. So we asked the question, is there any sporting event right now where you wouldn't sell the tickets for what these tickets are going for? Cheapest seat in the house is $1,200. The mid-level seating options are in and around $2,500 per ticket. And the premium options begin at, but do not stop at, $5,000 a ticket. So I had made a joke because Jimmy Powers was going down there earlier today. Jimmy doesn't want to go. He begged his daughters to sell the tickets. He'd get them not one, but two puppies and pocket the other $7,000. And they said no. And I just told him, you failed as a parent. And I don't want to talk to you anymore. And Jimmy, in a disheveled manner, walked out. So, thanks, Berto. It was more just, I asked the people. I said, if you are not, like, look, if money's no object, you do whatever you want. That's the way of the world. At Jeff Bezos, money doesn't matter. You have $500 million to spend on a mega yacht. What am I going to tell you? If the money doesn't matter to you and you want to go, go. But for a vast majority of people going tonight, we've heard stories from people where it's like, yeah, I owe $20,000, but my wife won't sell the tickets. What? We had one guy call in, he could pay off his wedding. They won't sell the tickets. Mm-hmm. Well, then I just tell you, you ought to be marrying somebody else because this person's a maniac. So we did that, and then there's the sports option, which is honestly, outside of the Lions being in the Super Bowl, is there anything that if I offered you 4 tickets and $15,000, you're not selling? You know, you could come up, Kenny talked about a Game 7 Stanley Cup Finals. I get that. In this town, our teams don't win. I get it. It's been 10, 15, 20, in the case of the Lions, 70 years. I understand that, but here's the difference between a concert and sports. Sports is the great unknown. Mm-hmm. Sports, I'm going to watch actual competition. Like Taylor's not competing against a piano tonight. Okay? Sports is competition.
It is. But you pay $15,000 or you have that seat at the Lions Super Bowl and they end up blowing the game the way the Falcons did.
Right. That's why.
That's pain. That's money. Now you start like, you go to the concert and at least it's the show. I know what it is.
But that's why we love sports. We love it because we don't know. Because we know it could be absolutely awful.
Right. But it is. But when you've paid the money and you win, it was a great investment. But when you pay the money and your team loses, it's like you're at the roulette table and you just see the guy raking on your money and you just think of everything you could have bought. But yet you went to this event and my team lost.
Rico just painting dark pictures. 248-539-9797. Kenny, some of the ticket texts, and then I'll get to the callers.
I'm definitely buying 4 good seats next time she comes to town just to resell them. That's from David in Sterling Heights.
And don't worry. I mean, what? She'll be back in a year or two, right?
That's what I don't get it. She will be back.
She's 31.
She's young.
She's probably got a 30-year career ahead of her.
Yeah, you're not kidding. I mean, maybe we missed the boat. We should just try to get some face value tickets.
It's a new investing plan is buy Taylor Swift tickets.
Well, hell, buy the tickets so she can buy one of our teams. Save us.
Can she do 25 songs, $250? That's $100 a song.
What? Huh? What?
Breaking down further what it would cost.
Oh, $2,500 for a ticket, 25 songs, it's $100 a song.
At that point, your Spotify wins.
100% it does. Spotify wins every time.
$100 a song.
You have access to not just the songs, but where they were played, live versions, different. I mean, depending on the bands you like or the artist you like, dude, you could sort it by sports stadium they've played. I mean, it's all there for you. Then you go in and customize what songs you like from what concerts. You put it all together in your own playlist. I will never understand paying $500 for a concert ticket ever. Doesn't make sense to me. No. Whereas sports, it's competition. You don't know the outcome? Here's the outcome tonight. Taylor Swift will be there. She will sing 20 songs. You will have heard them all, and you will go home. There's what's happening tonight.
Yeah, I think the most I've ever paid for a concert ticket was like $200.
And what would you have paid if you knew Prince was dying the next day?
I would have paid the $500.
Yeah, you would have. Shame on you. Prince needed you and you weren't there. That's
He
terrible.
cried out for me from the elevator.
Exactly. Oh, my God. Stop. My God. He's your hero, not mine. This is not hard for me to slander him. All right, let's go to the people. Justin is up next, 97.1. Justin, how you doing, buddy?
Good afternoon, fellas. Thanks for taking my call.
You got it, man. What's going on?
I just wanted to say one thing, the difference between the concert and any game, and I'm a big sports fan, but it's not going to be on NBC or ABC tonight. Like, you can't watch the concert on TV. So in that sense, it is kind of a unique experience in being able to get the ticket, whereas you could sell any game ticket and then just go watch it on TV, which is, arguably a better seat.
Yeah, but what Rico and callers have said, Justin, is you can basically get all the live coverage and live video and highlights and all the rest from some of these social media platforms because people cannot just go enjoy a show. They video the whole thing.
That's true. Although, I mean, at that point, I don't think that's the same experience. I think at that point, you're better off just playing the Taylor Swift Spotify in your house and just doing that. I mean, than watching people's secondhand video of the experience. Although I've never watched a concert, through someone. If someone in the first row is streaming it, I think it might be all right. But that's the only thing. I do like your point about being unpredictable, but just not being able to turn on, ABC and just watch the Taylor Swift concert, I think does add the value, to the people who are paying, that much money.
So
for
is there a game that you wouldn't sell the tickets at the current markup?
Yeah, there's only one, and it's a game that's already happened because I had a chance to go to Game 5 in 2004 for the Pistons, and I turned down the tickets because $75 was too much for me in that time because I was in 7th grade.
Oh, yeah.
okay.
I mean, yeah. Come on, man. You would have to deliver papers for 3 weeks. I mean, my God. Yeah,
That's
you're
shoveling a lot of snow.
Yeah, I mean, Justin, we'll let you off the hook for that. I mean, come on, 7th grade. Don't beat yourself up. Good Lord. Now, if the Pistons ever made the NBA Finals again, I'd argue the tickets wouldn't be as expensive as Taylor Swift.
So you still, I mean, please forgive me.
What?
The prime seats at Kentucky Derby 150. I don't
Sure.
know where the owners sit or whatever.
Sure.
You had tickets to that. Somebody offered you, I don't know what they go for.
All right, so like here's how it works. So like when you see Aaron Rodgers on TV, I can't quote you what those tickets cost because often celebrities get invited. So I was just at Churchill last weekend, and you can get anywhere you want very affordably if it's not Derby Day. So let's say the tickets for finish line, box, outside, but undercover. It's going to be 6 tickets, and they pair up Friday Oaks Day with Derby Day Saturday. It's going to cost you about secondary market. It'll cost you about $10,000 if you bought them a year in advance.
Okay.
So if you're telling me the markup per Taylor Swift markup is $40,000, you sell the tickets. Heartbeat.
Okay, yeah.
Heartbeat. Now, if you're in one of the unbelievable air-conditioned, like they have a rose room, they got a steaks room, they've got a steak house at Churchill. Rico, I can't even begin to imagine. I think they would throw you in jail if they caught you selling them. I don't even know how it works.
I just figured because it's 150, it was
I
special
know.
that maybe you would hold on because that's your
Yeah.
passion. You're sitting right there at the finish
But
line.
I'll give you a point. It's like pragmatism. There are things I'm willing to go above and beyond for, but I've already started the conversations about going to Derby 150, and I know what it's worth to me. And I will probably just draw a line and go, F this.
So you got a tap out price.
And it's not about can you do it or whatever. It's
Right,
am
it's
I
just-
willing?
right,
And
it's
it's
just,
like
I
yeah,
can only
because-
go this far, and after that,
Yeah,
we're-
it's like if you go this far and you're still not going to be able to pay for the trip by hitting the pick 6, it's probably a bad idea.
Gotcha.
Like, what's the point of betting the races if I'm in a hole I can't dig out of?
you can't put a quarter on it.
But yeah, I mean, Derby 150 is probably going to be offensive. I will probably look. I'm only going through people I know, and like, if I can get a good hookup, do it. Yeah, I'll make a run at it. But if it gets to the point where I got to go secondary market for the Derby next year, after they're doing a $250 million renovation to the track, oh hell no, because the prices will be so offensive. What am I doing? You know what I'm saying?
Right, but I didn't know if that was one of those things, kind of like the concert where you just want to say, I was at Derby 150.
I just think I've left a lot of that behind in my 20s and early 30s. Like, I'm 42. I love my life. I've done so much cool stuff. I've been blessed. But, like, I don't need it. I don't need it to show other people. I don't need it to feel
no,
like...
not to show other people.
No, I'm saying,
just...
like, I don't need it to feel whole. I don't need... there's nothing out there that if the price gets stupid...
Well, it's kind of like the Lions Super Bowl where you could say, win or lose, I was at the Lions Super Bowl game.
Yeah, and that one, I would understand people spending lunatic money because it is something you have never experienced. It is something you have had family members die before they got to experience it. That, totally get it. That's unique. The Lions' ineptitude has made that unique. The passion, the emotion, how much people want it, how much this town deserves it. Like that, yeah, Rico. Like if someone told me, hey, I got to be real with you, you know, I borrowed against my life insurance to go to the game, I'd be like, you know what? Good for you. The death benefit, you don't need the whole thing. You'll be all right.
If that's the case, come see me. Come see me. I got 4 seats for you. I would sell them.
Oh, no. I know that.
Yeah.
I know that. Yeah. I'm just saying, no, there's nothing.
But no, I didn't know if it was like because it was 150.
Oh, no.
If that meant something to like in the horse racing world.
Sure it does.
Where you get like some special commemorative
well,
whatever.
It's going to be a lot of that, but it's also going to be that, dude, think about what $250 million does for you in renovations. That's what they're sinking into that track right now. That's like, yeah, it's going to be amazing. But you know the problem? It's the same thing people are encountering with Taylor Swift tonight or this NFL draft. Good luck getting an Airbnb, a Vrbo, hotel, forget it. Louisville, it's like a pup tent.
Can they at least put a retractable roof over?
No, they cannot.
I mean, $250 million?
Buddy, if you can show me a Wakanda Downs track with a space bubble,
retractable roof where if it's a nice day.
No, I don't want the roof. I want a racetrack and a bubble. Okay. I want that Wakanda bubble. That's what I want.
All right. We'll order the vibranium right now.
No, I honestly, where's the? We're big on artist renderings in this town, aren't we?
A rendering?
Show me the rendering of the LED roof in a Wakanda bubble. That's
the big LED horse on top of it.
But no, I'm gonna give it a shot. But yeah, it's certain events. I think it's like this concert tonight. I don't understand. Like, let's say you're buying the tickets on the secondary market. $5,000 to watch a concert? Like, I don't know. I'd just be like, it's a Titanic waste of money. It's not even an if it can you or should you. Am I going to walk out of there feeling like I got any ROI?
I think at that point, yeah, you bought the tickets to earn points with whoever you're taking to say, hey, look what I did for you. Oh, boy.
Nah, I won't do it. I was going to do something terrible. All right, listen, Hungry Howie's 50th anniversary, celebrating 50 years of flavor. For 50 years, they have served delicious pizza, in-house dough made daily, 100% real mozzarella, and 8 different flavors of the flavored crust that they themselves invented. Guys, what are we doing here? You don't feel like cooking. Stop into Hungry Howie's or just make the phone call. Special menu items like the 73 Classic, 73 spicy pepperonis for $9.99. I mean, you could basically buy 2,500 of these pizzas for the cost of the Taylor Swift ticket. Kenny could be swimming in pepperoni like Scrooge McDuck in his coin factory. You remember that? You might be too young for that. The point is, Hungry Howie's, they got the $6.99 mix and match. It's all there. It's Hungry Howie's. And as always, limited time only, restrictions may apply. All right, Kenny, couple of the ticket texts. I want to get to the people. And I have just a wild story. Remember we talked about last week Antonio Brown is now an owner of an arena football team?
Not a very good one from what I understand.
Dude, it is so much worse than you realize. All I'm going to do is read you 5 bullet points of what's really happening. I'll wait for Rico to return. But give me some of the ticket texts, and we'll take more of these calls as well.
I'm a high school teacher and sat down all my students to show how much money they could have by the time they retire if they sell their T-Swift tickets. They all said, nope, not worth it.
But see, that's where parents come in. As I said to Jimmy, I go, all right, so what if you just lied to him and said the show was canceled? Taylor had an upset tummy. Like, the guy's sitting on 10 grand in tickets, and you'd think somebody's got a gun to his head to go to this thing. How do you trade in 10 years of a dog for 3 hours of Taylor Swift? How? His kids have butchered him for a puppy for 2 years. You can have a best friend for a decade, or you can have 2 hours of somebody who may or may not be singing. I have no idea if she voice tracks or not. It's not my business. I don't listen to Taylor Swift. That's insanity to me.
But most people only live for right now.
Yeah, but that's why parents are there. They're the bumpers for the bumper bowling. So kids don't end up in the gutter. They're the bumpers.
Right, but if you promise the kid that they can go to the show and then you take it back from them.
Well, you know what? Mommy promised she'd always love Daddy, and that didn't happen either, did it?
Good night, everybody. Wojo and Rieger take it to 6 o'clock.
I can't even find the Roberto drop. I played it for. I was gonna play. I said it for Roberto. There it is. Oh, that was just for him, and he wasn't even here for it. All right, there he is. Okay.
Mommy and Daddy promised they would love each other.
Now you got 2 sets of parents.
Kitty, read something, please.
Life is disappointment.
Life is about experiences. When you're sitting on a rocking chair watching the grass grow, you will remember the concert, not the money, Mike.
Okay, but hold on now. I see what you're doing there. But you're acting as if you're not going to do anything experiential in your life ever.
Maybe that was their one big thing that they wanted to do.
Then go. I'm not talking to you. I'm saying in general, we have a lot of people who are going to this thing against their will and who have begged their spouse to not go. Let's sell. Why do you think these lines are full? You have people going into debt for these tickets. I've never seen a game in this town like this. What?
No, I was trying to think of a game. No, you're right. No, maybe not even opening day if they were good.
Let's go to Zach. No, good God, no. Zach, 97.1. What's up, man?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
How are you?
I'm doing well. So this past weekend, I took my girlfriend and her brother to Chicago to see Taylor Swift at Soldier Field. And I do want to point out first that I'm not dating a psycho. She paid face value. We did talk about reselling, and I tried begging, but I didn't win that one, obviously.
Zach, let me just real quick before you get to the rest of the story. Was the resale market in Chicago even stronger than what it is here?
Man, if I told you how much, I'll tell you. She paid $60 for those tickets. $60.
Okay.
She could have resold them for probably close to $3,000. So,
oh boy.
I mean, I'm not a financial advisor, but
that's a trip.
She could have made some money off that.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
That's a nice trip, flying first class.
Exactly. But no, so when her and her brother were getting ready on Saturday, I traveled down to Guaranteed Rate to see our lovely Tigers take on the White Sox.
Oh.
And coming back, that was the game that he got smacked in the face. But anyway,
so you're down $12,000 in possible resale, and your team lost because an umpire got drilled in the grill. 2 wild pitches is how you lose.
Exactly. I had a lovely weekend, but no. So coming back on the L, I had these girls that were obviously wearing their pink sequins cowgirl hats, obviously going to the Taylor Swift concert. And I couldn't help but overhear them say about how they have to stay in the south side of Chicago because they could not afford a hotel any nicer because of the price that they paid for tickets.
Oh, boy.
And I was just sitting there like, I mean, I don't know. I don't know if that's worth it for me. But
yeah, no. And I mean, Zach, we're going to do more of this in the 5 o'clock. How are we hosting the NFL draft if a concert and a baseball team nobody cares about are playing and we can't handle this and it's chaos? How the hell how are 250,000 people going to be downtown and it's going to go off without a hitch?
that's the thing too, is like, at least in Chicago where we were, you had public transportation. In Detroit, we don't have anything.
Whoa, mister.
Okay,
we have
sorry,
the Q line,
everyone can hop on the Q line at Wayne State and head on down. But,
Hey, Zach. This is the people mover.
We got the people mover, Z. Come on.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. But no, I don't know. I can't fathom how it's going to be. Hopefully they do a pretty good job planning it out, and I think there is some hope behind it. But no, it's going to be crazy. If it's anything like it was in Chicago, I can't imagine how Detroit's going to be these days.
Oh, no. I mean, and again, from what we were told, and I mean, we have people at work that are going to the concert. They all left at 1:30, 2 o'clock. Which I just find that
1:32. This place has been empty since I've been here. There's nobody in this.
Well, literally and figuratively. 248-539-90. Stoney, please. Hey, do you want the Antonio Brown story I promised? You remember we did this, how he owns the Albany Empire? He owns an Arena Football League team?
Yeah.
Let's check in on how things are going under AB's ownership. Now, remember the whole deal where he wasn't paying players. And then after a game, he posted, we need a backup quarterback, a linebacker, a defensive coordinator. Basically, no one was getting paid. So the quarterback at a team, what is this cat's name? Castronova. He's a former league MVP in the Arena League. Good player, allegedly, right? He goes on a podcast to talk about what Antonio Brown's ownership of this team is like. You ready? Mm-hmm. When Brown told everyone he bought 95% of the team, quote, right off the rip, he was lying. His original stake was 47.5%, while another 47.5% belonged to two other owners. He ended up buying 47.5% for $1. Ask me how.
How?
Because the partner was so tired of working with him and losing money, he just wanted to cut his losses. Oh, and Brown blackmailed him, according to the quarterback, posting photos of this guy participating in a, quote, union firebombing in 2008.
Union fire.
The first game of the season was played under previous owners. Albany won 70-33. Brown took over by game 2. During the game, one Empire player injured his ankle. They took him to urgent care. When the assistant trainers went to pay the $150 copay, Antonio Brown's card was declined. Soon thereafter, players discovered their paychecks hadn't been deposited. He just said, hey, money's coming. The Orlando game was a last-minute loss, ending on the final drive at the goal line on a batted pass. No sooner did they get on the bus to go home to Albany, Brown called the head coach, his second one of the season already, and he fired him. He was overheard on the phone screaming, you guys suck. And then the coach screamed back, say that to my face, MF. And Brown fired him 10 minutes into a 12-hour bus ride. Team captains had reached out to Brown to protest the firing, but Castronova wanted no part of the conversation and stayed out of it. Nevertheless, back at the hotel in Albany, he left his key in his room and asked the front desk for another. He was told that they couldn't get him another key. Antonio Brown had given them a list of 8 people whose rooms were canceled, and the quarterback was one of them.
Are you serious?
After finding out that had happened, Castronova's father texted Antonio Brown to plead his son's case, saying there's no reason to do this. Your son is fired, bro, was the reply he received back. Tell him to make $2,000 a week elsewhere. Eddie Brown. Remember I told you, touchdown Eddie Brown? I grew up watching Eddie Brown when I would go see the Albany Firebirds play. That's Antonio's dad. Well, he was the team vice president who was around for the first 2 nights and was never seen by players again. But he reached out to Castronova saying he was planning to take over as head coach and looked forward to Castronova being the quarterback. He told him about everything that had taken place and that he wouldn't play for his son again. The dude is crazy. I understand, was Eddie Brown's reply.
Oh,
do you want more? Or have you had enough? I could keep going.
I want more.
Yeah. All right. Since then, Brown has hired another coach and fired him, brought him back one more time as an apprentice, floated it out there he was going to suit up and play, sold a bunch of tickets to people who wanted to see Pro Bowler Antonio Brown, then stood on the sidelines in street clothes the whole time. And according to Castronova, Brown live streams every single thing he does and has, quote, never told a single truth in his time in Albany, close quote. All right. Things are going really well. Want to play Who Said It?
That's
Want to?
Sure. Let's play Who Said It.
97.1.
Well, after listening to that story, this is sure fitting. Everything changes so fast these days, and that's a great thing because in my day, you know what? Coaches just coach the teams, and the owners just own the team. And you could also you could download a video at your desktop. It took a long time, but, it happened. But now there's Xfinity's 10G network. That means the fastest internet with the fastest speeds rolling out every day and internet power that can power the whole house full of devices all at once with an ultra-low lag. So while one person is streaming a movie in their room, another person can play video games in the basement, while another is watching concert highlights in the kitchen. It's the next generation 10G network only from Xfinity. The future starts now. And now through June 21st, new customers can get a 200 megabit internet on the next generation Xfinity 10G network for just $25 a month for 2 years. Plus, there is no annual contract, and you get Wi-Fi equipment included. Go to Xfinity.com/10G. Call 1-800-XFINITY or just stop by a local store today. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with a store bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary.
All right, so we'll step away from the sports, Taylor Swift, NFL draft nonsense we've been doing all day. It's time for Who Said It. We do it every week, so let's play the damn game. All right, we're rustling up Evan Jenkins, who, by the way, is in the loudest polo shirt I have ever seen. This man... Evan, you look like you're about to do a Vegas show in that thing.
Did it for Kenny. It's that Floral Friday.
Floral Friday, baby.
With flowers on it.
It's unbelievable. All right, this is where Roberto curates a list of the stuff that our coworkers say. And we got to guess who the hell said it. Roberto?
Okay, so we did this last week. We're going to do it a little bit again today. So, Mike, let me tell you how this is going to work. At any point during these 5 Who Said It, and we might not even get to it. Who knows?
We won't.
One of these of the 5 comes from a 97 Won the Ticket podcast. So it could be Cash the Ticket, could be Necessary Roughness, could be Restore the Floor, could be 5-Star Zone.
Okay.
You never know.
All right. Oh, God.
Could be any of the 5.
Jesus. As if this needed to get more difficult. All right. Go ahead.
Yeah, this is the expanded edition.
Yeah.
Here we go. All right, first one. I didn't hate Hollywood Hulk Hogan. I thought it was a ridiculously creative character. My answer to this, I hated Razor Ramon.
It's got to be Gator.
Yeah, I would say Gator too, but who the hell hated Razor Ramon? No one.
Yeah, that's a weird pick.
Yeah, I love that toothpick.
I mean, he was a bad guy when he first came out, right?
Yeah, the bad guy. That was his nickname.
Right.
The bad guy. Oozing Machismo.
Yeah.
I'm going Gator too.
Yeah, gotta be Gator.
Yeah.
I mean, doesn't it feel like Gator's the only one who would
Yes.
waste airtime talking about his wrestling preferences?
Unless it's somebody from the Tecumseh area.
Oh,
boy.
Yeah, Tom could say that. Well, there's what, 4 of us?
I'll take Guff.
Okay, I'll go Tom too. That way we'll cover our bases here.
Gator. Gotta be. I could just hear him saying it. Plus, the Iron Sheik died this
No,
week.
and I know
he
Tom
probably cried.
Tom loved the NWO. So it's probably Gator, but let's cover our bases. Let's get them both in here.
Who said it?
Here we go. Who said it?
I didn't hate Hollywood
Yes!
Hulk Hogan. I thought it was a ridiculously creative character. My answer to this is that I hated Razor Ramon.
I'm going to have a talk with that guy on Monday.
What's he doing?
I
Hated
don't know.
Razor Ramon. Come on,
He's
dude.
hating life at that point.
Right.
Jesus, Mary and Joseph. All right, next.
All right. I guess the live golfers won't be booed anymore, or as much, or maybe they will. I don't know.
Doug Karsh. That sounds like Doug Karsh all the way to me.
That's
What?
Stoney trailing off.
A
Is what
bunch
that
of
is.
words that aren't an opinion? Just,
that's
you know, could be, might be, respectfully, I don't know. Back to the call.
Well, who else would think about booing the player? I don't
Wait,
think they
one
would
more
get
time.
booed.
I guess the live golfers won't be booed anymore, or as much, or maybe they will. I don't know.
That's
That could be
Wojo.
Stoney, couldn't it?
That's Wojo.
I heard Stoney.
See, think about if we did a wishy-washy power ranking on the station.
Well, Stoney's 1, 2, and 3.
Well, then Karsh would be 4. I'm with Kenny. I'm going Stoney.
I'm going Wednesdays with Wojo.
All right, I'm going Douglas Karsh.
What, do you know something that we don't know?
Yeah, what do you know, Rico?
Tell us what you know.
No.
Tell me what you know, spaceman.
Yeah, because Wojo kind of says that type of stuff too. Like, well, they won't be booed anymore, at least.
They weren't booed anyway.
Do they still do Wednesdays with Wojo?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
This is where you play the button. Roberto.
Okay, I'm just making sure everyone's good.
We're good.
All right, here we go. Who said it?
And I guess.
Oh, 2 for 2.
You're a rat. You're a rat.
No,
He knew it and didn't disclose it. You're a rat.
And he was laid in on the Tom one last, too. I think he might be in cahoots with,
You're
with Roberto.
cheating. I don't like this.
cheating.
You cheating?
Thank you.
Oh, that was Stoney.
Wojo just going back and forth like that's Wojo trying to be funny.
I think he knew, but didn't want us to know that he knew.
I
so
would,
he could
I
look
would
all
simply
smart.
tell
Wow.
you that.
Sandbagging.
I would recuse myself and say, no, I actually
Well, that's
heard
the
that.
gentleman's agreement we have. But
Right.
you've proven you're no gentleman.
Well, I'm just not smart enough to go 2 for 2.
Nah, not when you believe in UFOs. All right, let's go to number 3.
Okay, here we go.
I hope one lands in his backyard this weekend, too.
Did you see that loser in Vegas?
Yeah, but imagine Mike coming in on Monday if a UFO landed in his backyard. Rico, you will not believe this. And you're Mike, I've been telling you about this.
No, this is Mike. Yeah, these losers dressed up. I don't know who they were. Oh, these big eyes.
Who do they think they are?
Well, you know you're cleaning this up, right? You're cleaning this up.
I told them to get the hell out of here.
I couldn't believe it. They were wearing Michigan hats. All right, what number 3?
All right, here we go. I think it's the players. I think it's the tour pros that it's more about than it is about the event. Because I think the NFL is more about the players.
Wait, what?
Playa.
One more time.
I don't know what this is.
It's all jumbled.
I think it's the players. I think it's the tour pros that it's more about than it is about the event. Because I think the NFL is more about the players.
I don't know if we're talking golf or NFL.
I don't know what the hell this means.
He says tour pros, so that's definitely golf.
But what does the NFL have to do with it?
You
know what?
Could this be Jansen word soup? That's what I heard.
I'm going to say... or maybe this is a podcast.
Oh, boy. Well, then Evan would have the advantage. He's the EP.
All right.
And I'm going to tell you it's not a podcast because I know how many were recorded this week.
Okay, so all right, I'll go Doug. I don't know.
Yeah, I like the Jansen idea. Just throwing stuff out there.
Read it one more time. I want to see if I'm right about this.
I think it's the players. I think it's the tour pros that it's more about than it is about the event. Because I think the NFL is more about the players.
Yeah. I'll lock in Jansen.
And who'd you go with?
I went with Doug.
I'm going to go Stoney. I mean, let's just cover our bases. Somebody's got to be right in this room.
That's crazy.
I have no
I don't either. I don't even know what they're talking about.
Could be a Kang.
Yeah, but didn't he call off like 4 days this week?
Oh.
I don't know.
No.
Kenny?
At least.
Oh, jeez. Jeez. All right. Are we ready? Mike, are you in?
Yeah, hit a button before I say something else.
Here we go. Who said?
I think it's the players. I think it's the tour pros that it's more about than it is the events. And because I think the NFL is more about the players.
What a just collective nothing.
I think they were talking about do you care more about the players on a team or organization, or is it more about the event?
I care to know. Next.
Next. You want another one?
Every time I tuned in, they were talking about air quality. I don't know.
It's bad.
I'm like,
Tigers canceled the fireworks tonight.
Oh, my God. Or here's an idea. No one's going, and they save money.
Yeah, the crowd coming out of Taylor Swift would see it.
They didn't pay to watch the Tigers.
It's a bonus. It's add-on. Added value. We know about that.
Next.
All right, here we go. Denver is the better team. Denver in 5 games. Yet, whoa. Denver hadn't lost at home all postseason, and Miami just evened it up.
Whoa.
Was whoa in the...
Yes, that's actually...
What is this, Ronnie the limo?
I said, did you guys do a restore the floor? That's Stoney.
Whoa.
Yeah, that's Stoney.
There was multiple woes.
Was there? All right. I was going to say something mean. Okay. Rico seems certain he's got the hot hand. I'll go Stoney.
Was there a cash the ticket with cookies? That could be a cookie.
No, that would require Jim working.
Oh, okay.
There was,
So that's
though.
out.
He did talk basketball. And was it game 3 because he bet the Jokic triple-double.
All right, I'll lock in with cookies then. You've talked me into it.
Whoa.
So there's been 2 recorded this week before Roberto got to it. Okay. I'm going to recuse myself because I believe I know what it is.
Stay out of it. Roberto, who said it?
Who said it?
Denver's the better team.
Hey!
Denver
Wow!
games.
From deep.
Whoa. Denver hadn't lost at home all postseason, and Miami just evened it up.
Wow, look at that.
Whoa.
Wow. Was that
whoa,
cash? Was
whoa,
it cash?
It was cash. I kind of forgot that he did it.
Whoa.
Keep looping that.
Whoa.
I didn't even notice that.
Whoa.
No.
Whoa.
The other one. There it is.
No, give me the other one, Kenny. Give me the one I like.
Wait, what are you guys talking
Listen to
about?
this one. Come on, Kenny.
Whoa.
Whoa.
Honestly, can you add that to my drop board, please?
I can put some songs to that, I think.
You do whatever you want. I don't care.
whoa.
It's fabulous. Thank you. This was a tremendous. This podcast angle is going to make it very difficult.
Yeah, because I'll be honest, I thought it was Restore the Floor, and it was Stoney.
Right, I thought it was Stoney. Like, yeah, whoa, yeah.
Whoa.
Oh, all right. He's done.
Oh, for God's sake.
All right, we've talked about David Femininio for a long time, and when you get injured in Michigan, you get David, and you get paid. Well, listen, it's simple. You get communication, you get the best legal team in the state, and when you get David, you don't pay a thing until he wins your case. So if you're injured or someone you know is, tell them to call David today, 855-65-CRASH, or go on the website at getdavidgetpaid.com. All right, we will get you Tiger stat of the day. Yeah, hell, I'll do it right now, and then I'm going to get to these calls. And we will reset. This Taylor Swift concert has basically upended the entire city of Detroit. The resale on these tickets, and we've done a sports equivalent. And some of these games, like, I don't know of a game I wouldn't sell tickets to unless it was like Lions in the Super Bowl. But then there's a bigger question. If one concert, which is the equivalent of an NFL game day, if one concert upends this entire city where you can't go down there right now. you're toast. How are we doing the draft again? Where there's going to be 4 times this many people? 250,000 people? What am I missing here? The way people have talked about, I mean, I was in the barbershop the other day and the news was down there 2 days ago. I'm like, it's a concert.
Dude, they've been talking about fake tickets for the last 3 weeks. Don't buy this. Don't do that. Be careful.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, I guess they can. At least by next year, the freeways will be opened up. There'll be no construction. So.
Well, hooray. Here's your Tiger stat of the day.
I don't know if I'm ready for this.
In their last 6 games, okay, I want you to think about a 6-game sample size. And now I want you to think more specifically about the first 3 innings of the last 6 games. The Tigers have come up to bat 52 times. Now, there have been 2 walks for a grand total of 54 plate appearances, but 52 at-bats. How many hits do the Tigers have in the first 3 innings of the last 6 games in 52 at-bats?
Well, they've lost all the games. So I'm going to go 6.
Rico says 6. Kenny Cott?
I'll go 2. I've always gone way too generous to the Tigers. I'll go lower. I'll go 2.
You're not low enough. The Tigers in the first 3 innings of their last 6 baseball games are a combined 1 for 52 from the plate.
That's a little problematic.
Do me a favor, AJ. Keep hitting Baez second. It's really working out. First 3 innings of their last 6 games, 1 for 52.
So in 56 plate appearances, they've gotten more walks than hits.
Oh, that's correct. 1 for 52. Oh, and last night they got walked off by Cody Clemens. That was the chef's kiss.
1 for 52. What is that batting average?
No, you don't need to do it. My point to you would be, I don't think I have ever seen nor will ever see something like that again. I don't even think it's possible. I have never. I mean, Rico, the last 3 nights, I think they were getting no hit through 6, no hit through 5, and no hit through 7. I've never seen anything like it.
They're batting in that inning .019.
That's hot. That's stat of the day.
.0.
It's been a fun bit, but these stats keep unearthing themselves. This is the worst Tiger offense, maybe of our lifetimes.
I thought you were going to give me the Riley Green without him in the lineup stat.
Sure, but I mean, no disrespect. Riley had a good month in May. He was bad in April. No. He's not Mike Trout, all right? I'm not trying to be rude.
But he truly was the only reason to watch this team.
But he's our Mike Trout.
Then you better find another. 1 for 52. You like that?
Good thing I'm going to that concert tonight.
You are not.
I'm kidding.
Please.
You'll be there late. What are you going to do? Take a helicopter?
Yeah, I was going to say. What are you going to do? The Fox chopper?
Going to land it right over in the parking lot.
I mean, that's your only way down there right now. I wonder if people got a late start or stuck on a highway or what. Oh, God. What a night.
You know what? Here's the thing. You're probably smart leaving later because everybody's down there. So there'll be no traffic. If you don't mind missing the opening acts, that's what I would do.
Who the hell's the? I don't even care.
I have no idea.
Kenny, ticket text, and then we'll reset everything. And I got to hear from the people because I think if you are not selling your tickets, you have failed as a parent. My goodness.
I have about 15 ticket texts that just say whoa, 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 whoa.
I mean, line it up. Costa providing us gold with that one.
Your son's fired, bro. You guys have me not even mad. I'm sitting in Taylor Swift traffic on my way back to work. That's from Tyler in Sterling Heights.
The Antonio Brown story's amazing. Your son is fired, bro.
Somebody really needs to get him.
How about
checked
AB's father going, it's okay, I understand you don't want to work for him. He's crazy.
He's my son. I'm just kind of stuck. I need the money.
Antonio Brown giving Zion a run for his money with these updates. That's from Corey.
What a week by Zion, by the way. A third woman has emerged
Well, the one that we read the tweets from? Oh, she's back.
Back?
She jumped back on today.
What the hell does she want?
Is there another dramatic reading in our future?
It could be. She can't step away from the keyboard. Let's just put it.
Oh, dear. Oh, boy. All right. Kenny, one more, and then we will reset everything and hit the 5 o'clock hour. Right.
We were just talking about going to the horse racing. Somebody said, come on, Mike, get a $50 infield ticket and have a good old time with me.
Man, I ain't 22 anymore. You're on your own. That ain't for me, pal. I mean, there was a time and place. That's all I'll tell you. And it's long past. Infield at the Derby. I'd rather put myself in a coffin and be buried. Kenny, the infield's your kind of deal.
All right. See, now we're talking. Well, way to get back into it.
No.
Come on.
I'll pay for your infield ticket. Let me know how it goes.
All right. I'll have a good time.
Yeah, I bet you will.
The Admiral will come out.
Yeah, and we'll probably need a new show producer. Kenny would not survive the weekend. It'd be too much.
I challenge that.
No, it would be
No.
like your Garden of Eden. You wouldn't know what to do.
You know what? I could see you pre-gaming a little too hard, and it's like, yeah, what horse racing?
What am I, a rookie? Pre-gaming too hard is a rookie move.
You'd come home single.
It's a lot of Kentucky bourbon, mint juleps.
All right, I think that settles it.
And you know what? Then all of a sudden, we'll see stuff about you being tweeted all out, along with photos.
Kenny and Zion?
Well, she's.
Oh.
I'm just saying.
Oh. Uh-oh. Yeah. Oh, no.
So what's coming up next, guys? What do you got to tease in the 5 o'clock?
I'll give you one. I'll do this, but once again, you can't use this against me.
No, we're not doing
Okay.
another dramatic reading. No. No. You
He's gonna give you the best one.
Okay. Once I set up the 5 o'clock, I'm fine. I don't want to get derailed because the Zion thing is truly theater. Let me set everything up for the people, and then yes, you can.
All right.
There's one that beats the other day.
It goes right into the other day. Yeah.
Wow. Okay. Next, 97.1. All right, so here's where we're at, and you can go a number of different ways with it. The show started like this. Jimmy Powers, program director at station, desperately tried to convince his kids not to go to Taylor Swift tonight. He's got some decent seats. Resale value on the secondary market. Cheap seats in the house, $1,200 a pop. Decent seats are $2,500 a pop. And then what you'd call premium seating begins at, but surely does not stop at, $5,000 a seat. Well, Jimmy had 4 tickets, and he was ready to get the hell up out of here. His kids had asked him for 2 years, we want a puppy. He goes, I'll get you the puppy. We're not going to Taylor Swift. Well, that was met with a hard no and potential divorce. So he left here like a man who was walking to the electric chair. I mean, he looked like John Coffey in Green Mile. And I'm like, Jimmy, you got to sell the tickets. I mean, he's sitting on $10,000. You buy him a puppy, and you and the missus get to go on a week vacation basically for free, courtesy of Taylor Swift. Mm-hmm. So I had asked the question to people. I said, look, do you need a safe space to air your grievances? Because it sounds like there have been some hard conversations this week. I don't know of a sporting event that produces resale values like this. Look, Michigan has been great the last couple of years. Even Michigan versus Ohio State, the tickets only rise to the $400, $500, $600 level. They don't end up going for $5,000. I'm sorry.
See, I think maybe this time it might, because they've already beaten Ohio State at home, so a lot of people had to see that event. But now, if it were this year, I think you'd probably see some prices, at least maybe 1,000, maybe 2, if you got good seats.
Maybe. You ain't seeing nothing for $5,000, $6,000, $17,000. Now, that goes well beyond the conversation about how the hell did we end up here and when did concerts become more important than sports, et cetera. My question to you is, do you need a safe space? Do you need to call in and ask and just talk to us about this? Like, we have heard some wild stories today. Guy called up. He's getting married in the fall. They don't have money to pay for the $25,000 wedding, but they're sitting on about $21,000 in tickets, and his girl will not allow it. And I'm like, then you need to find a new girl. Straight up. That's insanity. So then we talked about what game would you not sell? Outside of the Lions being in the Super Bowl, something like that. What game would you not sell? Like, there's really nothing in this world where if you're giving me that kind of markup, because tonight, here's the sad reality. Most people are going to be watching Taylor Swift on a TV. It's called a Jumbotron. Because you're not sitting close enough to actually watch her. So I want to throw the number out and just see where people are at with it, because I have been blown away by this. The last angle of this has been a year from now, or less, we're hosting the draft. If Taylor Swift produces 75,000 people, 50 of which get in the building, 55 of which are in the building, hell, call it 100,000. And people had to go down there at 2 o'clock to beat traffic, which now is probably better than it was because it's way late in the game and doors opened at, 3:30?
Yeah.
How the hell are we doing the draft with 250,000 people?
See, that's going to be different too, because looking at like that Thursday night, it kind of looks like first come, first serve for spaces. So there's no seats, where at least for Taylor Swift, this is my seat. You're probably just taking the day off and they'll be down there, man. If true diehard fans are like 6, 7 o'clock in the morning, just waiting 12 hours for that opportunity to be on TV.
248-539-9797. All of those options are available. The stories have been wild today. And look, it's not that I don't love sports. I clearly do. But there is no way, if you're sitting on 4 tickets for $20,000, I mean, yeah, I guess if you got $20 million in the bank, it doesn't matter, fine. But I'm just talking on a normal perspective. You can make a hell of a lot of money in this life. $20,000 for tickets I paid $400 for? The at-home experience? Yeah, I'm cool.
I guess the only argument to that is the life experience, the thing that you remember.
So what would the game be?
Like I said, I've never seen MSU in a national title football.
Let me help you. You won't.
Well, that's why I say no.
539-9797.
But if I had the opportunity, that's probably the ticket I'm not selling.
Fair. Kenny, is it still what? Game 7 Stanley Cup? Is that what we're doing?
Stanley Cup at LCA, glass seats. You can't guarantee them winning, but man, what an experience.
But that's the point with sports.
It has to be something of that magnitude, though. Or obviously, like you said, Lions Super Bowl.
It's the opposite of a concert. Here's what's going to happen tonight. Taylor Swift is going to be there. She's going to sing a bunch of songs you've already heard, and then she's going to leave the stage and say, thank you, Detroit. That's not sports.
Right, because, see, I think that the real equivalent would be, especially if we think that this team's going to turn things around, would be Lions playing a home game on Wild Card Weekend. The reason why I say that, Taylor Swift's going to come back in a few years.
She's 31. She, from a technical standpoint, could be back in Detroit as many as 15 times.
Right. Whereas if you expect the Lions to be good, they will be back in the playoffs. But this would be the first time that a lot of people have seen a home playoff game.
I'm with you.
Since January of 92.
I'm just blown away. Like, it hasn't really been parents with kids. I mean, for Jimmy it was. There's been a lot of grown-ass people making ridiculous decisions. That's crazy.
Well, if you really want to narrow it down, it's been a lot of boyfriends and husbands who pretty much said this was non-negotiable. The significant other is going to go to this concert with or without me.
Well, listen, the one guy who called up earlier, who his wife had a cancellation and he had to pay for his own ticket. I went, wait, what? Fine, if I bought the ticket, here's what's going to happen. I'm selling the ticket.
Mm-hmm. That's when you have lost cabin pressure.
248-539-9797. Let's get some of the people involved. Josh, 97.1. Josh. Well, it happened again. We get one or two of these a month. Now, does it start up again?
Yes.
There it is.
There it is.
All right, we'll put Josh on hold. We'll get back to Josh. I don't know. That sounded amazing. I don't know what he's on hold for, but it sounds outstanding. All right, we'll go to let's go to Davey, 97.1. What's up, Davey?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Yes, sir.
I'm pretty much sure that I'm the only dude in your listening audience that's already been to the Taylor Swift Eras concert. So I'm just calling to kind of, help you guys set the record straight and kind of let everybody know what's going on and kind of share my experience.
Okay.
Hello?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So I was on hold for like 5 hours in the queue to try to get tickets. I took my wife and my 21 and 19-year-old daughter to Philadelphia for the experience. And, she does play over 40 songs. It's 30-plus hours. Unique thing about it, tonight there's going to be, 55, 60,000 people there?
Sounds right.
55,000 of them are going to be chicks from ages 3 to 80. There's going to be barely any dudes in the whole place, so that's kind of an interesting experience. So I sent a text message to my kids a couple days before we left on our trip and said, hey, we could probably get $8,000 to $10,000 for these tickets. I'll give you each $1,000 and we'll do a fancy trip to a beach destination vacation. Immediately, the 19-year-old said, over my dead body. Actually, my 21-year-old said, over my dead body.
Oh.
And the 19-year-old said, there's no amount of money that's going to be able to replace this experience I'm about to have.
Oh.
So at that moment, when I saw the responses, I knew I had no chance trying to turn these tickets. In fact, Mike, I was in Philly when the Celtics were going to play that night, Thursday night before the show, and I tried to convince them that we would sell these tickets and then I'd get really sweet tickets to go to Celtics Sixers. They wouldn't go for that either. So
Davey, I guess my question is, what would the blast radius have been had you just said, well, too bad you live in my house, so we're going to do this my way?
That's right. That's a good point. I'm thinking if I was, I'm local in Detroit metro area. If I was going tonight, I think I would sell my own personal ticket. But the fact that we invested this vacation, we got the hotel rooms, we got the car, we drove, we made it a big trip about it. So
that's different.
Yeah, it was different. Yeah. So, I felt like we kind of made that a unique experience about it, and that's kind of the main reason why we chose.
That's
at least
fine.
I chose not to sell my ticket. Yeah.
That's fine. I just, I'm blown away by some of this. I guess for me, I look back, Rico, Tigers World Series tickets didn't cost this, even inflation adjusted.
No.
Like, when did a concert turn into this?
It turned into it because it's the person, and everybody wants to say, "Well, I went too," because you see her in New York, in Chicago. So now this is your turn to say, "Well, I saw her in Detroit."
Do you think she wakes up and goes, "Hey, where the hell are we? You know, it's been a long tour," and they go, "Detroit," and she goes, "Oh God." Not Tokyo, not Paris, not New York, not L.A., Detroit.
Well, no, she gets woken up by the pothole that they bump over on
Right,
the tour
the tour-
bus. Oh, we're in Detroit.
Is
All
that
right,
an
cool.
earthquake? No, we're on the lodge.
No, she's just like cha-ching, making more money here. I mean, when people lined up for her yesterday for the pre-concert merchandise.
Well, you can't buy the stuff online, Rico.
For the T-shirt.
They were all right.
And the
I can't lie to you. I went and got my hair cut yesterday, and I mean, they had it up on the TV in the barbershop, and I'm just like, will you look at these losers? I'm sorry. I know I shouldn't talk about people that way, but you are. You're losers. It's just you're in a town. You don't have tickets to the concert, and you are so desperate to buy. Wait for it. A T-shirt. You have driven to downtown Detroit to wait in line to buy a T-shirt. Your life is in a bad
Because
way.
you
got problems.
Because you can't buy it online. Who knows? Better yet, who cares? Like, you can't just go to Amazon and just buy a shirt. No, you got to have that specific shirt. Okay.
I tell you, I give Taylor Swift credit. She's got business down. Business 101. Here's what we're going to do. You can't get to my show? That's all right. I'm going to give you some $5 T-shirts that cost 40 beans a pop. Because you can't get them online. Mm-hmm. She's worth $1 billion, isn't she? She has to be. Has to be.
I don't know how much she's worth, but it's up there.
She got enough to buy one of our teams? Or we got to wait another 5 or 6 years for that?
Taylor Swift net worth $570 million.
That's it?
That's it. $500 million.
That's what Bezos' boat costs.
Well, yeah, but this is why she tours, because this is
This is where the money's at,
you make your money on the tour. And the merchandise.
The merch. You spend a third of your life sleeping. If you're stuck in traffic, well, that's a decent amount of your life, too. Get some good rest and do it with the best. It's Serta, the iComfort Eco Supportive, designed to keep you cool, comfortable, and feeling restored. Or the Serta Perfect Sleeper, pressure-relieving comfort and support while maintaining a balanced sleep temperature. Serta, made right here in Michigan. And they have been for 110 years. Go to Serta.com to find a retailer near you. That's Serta.com. All right, we'll get to the people, get a little football. I wish I could tell you baseball things, but I can't. This team's morbid. Let's go to Josh and see if he is off hold with that electric elevator music. Josh, how are you?
Hey, fellas, how we doing?
Yes, there he is. What's up, buddy?
Hey, I missed you on the first go-around. I apologize about that.
That's all right. That's why we don't hang up on people. I love the elevator music. It's a challenge if I can end up getting them.
Hour and 35 minutes later, here we are.
We are united.
I got 3 quick things for you. First one, I've been saying this since they announced the draft is coming to Detroit. There is not a snowball chances in hell that is not going to be a disaster.
I mean, it feels like it. I mean, I know we got a year to get it done, and I want it to go well, but I'm with you. The way this Taylor Swift thing has been discussed all week, the draft is going to be 3 times this.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Belle Isle, I don't know if that's the answer for us, but that's neither here nor there. Second thing I got for you is the question about what I would sell for. I would take the money on any Detroit sports team. I think the only tickets I hold for is a farewell tour from Tiger Woods Sunday at the Masters. That's the only thing that I would not sell. Anything else, I'm taking the money.
And Augusta is not like Taylor Swift.
Exactly.
Like, you're not able to just buy a ticket. You're not even able to get on a list. You got to hit a lottery, and they tell you what day you get to go. So, yeah, that one I get, Josh.
And then last thing for you guys. So I bought my tickets pre-sale. I got 2 tickets, one for me, one for my brother. We were going to go down there, have a good time. We bought section 103, row 13 for $280.
Mm-hmm.
We got those about a week and a half ago. We sat on them for 2 or 3 days, debating on if we wanted to go or not. Me and my brother Jamie said, let's sell them, listed them for $22.50. They sold within an hour.
Easily.
So both of us are walking away with just shy of $2,000 for them.
Easily. I mean, you could have got even more, but you're not crying about it. It's the smart move.
I'm not crying. You know what? That was a free $2,000. My only regret is that I didn't buy more.
Oh, God, yeah. Are you kidding me? I mean, that's what events like this are made for. Because I'll tell you, when you look at some of the premium seats, $5, $6, $7,000, I'm going, there's no way. Not for a concert. Not for it would have to be an intergalactic sports event.
No, but I think I'm going to be like him. You know, I'm going to go out and get some tickets next time when she comes back, because you know she will. But just wait. We get to do this all over again at the end of the summer.
Oh, what, Beyonce?
Yeah.
Oh, you enjoy. Lorenzo, 97.1. What's up, Lo?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Listen, Mike, once again, you're still invited to the cookout, and you get to bring the chicken and dressing this time. Man, did you say that this guy's fiance who wants a $25,000 wedding has these tickets and won't let him sell them?
Their tickets, they had 3 of them that are currently on resale for about $7,000 a pop. She will not allow the sale of them. And I told him, then you need to go to a different wedding. That's crazy.
Look, she would have looked up, her luggage would have been at the door. Get out.
Oh, no.
And I would have got, I'm serious, man. And as far as the kids are concerned, some of these guys, like the last guy you talked to before this caller, who said that, I just couldn't do it because they were upset. Let me tell you something. If I spent $400 for some tickets each and they told me $20,000, I look at them kids and say, guess what? I guess you're going to be mad for a minute until you need me again. How about that? Okay?
Lorenzo, you can tell you, me, Rico, we're just from a different generation.
Dude,
I mean, my parents would have laughed at me in the face, even if I went back to the 90s. And we do inflation-adjusted prices. And I told my parents that a musical artist was coming to town, and it was $250 for a ticket. They would have looked at me and went, well, we're about $249 short. See?
Right. Thank you, brother.
I mean, it's because I remember.
Crazy.
I remember when I was in high school, it was the Jackson Victory Tour, and it was sponsored by Pepsi, and you couldn't buy one ticket; you had to buy 4.
This the 60s?
Okay, you know what? We're done.
No, hold on, seriously. What, Michael Jackson?
Well, yeah, it was all the Jackson.
Was that like 83, 84 was Victory?
Is that
Yeah, I
sound,
think that's
all
I
jokes
was,
aside?
I was in high school, so I think it was like 85 or 86 that the tickets came out, but you had to buy them in 4 seats. So it was $200.
So like the
bucks.
Derby, you got to buy a box.
So it was $200
Yeah,
bucks.
if you think about it, the Victory Tour in '84 that came here technically was the Thriller Tour. That was how you saw Michael Jackson, but
Yeah.
you had to get the brothers.
But
too.
yeah, I was gonna say, didn't he package it where you had you?
Yes.
They did the whole thing, and you're like, wait, I'm not here for Tito Jackson.
Right, but that was just it, and it was just like, yeah, we don't have $200 for you.
This is no way.
Yeah. So,
But then you go to it now, and you're like, wait. I mean, everyone's talking about the price of iceberg lettuce, and they're out here rifling thousands on Taylor Swift tickets. I'm going, come on, man. It's just generational. It's different.
it is. But this is the look at me, look what I've done, look where I'm at. The Instagram. I mean, this is the same generation that can't take a trip, can't go to dinner, can't go down the street without letting everybody know what they're wearing, what they had to eat, where they're at, what seat they were on the plane. It's like, guys, how about you just enjoy yourself and put your phone down?
I got nothing, man. Don't look at me. I think it's crazy.
But that's just how it is. It's like, okay. I mean, I know people like this. Like, all right, if that's how you want to be. But just you got to take a picture of your drink, and then you got to take a picture of your dessert, and then you got to do this. And it's like, how about you just eat?
Kind of reminds me of the vibe when I went and saw White Snake. It's sort of the same deal.
Yeah, exactly. Honestly, it's amazing. Like, Roberto, like, you're as musical as it gets. When did we get to a point where concert tickets cost this much? It doesn't add up to me.
I just believe the market is there. Look at it. If you can sell 2 nights in Ford Field, how many seats is that?
What, 120, what are they, about 63,000? Is that what Ford Field? Kenny, hit the Google machine, will you? It might not even be 63. That's the funny part, too, is we always joke around. Like, Michigan with the Big House, or even like Spartan Stadium. I've said for years, the Michigan State in 2023 should not have a 78,000 seat stadium. They shouldn't. It's way bigger than Ford Field. It's not 1970. Okay, your graduates leave the state. Make it smaller.
Yeah, I think Ford Field's like 50?
It's 60. It's 65. Plus, imagine all the grass seats, on the ground
All
level.
right,
So that's a couple of thousand more.
I'm about
Probably.
saying people in the suites.
Yep.
All right, so call it what, 150,000 plus over 2 nights. Yeah?
Yeah.
Then you got to think that stage to go from city to city has to be, I would say, 60 trucks, 60
Do you know how
plus
many,
semi
do you know how
trucks.
many shows she played at Giant Stadium? She sold out, I think I read she sold out 7 straight nights in New York. 7.
Madonna.
I don't know. It's unbelievable. There's no musical artist. You could tell
Is there
me
any female artist that you can put next to that?
I'm not qualified to answer the question. Seriously, I wouldn't know enough.
Taylor Swift right now?
You said
I
Beyonce.
was going to say probably Beyonce.
Yeah.
Because she's a traveling circus, too, wherever she goes.
You could tell me tomorrow night, one night only, the ghost of Jimi Hendrix will be playing Comerica Park. I wouldn't pay $500 to see it. And I love Jimi Hendrix. It's just insane. It's totally insane. They could exhume his body and put a wig on him and have Jimmy's ghost up on stage playing with Buddy Miles and Band of Gypsies. I wouldn't pay $500 to go see. Because music to me, I can hit a button.
But yeah,
I like the button.
I mean, we'll see, like I said, I told Mike, we'll see at the end of the summer how the Beehive shows.
There's no way it's going to be like this.
I think it's going to be like this.
That's crazy.
Beyonce's following, ridiculous. My goodness, she made a song and she made a reference and people thought it was Rachel Ray, and her entire fan base went after poor Rachel Ray.
Wait, what?
She made a song called Lemonade where basically she accused Jay-Z of cheating on her.
Mm-hmm.
And people, did the internet deduction detectives, and they said, oh, it's Rachel Ray. It was another woman named Rachel something, but they thought it was Rachel Ray. And they went after poor Rachel Ray, and she's like, why is everybody attacking me? What is going on?
I've just heard roughly, I don't know, 2 minutes more than I needed to, but thank you for that.
You kept asking. I'm like, okay.
I really didn't expect you to be Inspector Clouseau with this. This is wonderful.
All right, never mind.
No, it's fine. This is tremendous. I'm just sorry. It's like I can't. I'm trying to think too. Like,
But the fans, I'm saying,
but
the fans are
sports-wise-
so loyal. This is almost like the equivalent of Man U fans or soccer fans.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's like Taylor Swift fans care more about Taylor Swift than any sports fans
Yes.
care about their teams.
It's like the soccer fans over in England at Man U, or where they will fist fight you
That's
over
different ball.
this team.
That's a different ball of wax. Yeah, it's a whole different ball game. I got nothing left. You can go do whatever you want to do. I'm blown away. He knew this whole Beyonce thing. You are really.
You cut him off. I wanted to hear more.
Okay, please. Here, have him take you to 6. I'm out of here. I got places to be. Downtown ain't one of them tonight, I'll tell you that. Go ahead. Go ahead. What do you got for everybody?
We good.
Before we get to the people, I have to tell you, I want to share a moment that's taken place here during the commercial break. So in the studio, I have on Belmont. It's the Friday card before Belmont Stakes tomorrow. And they finished the day with 4 big stakes races. Well, Rico has just made the greatest comment ever. So they're talking about the Belmont Stakes tomorrow. But as Rico put it, wow, I really love these horse selfies they're showing me because they're showing you each horse running in the Belmont in their stall. And of course, the horse has like a stupid look on their face. They're like, what is this alien man with a camera? So then Rico started doing commentary as if he were the horse. I will not share some of the things he said, but it was that was good on you. Yes, I know. There's a better way to do it than the way they did it. They're like, and here's Forte, and the horse is like, what do you want?
Like, this is my good side.
I'm eating hay. My sport doesn't do anything right. I know this, okay?
I was just waiting for the horse to speak about himself in the third
Right,
person.
like Rico was waiting for a microphone to be put up to the horse. Like, all right, listen, ready? You were right. That was incredibly stupid.
It
You
was
win.
just funny. It was just like, why are they giving them selfies? Because the horses look like they were posing.
If you could picture Monday Night Football, Kenny, and they're
Right.
like, all right, here's the Bengals offense. Joe Burrow, LSU. They're like, Forte. And it's like, dude, it's a horse.
You know Forte's winning this race. You know that, right? Because Forte came in ready and prepared. Forte will win this race.
Tap a trice. And it's like,
why is
I'm a horse. What do you want me to do?
Like, why is the horse speaking in third person? Or would it be third horse?
Tapatrice, Saratoga.
Right. Jack Macatrix the third.
Skandili dilly dilly.
That is still one of my favorite skits ever. The best.
Right.
Absolutely the best. That is Key and Peele.
Aquarius.
Jack Macatrix the third, BYU. Or no, at the end of it, they're like John Smith, BYU. All right. Sorry, but I really enjoyed that. Kenny, the ticket text, and we'll go to the calls.
One ticket I probably couldn't sell is probably Izzo's last home game at Breslin. That's from Brian.
Yeah, I'm good watching it on TV.
Crazy.
At least you know he probably won't come back. He'll be done when he does. Like, you know how like, I'm retiring.
No.
Unless they do him like Jim Boeheim and just take him out back and shoot him.
Wait, what?
No, I'm just how
What
Jim
just
Boeheim,
happened?
How he just got fired. Like he was on the podium.
Oh, you didn't mean literally. Okay.
Right.
I was scared there for a second.
No.
I went, wait, what?
No, it was like, is this your last game? I have no idea. Oh, but hey, Jim.
Right, cutscene, you're fired. Okay.
Right.
Just wanted to clear that up.
Right.
Holy hell. I went, what did he just say?
That's how they fire people there. Think about it in the podium.
Go ahead, Kenny.
It's tough in the streets of Syracuse.
Craziest people are the ones paying for a few grand for these tickets. That's from Tom.
I agree. But look, man, you're going to find it. It doesn't matter what it is in life. Money buys convenience. So there are certain people, they weren't going to waste. Look, their time, they didn't get in on the pre-sale. They didn't even know it existed. But they got the scratch. They want to go. What's the price? It's worth it or it isn't. It's no different than a football game, guys. You didn't buy season tickets. You didn't think your team was going to be very good. Now, all of a sudden, you're in the CFP or you're in the Big Ten title game. You got to you want to pay the freight or not? Mm-hmm. It's really not that different. Except the markup on tonight's stuff is like, I'm sorry, you don't see it in sports. Not like this. No. A cheap seat, nosebleed. $1,200. No way, man.
I think the only way you get away with that is when it's a team that's never been there before. Like, I'm sure, like, Cubs World Series were probably like that, especially when they thought that they could clinch. And it was just like, because you grew up your whole life thinking this moment would never happen.
But remember, you're making history. Nothing historical is happening today. That's my argument against this versus sports.
You know what? Fair.
Let me go to Josh. He's got a very scary story that I want to hear. Josh, how are you?
Yeah, man, I got a interesting perspective about this. I used to date a girl who was a Swiftie, which I guess is kind of a red flag that I should have identified from the beginning. But yeah, man, the only way I can describe it is it's a cult, right? These girls and guys who I know that like Taylor Swift,
they believe everything that she says. Like, you're talking about these people that are going to spend thousands of dollars about tickets. It's because they're convinced that Taylor Swift doesn't want this to happen. Like, she goes on these rants about how much she hates people that scalp these tickets and make people spend exorbitant amounts of money. It's like, guys, you don't understand human psychology and sales. Like, she's building goodwill with you, and you're just casted under her spell, right?
Right.
And so,
No artist controls the secondary market. It's out of her hands, and she charges a pretty penny for tickets.
But Josh is right. It's a cult. Like, the people who you don't say anything bad, they will fight you. It's like European soccer fan. Like, they believe in this person. If you say, the music's okay. Okay. Oh, yeah.
Oh, dear. All right.
Oh, yeah. I mean, she used to tell me all the time, hands down, that Taylor Swift is the greatest artist of all time. And look, I respect the girl. I think it's impressive to be the top of the country world and then to go and be the top of the pop world. Like, more power to you. That's impressive. But these girls, they'll spend hundreds of dollars on costumes that they'll wear at the concert. And it's like, guys, I don't know anybody who would stand hours in line for a T-shirt, like you said earlier, that costs $5. Like,
Oh, Josh,
you're brainwashed.
Josh, I admit it. I know I sound like, old angry white guy or whatever, but like I was sitting at the barbershop and I'm just like, will you look at these losers? I'm like, my God. I mean, waiting in line on a Thursday afternoon to buy a T-shirt. I'm like, what are you, nuts?
It's crazy, man.
Hey,
And,
how'd the
last thing
relationship
I'll
work
say-
out? It sounds real promising.
Oh, yeah, it was, like I said, a red flag. Look, I don't hate the girl. It just we weren't good for each other. But, yeah, that was a massive red flag I should have identified early on.
All right. Hey, as we like to say on this show, Josh, mistakes were made.
Mistakes were made.
Mistakes were made. It's all right. Tigers 1 for 52 in the first 3 innings of the last 6 games. Mistakes were made.
Is that a mistake? Yeah.
Hold on. Time out. Ready? You want to hear a mistake? Kenny, give me the Tigers lineup tonight. I got to do this before the weekend. There's no way he's hitting Javi second again. Can't be. It's not possible. After the stats I just gave you. Oh, that's a real, what was it, like a little drum roll? Do that again. Hold on 1 second. Do that again.
Zach McKinstry batting number 1.
Okay.
Batting second, Harvey Baez. I knew that bell was going to break at some point.
You know, it's sunny. It's the weekend. They're not worth getting upset over. Can you just answer the question? You solved this whole Beyonce thing. How? How do you keep trotting that guy out there batting second?
Mike, in the words of the Cash Money Brothers, we all we got.
Put some respect on my name.
CMB. We all we got.
I still, if you've never seen the Birdman interview with the Breakfast Club, it is still one of the great 3-minute sequences of audio you will ever hear.
Did you ever hear the music group that made a song about it? Oh,
What?
that was great.
About Birdman?
Oh, about Put Some Respect on It.
Oh, my God.
It's like an acapella. It's great.
I like the one line in there where he's like, I'm done. I ain't going to talk about it no more.
They include that in the song. It's all there. You got to
It's
hear
like,
it.
but you're talking about it. Yeah. It's the best.
I guess they figure, what else do we have? Javi, you're batting second. When you've only hit one time in 52 appearances, that stat you gave, what does it matter? What's another log on the fire? It's burning.
You just try anything else.
Man, the house on fire.
I'm going to be, all right, I want to be interested.
And you got a water hose.
No, the only thing, and like I'm going to take a night off from the ball club tonight. I have some other things to do, but I want to see this weekend, if we're back here Monday and they still can't hit the first 3 innings. And Javi, if he's batting second Monday, I got to tell you, we're going to pull the ripcord on the lawnmower. I'll be right back to getting pissed.
Yeah, but I guess at that point they figure if we move Javi, are we still going to get hits? Like, that's everybody else not hitting too.
I wish we could play the drop of Birdman. Damn it. That is so great. Kenny, cue up that video. I want to watch that in the commercial break. I need it. It's been a minute since I've seen that.
I got you.
Put some respect on my name. He doesn't even say respect.
I ain't going to say no more.
Right. There's a K on the end of it. It's fantastic. All right, let me give you a little message here. Summer is here. So if you're traveling, Whether it's downtown to go see Taylor Swift or up north to go on a vacation, whatever it is, the 23 GMC Acadias, Moran Buick GMC, they have got you covered. New stock in daily. And if there's something wrong with your current car, no problem. MoranExpress.com. Scheduling is always quick. It's always easy. And when you get the certified service appointment, you get a free loaner. It's just that simple. MoranExpress.com. Stop into Moran Buick GMC, where you always get the best price, period. It's on Telegraph, just north of Eureka and Taylor, or at MoranExpress.com. It's Moran Buick GMC. We are professional grade. Paul Pierce and KG's live stream. I don't know if you caught that. Evan showed that to me. Did you see that?
Yeah.
Oh, my.
Oh, wow. And not to hijack, speaking of, there's more to the Zion stuff.
Yeah.
She's back.
Oh, I know. So I have thought long and hard about how to open this show today, and we're just going to do it. And it's highlighted by the fact that program director Jimmy Powers has left his office at 2 p.m, just so he can hope not to sit in traffic for 2 hours because of this stupid concert tonight. I mean, people, I have to tell you something. I sat and talked with Jimmy earlier, and Jimmy has taken his 2 daughters to Taylor Swift tonight. He's doing Dad of the Year stuff. I had to buy 4 tickets. Well, first of all, I don't know when the hell concerts got off charging $500 a pop to see people largely lip sync. I have no idea if Taylor Swift sings or not. I don't care. I do not care. The point I'm making is he's already $2,000 in the hole. So then you factor in, he's leaving this early because this is apparently like the event of the decade, which again, I have no understanding how we arrived here. You could tell me that the exhumed body of Jimi Hendrix were appearing at Ford Field tonight, and I wouldn't pay $500 to go. I'd still go to Spotify and sit on my patio. The point I'm making, we looked at resale value based on what Jimmy told us. I am speechless. The cheapest seat in the house tonight is $1,200. Mid-range seats are going to run you roughly $2,500. And what we will call premium floor seats, minimum $5,000 each. So I came to a conclusion that I said to Jimmy, which is you have failed as a parent. Because if you are not selling these tickets, you have failed as a parent. I mean, if you have good seats to this, and it's you, the wife, and the 2 kids, right? This idyllic American family, and you are passing up $10,000 to watch this idiotic concert, I am beyond speechless. And I'll back it up. At least sports is a real thing with a result. Like if this were Game 7 of the World Series tonight and the Tigers were in it, and you had a chance to see if history was going to be made, and the Tigers were going to erase the disappointment of 06 and 12 and get rid of 84 and be World Series champions, you're going to watch a game be played. Concerts are nothing more than watching an artist sing a song you already own. And oftentimes they don't sing it. What planet am I on? Jimmy literally offered to buy his daughters 2 dogs, not 1, 2. They've been asking for a puppy for 2 years. He offered buy 1, get 1 free puppies. And they said no. And I looked at him and I go, well, then you should tell them that Taylor Swift canceled her show. Sell the tickets.
I think you're absolutely right on this because a lot of leaked video that started to come out of like bands I like, Motley Crue, Kiss, where you can hear the click track and you can hear it's the same exact night to night, the same vocals every night.
Right. And I don't want to accuse Taylor Swift because I couldn't tell you what song she sings. I don't care. But Roberto, you know what I'm saying. These ticket prices, look, I thought I'd heard it all when I saw some of the prices in Vegas, but then you tell yourself it's this one-off event, it's a tourism town, fine. Taylor Swift, $500 a pop retail. Retail.
But here's what you're missing, Mike.
Common sense?
No, it's not common sense. It's why Jimmy took off. It's why he tried to bribe his kids. In the end, it's a battle you just don't want to fight. Because
my parents told me no at every turn.
Okay.
It worked out fine.
Did it?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, I must have missed.
I'm kidding, Mike.
I'm sorry. Rico's working in the drywall aisle at Home Depot. No, it didn't work.
I'm kidding, Mike.
I'm just saying we've gone soft.
No, but it's not soft. You're just you want to please your kids. You want to make sure they're happy. This is what they want. And even though you know this doesn't fiscally is irresponsible, you can't sit there and tell your kids no when they've already told all their friends, I'm going to the concert. Yes, in hindsight, Mike, you're right.
It's insanity.
But it's kind of like, I mean, we've all, you go places because a significant other is like, I really want to do this. And you're like, this is the dumbest thing ever, but I don't want to hear your mouth. So fine, we'll do it. Kids the same way.
Kenny, if you would, I'm going to need that as a drop. Just going to go ahead and it's 206. Rico's already contributed to the
206. All right,
to the fun pot. No, I want to hear from the people on this. Because look, part of the backdrop to this is if we can't host a concert on the same night that we have a baseball game, and mind you, no one's going to go to the baseball game, how are we doing a draft? People driving down 6 hours early. Google traffic is one big red ring of death like an old Xbox 360. What the hell are we doing? But I'm being serious. You have parents driving down there tonight that are saying no to 20 grand. I think you failed as a human. I mean, concerts or whatever. It's not the Super Bowl. It's not a game. Nothing's going to play out tonight. History won't be made. I got bad news for you. Taylor's doing the same show tomorrow.
And in a couple of years, she'll be back.
Hey, you're going to do the same damn show.
With a few new songs. But you're right. That's a difficult thing because I probably would deal with the disappointment of the kids, take the money, put it in a college fund, something like this, where long-term they realize I did the best move, but it's short-term.
Where along the line was it wrong to disappoint your children? I mean, Roberto does it every day. I'm just talking about a once-a-year routine.
Well, the thing is, then you can't let them know that you had the tickets. You just say, you know what, guys, you're not going to the concert.
Oh, see, I think it's a teaching point.
But once you have the tickets?
No. See, we're selling these tickets. And mom and dad are going on vacation. Well, what do we get? Nothing. You get to learn. I laugh.
That's not
Jimmy.
That's probably not good.
Jimmy is furious. Oh. Jimmy is going against his will tonight. He had minimum $8,000 on the table. He was willing to buy his kids 2 puppies. So they leave him alone. They said no. I got to be honest with you. People, it is okay to have common sense. Like I talked to a friend of mine, and I can't say the name because I don't want to out him or his wife.
I was about to say, is this a siren type thing?
No, this is just a normal human who's a friend. This is where we've arrived at in society. When I have Rico defending these idiots who don't sell their tickets, I have a buddy whose wife is a teacher. Parents call up. My child needs to take their final exam on a different day because we're going away on vacation. F and you. Nope. The parents then call the superintendents. The parents call the principal. Did you know when the final exam was? Yes, but didn't care. When I was growing up, if my parents were planning a trip, which first of all, we didn't go anywhere, we were poor. The point is, when are your final exams? Beep, bop, boop. We're not going away those days. We have reached a point where, you know why I don't want to bring a kid into this world? All of you people. Because
that's just mean and hurtful.
We have told, not you in specific, but we've lost cabin pressure.
We have.
Mike, you can get $10,000. Like, I laugh. You're going to have people going to this concert tonight who are going to bitch about the price of iceberg lettuce, but they're $2,000 deep into tickets, could make 10 and say no because what? Fear of retribution from their kids?
Well, it ain't even
and
that.
Then these they do is use their cell phone the whole show, and they never experience.
You know what? That's a whole other subject.
He made a great point.
It is.
It's 10 minutes in. Roberto's made the point of the day.
But no, I'm not defending them. I'm just saying this is where we are right now, and this is what happened. I know people who, heck, Dan Campbell said he didn't want to go to this concert, but his wife does. So guess where he's going to be? At the concert. Because it's like, my wife really wants to go. I don't want to go.
Dan Campbell's making $6-7 million a year.
Mike,
this doesn't apply to Dan Campbell.
It's not. It's about doing something that you don't want to do, that you know we probably could be doing something else. Same. Your kids, they want to go to this thing. You've already told them you got the tickets. There's no way. I don't care if they had an arm fall off. They're still going to go down there tonight because they got to be seen. And Mike, it's a different generation as well. Because
it's amazing. I'm listening to this man actually try to defend this nonsense. He just said that the kids need to be seen.
Mike, I'm not defending it.
You are.
If you listen, you'll understand what I'm trying to say.
Just throw the
why.
Hammer. Just throw the hammer down and speak your truth.
I'm trying to. I'm just trying to give you a different perspective of why they're doing this.
And you know what I'm doing?
I would sell the tickets, but this is what we live in, a look at me society.
What sporting event would you not sell them? There's the best way to do this. Here's what I'm going to do. See, I'm going to rise above. I'm not going to let this man sell you on modern values. I am going to be the leader that I am. I want this to be a safe space for all of the parents who are too afraid to have this conversation with their children. I want you to feel like your friends, Mike and Rico, or as the morning show calls us, Valento and Ricky. I want you to call up and just don't lie to me. Tell me you at least tried to sell these tickets tonight. Tell us your tales of heartbreak. Tell us your tales of woe. And as a part of this, because we'll get to the draft thing later, like all of us in this room, we're all big sports fans. I cannot come up with a sporting event right here, right now at 42 years old, that if I were offered, like if I had Derby 150 tickets in hand right now, premium, and somebody's offering me $25,000 for tickets that cost 10, there's no way I'm not selling them. There's just nothing on this earth important enough anymore.
I told you, if the Tigers had gone to Game 7 with 2006, I had tickets to Game 7.
Yep.
They were great seats in the upper deck.
And you would have sold them because I'm going to tell you something. You're like the dad in A Christmas Story. You're an ancient spice trader. You will barter and connive, and you are Rico. You would have sold them in a heartbeat.
Absolutely.
I know you.
Absolutely. Because you know what I said? For the $2,000 I got, I could buy a lot of wings across the street and still be in the atmosphere. If they win this thing, I'll run out in the street with everybody else saying, yeah, we won.
I want to throw the number.
All right, we're going to take you all the way up to the Tigers game. Yeah, believe it or not, there's a baseball game also being played downtown Detroit tonight as everybody and their mother is down at the Taylor Swift concert. If you missed any of this show, I suggest you go back to Odyssey Rewind. We've had people who basically could have sold tickets. One guy was engaged, he and his wife. Well, they got a $20,000 wedding bill. She could have sold the tickets, 3 tickets, good seats. We estimated for about $21,000 paid off for the wedding. She said, no way in the world. Another guy offered, I'll take you to Argentina. I'll fly you and the kids out there. We can go see Taylor Swift there. She said no. She had to see her here. At least he said no. No way. Kenny, a couple ticket texts before we take this to the Tigers game up at 610.
Reports are saying Taylor Swift could make $500 million from this tour alone. I don't know if that's right, but
that's a lot.
think about all the seats she's selling. I mean, even if it isn't at the market value that we were talking about earlier, it's not secondary market, but it is still a couple $100 a seat.
I mean, she's selling out and she's playing big venues. I don't know if it's that much, but put it this way, she ain't going broke.
I went to the Jay-Z Eminem concert, got VIP for $600 for me and my girl. These tickets are getting out of control. That's from Josh and Flint.
They are. I guess I'm just that guy. I'm not going over a couple of hundred, and it's got Kenny, I got to be honest with you. I had this conversation with I don't think there's really anybody that I have to see that I'm going to pay that amount of money. Anybody who I was going to pay that money for, they're dead now.
Yeah, I was talking to Andy and Roberto back here, and we were talking about, is there a living act that you'd pay, not that much, but, a decent amount of money for?
No, I mean, the biggest regret was I passed on the Prince tickets, and he died a week later.
What about Peebo Bryson?
Kenny, it's like call screening. I'm blaming you.
It's after 6. I should have. You're right. That's I put that on me. I'll eat that.
It's like being a call screener. I blame you when Roberto gets on the mic for that. No,
I'm just kind of. We talked about it a little bit in the last hour, but how is this draft going to go? How is this draft celebration downtown Detroit going to go?
First of all, you got to pick a location. We still don't know. Detroit, the NFL maybe has an idea. Kenny, nobody knows. Detroit. And this is why I got mad, because we've known about this for over a year. And I said, guys, clean up your room. Company's coming.
And we're looking at it. We saw the Grand Prix here. That was a little bit more spread out crowd. They're not all in one centralized location. But now you're looking at it where it's Taylor Swift, it's Ford Field. Everybody's basically occupying the same space in that downtown area.
Here's what I'm thinking. Here's what's going to happen. They're going to, from Campus Martius down to the riverfront, they're going to block off Woodward. Walking only. You won't be able to drive. That's it. They may put the big the screen where they actually get drafted right there at Campus Martius, and then just kind of crowds looking at big screen TVs all the way to the river. That's really all you can do, because, not trying to be funny, we don't have the district, because that would have been a good overflow. That would have been a good place to do things.
The Chevy Plaza, you have an extra screen, you have more space, but that's really the only thing in District Detroit that's even halfway equipped for.
And I also got to wonder, maybe they actually do something that I really haven't seen, as the draft is a traveling circus, but we've kind of forgotten about it. Maybe they just incorporate Ford Field and just do the draft, the actual draft, inside of Ford Field. Because where else you got to go?
That might be what they have to do at this point. I mean, we're looking at it with the Taylor Swift crowd. There's not enough room for all these people. They're now encouraging people who don't have tickets to not come down at all.
I don't know why you would go down there if you don't have tickets.
I don't know.
Because here's the thing. When it was in Chicago, I think in New York, it was open air. So, cheap date, hey, you take your wife or your girlfriend, you drive down, and you just listen to the free music. But it's enclosed. This is what you'll hear.
Do we expect any degree of improvement between? Well, yeah, that's always going to happen no matter what concert or NFL. But do we expect any degree of improvement between now and the draft next year for Detroit?
No, Kenny, in order to have the things ready, you need to do it now. So probably the only thing is it'll be less construction. This monstrosity outside the building, the Lodge 696 thing, fingers crossed that'll be completed. But other than that, no. If you were going to do something with the district and anything down there, you would be doing it this summer. Remember, we're not one of those places where you can do construction year-round. It's very limited. We only get 2 weeks of nice weather, and it's about to rain on Sunday.
I was basically just hoping they'd do the rush job when you waited all year to do your essay that's due at the end of the year. Maybe we'd get some.
Yeah, at this point, I expect remember all those cardboard cutouts? Maybe that's what they'll do. They'll line the streets with all those cardboard cutouts from Ford Field and from the big house in Spartan Stadium. There you go.
See, there's people here. Everything's fine. Look at what we have going on
there are
downtown.
People smiling and waving. Look at that. It's stuff, and it's fun. Come on down to Detroit. They would have already done something by now. So this is it. I'm looking at either you do it in Ford Field or from Campus Marshes to the riverfront, and you just hope that, you set up a bunch of big screen TVs. But we'll have to wait and see. I'm a little disappointed because I did expect more from the city. I expected them to have more stuff done. We don't have it.
Don't worry, though. We got the draft. We got Taylor Swift tonight, but also Tiger Baseball. Harvey Baez batting number 2.
And he will keep batting, too. I don't know why that triggers Mike so much. But, if you missed anything, use that Odyssey Rewind. I did a podcast with Howard Griffith on the 5 Star Zone talking about the Big Ten. Tiger Baseball up next. Go Tigers.